and capabilities of Orion to the test, taking us closer to a sustained presence on the lunar surface. It's great to see the crew gathered around the table. Megan, with that, we'll toss it back to you as we continue to monitor from here in Mission Control Houston. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Gary. Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights and our astronauts, the card game, Nicole.
Yeah, this is a fun time for the crew. Kind of relax a little bit, play a card game with the chief. You can see Scott Tingle there is the dealer today. Looks like they're playing high card wins. So Victor won, he's out. Now Jeremy's out. There are two schools of thought on this game. Either you want to get rid of all your bad luck or go out on a high note. So it looks like the crew chose we're going out on a high note. And I think one of my favorite parts when I talked to Reed about this is he was just excited to play a game with his old boss from Naval Test Pilot School. So once again, his boss today.
Yeah, and I love this part of the tradition because this is when, again, you usually see them laughing, but very focused still. But when they get to this table, laughs, high fives, smiles, just really a brief moment of levity in what can be and will be a very long day for them.
Yes, it's a long day. There's a lot of preparation that goes in today, and so they're just, I think, at least for us, it was a nice brief moment of some relaxation, a couple laughs, a moment to take a few deep breaths and reflect on the mission ahead, and then, get some high fives as well.
And so with their bad luck dispelled, some good luck from Scott Tingle, let it seem like there, right?
Yes, definitely. It's actually a really fun tradition. I think that card game is more steeped in tradition than anything else. Every crew has played that same card game.
As you said, Nicole, the primary reason for why they're there to suit up, to do communications checks, to do pressure checks all done. And now it seems like Reed had some words for the team in that room.
Yeah, this day can't happen without thousands of people, right? And so the suit room is a great example of that. You've got all of the suit techs, and you've got your support team there, everyone who has made this day possible. They've been working with the suit team for years at this point, getting ready.
So some fist bumps to the group. Again, the suit team are the folks dressed up in those white, very snazzy outfits. Special outfits that we can talk a little bit more about later. But each crew member was assigned, as you said, working very closely with the same person to make sure that the crew felt comfortable and ready in these suits as they lift off from Kennedy Space Center.
Right, and each suit is slightly different, each person is slightly different, and so these suit techs know each individual super well. They know exactly how they like to get into the suit, exactly where things might get caught, or small adjustments that might need to be made. So they know their suit techs well, and their suit techs know them very well.
And so as we take a couple of pictures here, we really hope that you are learning a lot about the suits and the process of checking them out for a mission. But imagine the opportunity to get a hands-on demonstration from people who helped design these suits. Take a look.
Does anyone want to try on one of the gloves? I love showing the kids the suit. I love how excited they get about space.
Oh! So that would be... It just goes in there?
We got to bring some stuff for them to actually put their hands in, and some of them were very excited because they want to be astronauts when they grow up.
I would love to be an astronaut. That would be incredible. I'd like to be like an engineer that maybe designs the suits.
Whether it's the calm, the orange color, every aspect has an important function for our astronauts in space.
It's going to be amazing seeing astronauts up close to the moon again.
And that was a special event at Johnson Space Center. What we just saw there, obviously a big part of why this mission is so important to NASA, really just an opportunity to inspire everyone, especially kids, right, Nicole, to dream big and be curious.
Oh man, yeah, the kids are so important, right? I love talking to kids. They are the future of spaceflight. They are the Artemis generation. And, if we could just inspire even one of them to go on to be a scientist or an engineer or maybe even an astronaut someday, that's a win.
And now let's turn our focus to the rocket for a little bit. Powering liftoff will be, again, NASA's Space Launch System rocket right behind us. And to learn more about SLS, let's go to Megan Carter, who's at Kennedy Space Center's Visitor Complex at an exhibit dedicated to Artemis and the future of spaceflight.
That's right, Megan. I am so excited to be over here at the Visitor Center, but not just because of launch. I get to introduce you to the moon board. This is obviously a very complex mission, lots of moving parts and pieces. So the moon board is going to allow me to break some of those things down for you just a little bit more in depth, starting with that SLS rocket. Now, the SLS, or the Space Launch System, very big, very powerful. It is going to be producing 8.8 million pounds of thrust at launch. And like I mentioned, very large, as you can see here, going to stand about 322 feet tall with Orion there on top, just a little bit taller than the Statue of Liberty. Now, there are many components that make up this rocket, so I'm going to point out just a handful that you're going to hear about a lot throughout this broadcast, starting with our boosters. These two twin solid rocket boosters are going to be very powerful. They are going to burn for the first 2.5 minutes of flight, and each one is going to stand 17 stories tall. They weigh in at about 1.6 million pounds each. Now, I am going to jump back out and I'm going to show you a little bit about our core stage. That's going to be known as the backbone, essentially, of our rocket. And it is made up of around 5 components, starting with this engine section down here. This engine section is where our 2 propellants are going to be funneled down through our pipelines, and they are going to be mixed at 2 different temperatures, very complex processing. And they are then going to go on to feed that fuel to our 4 very powerful RS-25 engines. These are going to produce about 500,000 pounds of thrust each at launch, and they will burn for 8 minutes. All right, now jumping up here, we are going to take a look, because I just mentioned those propellants. Obviously, we do need fuel, and that is why we have around 535,000 gallons of that liquid hydrogen. That's approximately about the same amount that you could fill an Olympic-sized pool, just to give you an idea. And then we're also going to have that liquid oxygen, and like I mentioned, there's going to be about 200,000 gallons for that one, and they are going to be funneled down through those lines that. Jumping up real quick, this is going to be our upper stage. That is where our core avionics are going to be stored, essentially the brain. Then jumping out super quick, let's see if we can zoom in here, and we can. Those propellants I talked about are going to be stored at cryogenic temperatures. That means thousands of degrees below Fahrenheit, so they have to be kept very cold. And that all those bumps and ridges there that you see, those are actually going to be an insulation spray that's going to help keep that rocket nice and cool, keep the propellants ready to go, and get us set up for success. Now, obviously, that was a very quick overview of our rocket. I have so much more to show you here on our moon board, but for now, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Megan.
Thank you, Megan. A very impressive demo of the moon board, but also an impressive system, obviously. She mentioned 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage, and actually we have one right behind us here, used during the shuttle program, and I got to get a closer look at it with Space Launch Systems Engines Deputy Manager Philip Benefield.
Okay, so Philip, in terms of size, shape, and function, what we see here behind us, exactly what we see on the pad.
Absolutely, Megan, absolutely. So this is the RS-25 engine.
Impressive.
We have 4 of these on the bottom of the SLS rocket to propel the SLS rocket in Orion into low Earth orbit.
And we've been seeing views of the pad throughout this broadcast, but you mostly only see the bell here. What's happening over here?
Right, so this is generally what we call the power head section of the engine. So the purpose here is that it takes in the propellants from the vehicle tanks, the liquid oxygen minus 297 degrees, super cold stuff. The liquid hydrogen even colder, minus 423 Fahrenheit. There's 4 turbo pumps on the engine that pressurize that propellant up to 9,000 PSI in areas. It is all directed into the main combustion chamber where it is burned into hot gas that then is accelerated out the nozzle to produce thrust.
When you say hot gas, what are we talking about?
We're talking 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit gas.
Wow, so we're talking really cold as liquids coming into the combustion chamber, and then it comes out as really, really hot gas. How do you design, how do you engineer something to control both extremes?
Absolutely, it's very technically challenging. One of the main things here with the nozzle is that since you have the 6,000 degree Fahrenheit gas coming out, you have to cool that nozzle so it doesn't melt. And so the way the nozzle is constructed with these 1,080 coolant tubes. And so each of these coolant tubes flows a small amount of hydrogen. It keeps it cold. and so it doesn't melt during operation.
Wow. I mean, all of the science that you're talking about, it is truly amazing that you guys designed this for shuttle and yet you've reconfigured it, retooled it to be able to now support Artemis. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's really amazing, the fact that we were able to use the heritage hardware on the Space Launch System. The engine itself, developed through the Space Shuttle program, many upgrades to make it more reliable and improve the thrust as well.
Perfect. Philip, thank you so much. I can't wait to see all 4 function.
Same here. Thanks, Megan. Enjoyed it.
And again, another idea and way that we are learning from what we've built upon and figured out all into this moment.
Yes, with so much more thrust and capability, like we said, we learn all those lessons from previous missions, and we get to involve them here today.
And here we are, the closeout crew in the White Room getting ready for the astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway to greet some family and friends downstairs. Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. Looking excited, ready. Now in that elevator to take them 3 floors down. Thumbs up, one more photo, one more photo. Oh, nope, a couple more people in that elevator. Those are important folks. They're going with them to the pad.
Yeah,
Bye, Reed.
This is a fun elevator ride.
Yeah.
And, actually you couldn't see them because they're off camera, but the support crew that's actually in crew quarters with us is right there waving goodbye and saying goodbye to you. So it's a really special moment to say thank you and say goodbye to the support crew at crew quarters.
That's amazing. And so again, they will ride down 3 floors. And then soon we'll walk out the doors that you see underneath the banner there that says their names. These doors, the same doors that astronauts who have launched from Kennedy Space Center have walked out of since the Apollo program.
Yes, and you can see another tradition is putting your patch on that archway as well. So I'm sure they did that over the last couple days.
They did. It's actually it's so hard to see because there's so many of them, which is also great, but it's on the door frame on the right-hand side, the very, very bottom.
Awesome.
Great crowd here. A shot now of everyone who is waiting to greet the crew as they walk out of the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center and will board their ride to the launch pad.
Yeah, this is a really great shot, right? Because you get to see a little bit of what goes on there. So you've got the close family that were in quarantine with them up close. They get a wave goodbye one last time. You've got a little bit of media in the background, and then you've got some NASA employees and a lot of the program managers off to the side as well to wave goodbye one last time and wish them luck.
Yeah, it's a really nice moment. Again, they have had some quality time with family, but this is their final opportunity to say, see ya in 10 days.
Yep, the last wave.
And so there are different pens of people, again, as Nicole was alluding to, specific to the quarantine rules that you followed in order to be able to have that access, have that closeness with the crew. And then on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, the Astrovan. And that is going to be the crew's ride out to the launch pad. This modified Airstream motorhome can seat up to 8 people inside. It has a TV and sound system, and we know they plan to watch a video during their trip out, right, Nicole?
Yes. So I think Top Gun is on the menu,
Yes.
and then also Point Break because Christina surfs. So I think they've got a pretty decent entertainment planned. So
I love that. It gets them in the headspace, the right headspace to really just enjoy the ride to space. NASA's history with Airstream dates back to the 60s when the company created a crew quarantine vehicle for when astronauts returned from the moon. This picture here, President Nixon talking to the Apollo 11 astronauts inside said quarantine vehicle. Then during the shuttle program, Airstream created the first generation Astrovan, a 27-foot motorhome that transported astronauts across KSC to their launch pad. And again, that is what we're going to see today. A very similar picture. Again, the orange suits, the Astrovan, very reminiscent of what we have done before and how we got to where we are now.
Yeah, and it's a pretty cool ride. You know, you get about 20 minutes to get out to the launch pad and watch a movie, listen to some music. It's kind of an interesting, you know, and then along the whole way here at KSC, all of the employees from Kennedy Space Center come out. You can see in the background of the shot you're looking at right now, all of those employees and everybody lining the streets, waving and wishing them luck.
I think this is an emotional moment for a lot of people because this is the last time where a lot of people will be with the crew, because once they get to the pad, there's only a handful of folks with them before launch.
Yeah, definitely. This can be emotional for the crew, can be emotional for the families, of course. I mean, you know, I got to wave goodbye one last time to my sister, and when we walked out those doors, and yeah, it's surreal. You know, it starts to become much more real the closer and closer you get to the launch pad.
20 seconds now from when we expect the crew to walk out those doors. It must be really hard for them to patiently wait for these very specific milestones.
You've got a whole group back there that's telling jokes and keeping it light. So.
And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited.
Some
and
big
really
smiles.
Ready.
I love that.
Great day for us. Great day for this team.
A few words from Reed. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this crowd. Let's go. And so now the crew walking over to each of their pens. The first people closest to them, of course, their family members who got to quarantine with them, correct?
Yes. Yeah, so the ones that are close and waving, those are the immediate family, so spouses, partners, kids.
And we're trying to give them some privacy so that they can have their conversations with their family members. Christina there, she has her husband. Victor has 4 daughters and his wife, they're there. Reed, his 2 daughters are there. And then Jeremy, his wife, 2 daughters and a son. You know, when you were standing in their shoes, Nicole, when you flew for Crew 10, what were you kind of talking about? Like, did you really think about this moment and what you might want to say?
You know, they've all already done their real goodbyes, you know, in person. And so this is more just kind of, again, that last chance to wave, last chance to get one smile. You know, you see Christina there smiling. So this felt much less heavy and just, you know, waving and maybe cracking a joke or something, saying hi. So this was a really, really great moment for our crew.
Reed's 2 daughters there. Reed spoke about when he told them that he was selected to be the Artemis II commander. And he said he was worried. He's a single dad, didn't know how they would react. And actually, he said he was overwhelmed by their support. He woke up the next morning with cupcakes baked by one of the daughters, moon cupcakes.
Yes, I love this story. Moon cupcakes the next morning. Like, how awesome is that, right? Everybody needs their support system, and clearly he has that in his daughters.
Christina said she took a bike ride with her husband and wanted to tell him when the moon rose, but that it was too foggy. But she said he was still very excited and happy for her.
Yeah, the moon's still out there.
A close-up now of, again, Commander Reed Weissman and Mission Specialist Christina Cook. To the right of your screen, as we pan left, we have pilot Victor Glover. Victor told his wife, and they told their 4 kids together, and he said that one of them just started yelling, "Let's go!"
Yes, I love that. Again, the support from the family is awesome.
And Jeremy said his wife and 3 children, super excited. He felt very supported. You know, he did have that tough conversation, obviously, of talking about the realities of this being a test flight, but he said they were super supportive. And now as he walks away, some kisses from Victor Glover to his family, hearts to Christina. Jeremy being a gentleman, pausing so that Christina can take a nice photo without him. Hearts too from Reed there. Hearing Victor saying, "Love you guys," saying that to some of his crew members there. Woody. Some more applause from the group.
Quick wave to some of the NASA program managers, and I think Norm Knight's out there, the FOD Flight Operations Director.
You heard Reed there saying, "Thank you guys," as the crowd picks up again with their applause, and the four of them step into their Astro van. Looking at the clock, very on schedule right now. Again, according to the very detailed timeline of launch today, they are expected to drive off in about 20 seconds.
So far, we're marching toward the launch smoothly.
Do you think they're queuing up the video?
Definitely.
And that's why they haven't left yet? They're like, we can't go without
Gotta get
our
your
point
snacks and movie
break.
ready.
And yeah. Where's the popcorn? Again, good on the timeline. Of course, they do have these very specific milestones, but this is not one that has to be completely stuck to the second and the minute.
Yeah, we will make up that time easily.
They will get a full security escorted ride out to the launch pad. It's a quick trip, 15, 20 minutes. The closeout crew at the pad still just getting everything ready for their arrival. Configuring Orion, right, Nicole?
Yes, so they're probably laying out the seat restraints and getting all of the umbilicals set and ready to go so that when the crew gets there, they can ingress and start getting strapped in and connected to the capsule.
And in our smaller box there, we have a shot of our administrator, Jared Isaacman, bouncing around quite a lot today. Was in the firing room right after the crew weather brief, saying to the crew that they are good for them to start suiting up, and now here to wish them well as they drive out to the pad.
Yes, he's so invested in this mission. I love it. You know, he's been an active participant today, and exciting to see him there at the walkout. So in the van, they're probably getting hooked up to the portable cooling systems as well. So that would be my guess on the slight delay here, making sure everybody's situated, connected to cooling, and ready to go before they take off.
Right, because the orange boxes, we didn't talk about it when we were in the suit up room, but if anybody noticed, there are these orange boxes, and that's what provides the cooling to those thermal garments. And so those boxes have been staged inside of the Astrovan so that once they got there, they can connect up again so that they're cool and comfortable on the way out.
Right, so they were off cooling from the walkout, you know, said hello to their families and the 80-degree weather here in Florida today. So it can get really warm in the suit quickly if you're not careful. So we want to make sure everybody's comfortable before we drive off.
And then when they get to the pad, of course, and strapped into Orion, then they don't have any need for those cooling boxes anymore. They will get that cooling through Orion, through the different lines and umbilicals that they'll be connecting to there.
Yep, that's exactly right. The Orion capsule and its environmental control system will take over once they're connected to the umbilical.
And so when we were watching them get into the elevator, I said, oh, there's a couple more people going in there. And they were, again, those folks in the white suits that we saw. Again, suit technicians.
Yep. And there they go.
And off they go. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy now on their way to launch pad 39B, where they will fly to the moon, something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today. We still hear cheers as they drive away from the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center. Now, while the crew make their way to the pad, let's get to know each of them even better. First, Commander Reed Wiseman.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis 2 mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement. And that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean. And that was it, like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. Just it's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything. I mean, the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising two daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy. Being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising two kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
And now Artemis 2 pilot Victor Glover and his journey to this history-making moment.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know. I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit in the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis 2 mission around the moon. When I was in 4th grade, I was 10 years old, and that's when the Challenger accident happened. And it helped me understand how the general public felt about the astronaut corps, right? Like, these are the people that we want to be. And that just gave me an easy thing to strive toward. The biggest fear that I've had to overcome in my life is doubting myself. Going to college when no one in my family had gone to college was a huge risk. I had more confidence in my athletic ability than in my academic abilities. I could play football with those college students that I saw on TV, but my classmates that I saw in the lab and around the University Union, I didn't know if I had what they had. I think addressing that self-doubt was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel when we fly by the moon and see the moon up close and the Earth from 250,000 miles away, but I don't use the word excited because I'm focused. What we do, this is very serious and it's very risky, and we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis 3, that's something to really be excited about.
Great to hear from Reed and Victor in their own words about how they feel about this mission and their role in it as the convoy turns this corner here onto the road where the vehicle assembly building is and where the group that we showed you earlier today, ready with their flags. Wow, that group has expanded exponentially. Yes, this is great.
So many people.
Flags. Oh my gosh, I love it. Oh, this must feel so special to the crew to see all of these people here to wish them well.
Yes, this is heartwarming. Look at how many people there are. Everyone is so excited about this mission.
Signs, people have made signs. I feel like the Astrovan has slowed down a little bit, to really take in the moment.
Wow.
That's amazing there. Again, crowds continue going as we are now passing the historic vehicle assembly building. This is where the Space Launch System rocket was assembled and stacked with Orion. Its history, of course, goes back to the Apollo days, but today it is home to the Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Gosh, still people lining the route. Yep.
I love that.
I do too. It leaves me kind of speechless, you know, just to see all the support, all of the people who want to know that they're thinking of them, they're with them, and the fact that this crew specifically has always said we are going for all by all. This must be really special to them.
Yes, and that's just here on Kennedy Space Center. Imagine the rest of Florida right now.
Yep. Mission Specialist Christina Cook, who holds the record for the most consecutive days in space by a woman. Let's take a look at what she has to say about this mission.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn from. The idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it and are willing to work hard and come together to achieve it. My name is Christina Cook, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I look back at my dreams as a kid, I definitely never thought I would actually get here. I was very pragmatic. Even though I'm a dreamer, I knew that the odds were way against me again, so I might as well do something I'm loving in the meantime. I definitely loved science and math in school and, did pretty well in those things, but I also loved being active. I was always outside. I loved things that made me feel small. I loved looking at the night sky, oftentimes between the pine tree branches, or I loved the ocean. North Carolina also has mountains, and when we go there, I just love the vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about, and the vastness of the universe and how much out there was to learn. I'm drawn to exploring. I'm drawn to challenges that involve both mental and physical. And I'd much rather be solving problems wearing a whole lot of equipment and in a harsh environment. And that's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid. Thinking about the fears or challenges that I've had to overcome, there are just so many. I mean, basically, it's just been, that has been the journey. I always say to people, do what scares you. And that means I have to follow my own advice. So doing what scares me meant getting on a plane and going to the Antarctic, getting on a plane and going to study abroad in Ghana, applying to become an astronaut, opening the EVA hatch in the airlock and going out of it into the darkness, strapping myself onto a rocket. And so for me, I think that no matter what the challenge, recognizing that if people believe in you and you believe they believe in you, the challenges seem always a little bit easier. To me, the moon, it represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. Every single person has looked at the moon their entire lives. We see the same moon. That's something really special. It's just the epitome of a symbol of something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
And as we continue to watch the convoy, almost at the pad, mission specialist and first-time flyer, Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen.
I have this very distinct memory of seeing an image of an astronaut standing on the moon. It's burnt in my brain because I went back to it so many times in my childhood, and I would look at that image, and I know it had a huge impact on me that humans had walked on the moon. My name is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm a mission specialist on NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. My elementary school years, I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario. I spent as much time as I could with my dad on the farm. I learned the value of hard work, for example. If I wanted to go to work with Dad, it was going to be a long day and I was going to have to not complain, or I wasn't going to get to go the next day. I had a treehouse. I had a vivid imagination. And I changed my treehouse into a spaceship. I made all these dials and controls. I had circuit breakers for switches that I found in the barn. And I was exploring space in my imagination. The most important thing I did to get to where I wanted to go in life, which was flying fighter jets and eventually becoming an astronaut, is I shared those desires with other people. And it turns out, just like you don't go to the moon on your own, if you could, I would have done it a long time ago in my treehouse as a kid. You have to go as a team. I think the biggest impediment to achieving my goals was, of course, myself. And I think that's a common human experience. There are many times where just little things would get in my way, and my immediate interpretation of that was, well, now that goal is out the window. You know, people must have lifted me back up, and somewhere in the back of my head, that persistence came through. And I think that's a common human experience, to doubt ourselves. I've come to this, I guess, realization that I believe that we all have gifts to contribute, and the goal is to figure out how to use your energy towards adding positively to humanity's existence on this planet. But I love it when humanity sets big goals, like sending humans to the surface of the moon with an eye to eventually going to Mars, because when we do that, we can bring together genius from not just even in one country, but around the world. I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. And I think that's a really beautiful thing for us as we go back to the moon, to think about all the different cultures around the world and how they view the moon differently. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
What's really neat, too, was that drive to the launch pad, that point of view to see what the crew is seeing as well as their Astrovan rides up the pad slope and are now on the surface, about to walk up to their vehicle.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how tall this rocket is earlier.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view. Yeah. Pad 39B, another historic place here at Kennedy Space Center. Construction began in 1964, finished 3 years later. Apollo 10, the full dress rehearsal for the moon landing. That was the first mission to launch from this pad.
Yeah, we've used this pad for a lot of missions. We modified the pad in the 70s and 80s, and then the shuttle missions actually launched from here as well.
And then, of course, Artemis 1 took off from this launch pad, November 2022. And now here we are about to see the Artemis 2 crew get out of the Astrovan and make their way up the mobile launcher to the 274-foot level, where they will embark on their first crewed test flight of the Artemis program.
I think that button in the elevator actually says space. When
It
you
does?
hit it. Yeah.
Really?
At least on 39 Alpha it does. So I imagine it says something similar here.
Again, let's take a look at the clock as we wait for the crew to get out. 4 hours, 10 minutes and counting until the top of our 2-hour launch window today. Let's head back across the street to Daryl, who's following the launch team every step of the way.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole. And here inside Firing Room 1, we had a nice moment. The launch director, Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, NASA's first female launch director, standing up from her console, taking her cell phone and snapping photos as the Artemis crew that she had just given the go to leave the astronaut crew quarters, driving by, and of course going up the causeway until they got there to the pad. And now we see them coming out of the Astro van there and getting ready to ascend the launch tower. Well, we got a weather brief before they went out to the pad, and of course LWO gave a go. There could be some rain out there at the pad. It's already rained out there already. If you're in the area and you're watching right now, well, certainly you know that there's some rain in the area. There's going to be spotty showers that are going to be coming ashore here, and we expect that throughout our rest of our countdown. But we also are getting forecasts that there'll be some clearing as we get closer to our launch window. Big wave from Reed Wiseman there, and a thumbs up as the crew goes into the elevator to ascend the launch tower to go up to the level where they'll walk across the crew access arm and get into the white room. One of the things that you're going to start to hear now is from the crew themselves. We're going to be airing the Orion to Earth loop, which is the communications that's going between that crew and the launch team here as they walk them through configuring their various consoles as well as getting ready. A nice moment here, and I'll just pause to just look and see as the crew walks across the zero deck, as they call it, which is the deck that's right there even with the engines, and they're taking a moment to go over there and stand up and gaze up at the 322-foot tall SLS rocket. This was part of the plan for the Artemis 2 crew, and potentially a rocket that could help them make history to go farther from Earth than any crew has before. The farthest distance from Earth when they launch will be roughly around 248,000 statute miles. They're expected to go about 4,000 miles farther than the Apollo 13 crew did. And now they've headed to the elevator to go up. Again, I was talking about the loops. You're going to be hearing from the crew as they discuss with the launch team getting various systems ready to go. And then closer to liftoff, we'll hear the operational launch team loop brought forward ahead of the critical pre-launch polls and then the start of terminal count. And that should be right around L-25 minutes, right before the NASA test director gives their poll and the launch director gives her management poll, which happens at L-17 minutes. Right now, a lot of focus is on, of course, the closeout crew. They've made the way for the crew to get inside the spacecraft now and walk across that crew access arm, and there they are. They have been working on a tight timeline, but they are ready to go, and they are ready to receive the crew and start putting them inside their Integrity spacecraft. That's it from the firing room. We'll send it back to Megan and Nicole.
And Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson, again, we mentioned her a second ago. Her team have been training extensively for this moment since Artemis 1 launched in November 2022. Today, they have a message for Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy.
Today, you carry the work of thousands and the hopes of millions. Every test, every simulation, every long day and night have led to this moment. This team is ready. The vehicle is ready, and you are ready. From the ground to the moon, Godspeed, Artemis 2!
I love that. I just love seeing all of the people who have contributed to this mission and the fact that this is what they've been working for, and now it's culminating today.
Yeah, thousands of people have worked on this mission, and we saw there from the launch team, but human spaceflight is like the ultimate team sport, is what I like to say, and that's just a great example of our team wishing our astronauts good luck.
That shot there that we were just looking at was aimed at the elevator doors, again, to catch the astronauts as they make their way up to the 274-foot level of the mobile launcher. The mobile launcher is the structure you see there. It is not only a way for the crew to obviously access Orion, but also provides the fuels, communications, all that to the rocket. And now we're watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Space Center.
From 274 feet. Woo!
Nicole laughs because Nicole is also, like Reed, does not like heights.
I do not like how open that crew access arm is. But Reed made it across, so that's good news.
It looks like they really enjoyed it. They didn't just walk straight past. Christina and Victor, we definitely saw.
Some thumbs up there,
looking out, yep, that crew access arm. And then Reed, he knows where that camera is. Taking the opportunity to, again, just tell folks, hey, we're doing good. Ready for it.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're actually probably signing their patch.
Yeah, there's a wall with patches there, and so each crew signs when they get up for their launch.
And so this is probably actually the first time a crew is doing this in the White Room of Launch Pad 39B. Don't quote me on that, but I think the signing started with the commercial crew program. So there's a lot of that in the White Room over at 39A. But again, this is 39B. Yep. And so now in this room here, the White Room, again, we will see the crew don or put on their communication caps again, their helmets, their gloves, and remove coverings that they had on their shoes.
Yeah, so they want to protect the suits while they're walking out and up to the White Room. And now they'll finish reassembling those suits. Put the boots on, put the gloves on. You see they're working their comm caps now, and they'll work the helmets eventually as well.
And so as we watch this process unfold, why don't we take a couple of questions from you guys? What is the most difficult thing about preparing for a flight? Nicole, that question's obviously for you.
Ooh, this is a great question. I think we get such good training. This crew's been training for years. And so they know this rocket and this capsule inside and out. They know all the dangers. They know how to react to anything. So I actually think, preparing your support system and your family, I think launch day is actually tougher for your family than it is for you. We've heard the crew talk about the difficult conversations that they've had with their family to prepare for this historic test flight. And so I think, the closer and closer you get to the rocket, the fewer and fewer things from Earth you keep. They left their suitcases at crew quarters this morning. They left their cell phones, their laptops, everything. And so you are just a human in a spacesuit about to get on a rocket with all of your loved ones watching. And I think that can be probably one of the most difficult parts about today.
And while you were answering that question, Nicole, we did get a chance to check. Yes, this is the first time a crew has signed the wall of the White Room, again, here at pad 39B. Let's take another social question now. all launch windows happen to be in the evening. How come? Obviously referring to the April opportunities specific to Artemis 2.
Right. This is a complicated answer. I don't know that I would have the exact mechanics behind it, but it has a lot to do with orbital mechanics and where we are in terms of the Earth and the Moon relationship. Like we said, we're trying to get on that free return trajectory. And so it has a lot to do with when we can do the perigee and apogee raised burns and the translunar injection. So there's a lot of math that goes behind these launch windows and why they shift and move and why we just so happen to be in the evening for the April launch windows.
Yep. You did answer it well. All right. And before we asked you guys a question, who would you take to the moon with you? Would that be a bestie, a pet, family member, or seasoned astronaut? Overwhelmingly seasoned astronaut. So Nicole, you and I are going to the moon.
Was that your answer as well?
That was totally my answer. Again, like I thought my husband would not like that answer because he'd want to come along too. But I think if asked, he would also say seasoned astronaut. So
that's fair. Like we said, there's a lot of training that goes behind it. These guys can react to anything that comes their way. And so, yeah, if you don't have all that training, maybe you do want someone that's a little bit more experienced.
Yep. So correct answer, everyone. And now we have another question for you. What do you want to know about living in Orion? What the crew eats, how the crew sleeps, how to fly the vehicle, or how free time is spent? Another great question.
Ooh, yes, I'm excited to see what they say.
Yeah, so head to NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts to vote, and we'll share the results as soon as possible. And while you're doing that, remember to also sign up to be a virtual guest for this mission. Just go to the link we'll pull up on your screen. As a virtual guest, you will get mission-specific information, notifications of any schedule changes, and curated resources straight to your inbox. You will also receive commemorative stamps for your virtual passport after launch and splashdown. Again, we really, really want you guys to engage with us, engage with this mission, come along with us for the ride. So yeah, take advantage of these opportunities to be a part of it.
Yes, it's a mission for all.
And so back in the suit, no, not the suit up room, the white room. Well, they're suiting up. You can see why I might have slipped that up. So they are continuing to put on gloves. Reed and Jeremy look like they've been checked. Again, they've put on their gloves, their helmets. They've taken off those coverings on their shoes now that they're about to get into Orion. And then suit technicians are also helping Christina and Victor. And they're in this particular order, actually, because this is the order in which they're going to ingress into Orion. Again, we have Reed, Jeremy, then Victor, last Christina.
Yeah, and that just has to do, like you said, with the seat orientation. So as the astronauts sit down and lay back in the capsule, the left side will be Reed, and then below him will be Jeremy. So that's why they're going to get in first, to create space for then Victor and Christina to get in.
And let's talk a little bit now about the closeout team. We saw a few of these folks also in the suit up room. Suit technicians were in there, again, to make sure that they get into the suits properly. And then a couple of them came out to the pad here to, again, do the same thing. Hey, are you comfortable in these suits? Is everything is as you expected? And then these folks here will help them get into Orion, buckle up. And so we were talking a little bit about their attire, specially made for what they're doing right now.
Yeah, so these they almost look like the equivalent of a flight suit, right? They're fire resistant. They've got the straps on the back for emergencies that mimic the same straps that the astronauts have on their suits, so that you can use the same exact equipment in an emergency egress from the pad, for example. So we can use the same equipment to get everybody safely away from the pad as required or if needed.
Yeah, always thinking about those contingencies, how to very quickly, if there were an emergency, get everyone out, not just the astronauts, but also the closeout crew, if an emergency was happening while they were still at the pad. And so those suits, flame retardant, Also, when we see them crawl into Orion, you will notice that they are on their knees quite a bit, so built-in knee pads. Really a thoughtful design for the purpose that they're serving today.
Yeah, they're functional, which is exactly what we want, but also they're pretty classy looking. So
Yeah.
we did a good job with the design.
I was going to say, you know, they actually look like, you know, the outfits that car racers wear, right?
Yeah.
And then when I said that to the lead of the closeout crew, he's number one if we do see him, Taylor Hose, he said, well, actually, we are kind of like a pit crew, you know, like they're very quickly moving through the operations so that not a lot of time, not more time is spent at the pad than is needed because this is a fully fueled rocket, Nicole.
Right. Yeah, we want to minimize the time that we have more humans up in the White Room, but also safely and efficiently get the astronauts ingressed into the capsule. And so that's their main job. That's so yeah, I like the pit crew analogy. Works great.
And so, Nicole, as we get ready to see them ingress, I know you'll be, again, an invaluable source as we talk through this part of the launch countdown because you've been inside a mock-up of the Orion spacecraft. And I know that because you texted me a photo that you took, this selfie in the mock-up, and little did you know I was going to put it in this broadcast.
Yeah, this was actually a really wonderful opportunity. Last week, our flight control team at Johnson Space Center hosted an open house of the Orion mock-up there in the Space Vehicle mock-up facility. And so I got to spend some time in the capsule with some of the flight controllers who are actually sitting on console right now and talk to them about everything inside the mock-up. So you can see I've got a bump cap on. It's like a small hard hat. There are a lot of, you know, metal corners and things, and we are still squishy humans at the end of the day. And so they want you to be careful while you're moving around in there. But I got to see, you know, how the crew will ingress. I got to look at the umbilical and the seat straps, and I got to see, you know, the emergency equipment and the stowage and the toilet. I got to see it all. Got to talk about everything. It was pretty cool. It was a really great time. You know, Michael and Bruce were great with me. They answered all of my questions.
Yeah, because it's really good to be able to give that perspective because, and as you guys will see, yes, we do have cameras inside Orion and we'll of course take you in, but it doesn't give you a true feeling or idea of how big the space is, you know, how things are configured. Again, like when we see them go in, they're actually on their backs.
Yep.
So again, it's just hard to really get a sense of the inside there, but Nicole is going to really help walk us through that.
Yeah, you said they're on their backs and, you know, you have to somehow get there. And so they're actually going to almost barrel roll onto their shoulder to get onto their backs and their feet up on those leg rests. Actually, Andre's holding on to right there. You can see Andre number 2's inside getting everything ready for them. And actually, those leg rests for the pilot and commander seat will come off once they get into orbit to create some more space for them.
And it looks like we're getting ready to ingress here. Yep, thumbs up from Reed. Everybody configured with their suits, and so in we go. They actually get inside by walking backwards. That's the easiest way to get in, right, Nicole?
Yeah, so he will step down right over the flywheel or the exercise equipment that they've got in there. We'll talk to that in a second. And then you actually step down right on top of the toilet area backwards. You can see him going now. Oh, and he's already turned around and walking in. You can see Dre's protecting his helmet and his visor there from all that metal.
Yeah.
It's a tight squeeze, but they've done this a lot, so Reed's already all the way across the capsule.
Yeah, that was fast. Impressive, Reed. Impressive. That's why you're the commander. Oh, a heart there from Jeremy again. Yep, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is about to get into Orion. And so you mentioned Dre. Why don't we talk a little bit about him? So that was NASA astronaut Andre Douglas. And he is actually one of the backup crew members for the Artemis 2 mission. He trained alongside the primary crew and will step in and if any of the 3 astronauts are unable to fly.
Yeah, Dre's actually a classmate of mine, so fellow fly.
Oh,
yeah, so we've worked very closely together. It's exciting to see him in this role.
Yeah, Virginia native, selected as an astronaut candidate in December 2021. He completed his training in March 2024 and was subsequently named as the Artemis II backup crew member just months later in July. Before joining NASA, Andre worked at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, where he specialized in spacecraft systems engineering. His work focused on the systems that help spacecraft know where they are and how to get where they need to go. So obviously critical for missions to the moon.
Yeah, he's a wicked smart guy. He's got like 15 degrees, I think, or something.
Oh my.
So.
And so now here we are back inside Orion, where the closeout crew, each one with either Reed or Jeremy. So it looks like Andre is with Reed. And this is a camera shot of behind Reed's head. So Reed, while Andre is buckling him in, it's a 5-point harness, Reed was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
Got to put away the pen. The pen could be foreign object debris or FOD, which is bad for NASA. We definitely want to make sure that we keep track of everything and we know where everything is, because the smallest thing could prevent us from launching or affect the equipment out there.
Yeah, and you'll actually see that most of their tools will be tethered as well, so nothing can fall through a crack or drop.
And so as soon as Jeremy and Reed are good to go in their seats and connected to their communication umbilicals, as Daryl had said before, we will start hearing the loops, the audio mission loops, specifically Orion to Earth 1, which is the communication loop that the crew communicate on to the different teams supporting launch today. And as we said when we were in suit up, after they do communication checks, again, suit leak checks to make sure that nothing went wrong between the suit up room and here, and also to specifically connect them to the Orion systems.
Yes, this will be an integrated test with Orion and the suits to make sure the entire system is working and ready for flight.
And so you'll notice Reed and when Victor sits down, Reed and Victor are the only ones with the display panels in front of them. Jeremy and Christina will actually share a personal computer device, and that will be on Jeremy's leg, and that's how they'll continue to follow along with telemetry and data.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. This is one of the technology demos that we're doing, and so they're going to plug into the system, and it'll be a screen repeater on that that device for them, so that they can see what the pilot and commander are seeing.
OTC at MS2 is online for context.
This is OTC. Repeat.
MS2 ready for comm checks.
The MS2 ready for comm checks. MS2 OTC Orion Earth 1 comm check.
OTC, it's MS2. Have you loud and clear on 1.
You're welcome, sir.
And so that was the Orion test conductor speaking with Jeremy Hansen, again, mission specialist 2 for this mission. So his communication check over, you heard him say 1, Orion to Earth 1, has been completed, a successful test.
Artemis 2 will be launching in about 4 hours and 20 minutes. 3 hours and 47 minutes exactly till Artemis 2 launches. Now, this is a historic launch. It'll be the first manned mission back to the moon in over 50 years. It'll be the first moon mission to take a person of color, a woman, and a Canadian to the moon. So I'm excited for it. And I hope you guys are excited for this historic mission too.
OTC asked. Commander's ready for comp checks.
OTC copies. Commander.
NTD, Mexico 212 comp check. NTD, have you loud and clear here as well. I'll catch FTS on 194, thank you.
Commander, OTC Orion Earth 1.
OTC, CDR has you loud and clear.
Good comm. Welcome, sir.
And there you have it, a successful comm check with Commander Reed Wiseman. And so...
And CDR, NTD on Orion Earth 1 for comm check.
This is Gary Bush. I got you loud and clear, NTD.
And good to have you on board. Good luck today.
And so now these two closeout crew members will finish up what they're doing here. Again, Nicole, walk us through what is happening here. They're connecting umbilicals, is what we said.
They're strapping them in, so they're getting their restraints connected. It's a 5-point harness with a quick release, and then they're connecting the umbilical, which has actually 4 different connections. So it's got the air in, air out, the water for cooling, and then the comm as well, the communication cable. So they're going to make sure that all of those connections are good to go, make sure the crew's receiving the cooling and the air, and then we heard the comm check as well. So they're just making sure the umbilical connection was good to go, getting them strapped in and ready, and then they will move on to Victor and Christina.
And so while we wait for that to happen, why don't we get another check of the launch countdown milestones with Daryl and the launch team?
All right, welcome back into the firing room 1 here, where some of the launch team is having some pizza that was brought by the administrator. That was nice of Administrator Jared Isaacman to bring that by for the launch team to enjoy. We're L-minus 3 hours and 44 minutes and counting, as you can see the crew ingressing into the spacecraft. There are a number of things that are happening on the timeline. Of course, the closeout crew, they liken themselves to like an F1 pit crew, working quickly, methodically, carefully, as they go through their procedures to get the astronauts ingressed. Overall, there's a little bit of timeline pressure, right? There's only a certain amount of time, as you see the astronauts going into Orion, only a certain amount of time that they can spend on their backs. They will be there for a few hours, right? So we're sitting at 2:40 p.m. Eastern time, and the window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern time and runs until 8:24 p.m. Eastern time. So 4 or 5 hours or more on their backs, and then they'll hopefully lift off for a launch. So of course, the crew is mindful at the time. They don't want to slip into the window if they don't have to. And so they're keeping a tight lock on the margin, the amount of time that they're working there. And there's a heart from Christina Cook. Great to see that as she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that they named Integrity. It certainly fits this crew from what I've observed. Now, right now, the rocket's tanks, they're in what's called replenish mode. So another factor for this closeout crew is, and the crew themselves, this is a fully tanked, almost ready to go rocket. It's got all the propellant it needs to go to the moon. It's just a matter of getting the astronauts in, getting them configured, and getting all the systems, the high energy systems, bringing them all online in order to launch this rocket. As they sit there, there is propellant boil off that's happening. All tanks are at 100%, but the propellant, which is liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, those two propellants are minus 423 for hydrogen and minus 297 for the liquid oxygen. They are boiling right now. They've been boiling the entire time when they've been in the tank. And that is vented out, as you can see. When we look to a wider shot of the rocket, you can see the venting and the little wisp of clouds that are coming out from the top of the rocket and the middle part of the rocket. And that is because Just like you boil water on your stove, those propellants are boiling. Of course, their boiling point is much lower than water, and so it doesn't take much for them to boil. But just as if you were to leave your pot of water on the stove and just leave it there, what would happen? Well, it would completely boil off, and all the water would be gone. Basically turned into water vapor inside your house. Well, it's the same case here. So we are continually replenishing the rocket with propellant, liquid hydrogen and oxygen, running from those propellant lines that you see there going into the rocket. So that continues to go well. Overall look from the launch team here, this has been a very smooth countdown so far. The cryo tanking went exceptionally well, and the launch team is really in a good mood right now. Cautiously optimistic, understanding that with a system this complex, you can have something unexpected happen. But to this point, the firing room is really encouraged by what they've seen so far, and are especially excited to see these astronauts getting inside the spacecraft. L-minus 3 hours and 40 minutes and counting until we open up that window for launch. For now, we'll send it back to Megan and Nicole.
Thank you, Daryl. And, he mentioned that the crew decided to name Orion Integrity, and it was not something they came to easily. They really wanted to put in a lot of thought. And what they came down to is integrity is a value that NASA embodies, and also individually, they felt like integrity is something that speaks powerfully to them.
Yeah, and I think the other part of integrity, it just represents the humility and the professionalism behind the entire team that built this rocket and got us here today. And so it's a fitting name for this capsule.
Yeah, like I said, I think the crew said it took them a little bit to decide on what they wanted, but I think they made the perfect choice.
I agree.
And so as the countdown to launch continues, we are reminded that this is an agency-wide effort to make today's launch attempt possible. We invited people across our NASA family to wish our crew a safe journey.
Go Team Artemis! Go Team Artemis!
3, 2, 1, blast off!
Have a great flight. Godspeed. We'll get you around the moon and home.
If I had a message for the crew, be safe, to have fun, to remember that we're all down here rooting for them.
I want to wish my friend and former student, Victor Glover, and the entire Artemis team best wishes and a successful flight.
Have fun. Take some really cool pictures. Can't wait to see you when you get back.
From the Earth to Sky team, connecting NASA science to public lands, go Artemis.
We will see you in the Pacific, and you can count on us being there.
Greetings from NASA Langley's historic gantry facility,
where Neil learned to land on the moon and Orion learned how to swim.
We are with you all the way to splashdown.
Let's go fly from the Orion Human Engineering team.
Like a full moon, your future is bright. Have a safe journey from the multimedia team in Cleveland, Ohio.
We hope to see you guys back safely in San Diego, maybe singing some karaoke.
Yeah, right, maybe. He knows exactly what he wants to do. After, he's like, yep, karaoke. I love that people submitted videos. This is something that we actually asked as part of the broadcast. We were like, you know what, I think it'll be really fun. And the overwhelming amount of people who wanted to record something for the crew was really heartwarming.
Yeah, this is the first time in over half a century that we're sending people back to the moon, and everybody is excited about it. Kindergarten to congressmen and all over the world, everyone is ready for today and excited to see this launch.
And so here we are again, still inside Orion with the closeout team, putting some final touches on, it looks like Victor's configuration there. Again, making sure that his harness is set and that he's connected to cooling, he's connected to communications, and he's connected to any other umbilicals that he needs to be connected to for Orion. Again, we are sharing so much information with you, and we hope you find it educational and fun. But we do know you guys still have some questions, so why don't we take another one now?
Tell us what the moon is like!
So cute. That wasn't a question. That was a demand. Nicole, you tell her what the moon is like.
Oh, man, that was so cute. Oh, man, the moon is really cool, right? So it's a lot of like gray and white and kind of shades of gray. It is something that doesn't have wind or rain or rivers or an atmosphere. And so we like to say Christina said it earlier, it's the witness plate to the universe. And, you know, it has all these impact craters because it's not protected. Things hit it all the time. Meteoroids, asteroids, all sorts of things hit the moon and create these impact craters. That's part of what we want to go and look at and learn about on the moon. It can tell us a lot about the age of the universe and the age of the moon. You know, it's 4.5 billion years old, and we can learn a lot from just looking at the regolith or the dirt that is on the moon.
Well, thank you for that question, and thank you for that answer. She was cuter, Nicole.
I agree.
And then earlier today, we wanted to ask you, what do you want to know about living in Orion? And we told you to pick between what the crew eats, how they sleep, how they fly the vehicle, and how free time is spent. And the winner, most of you wanted to know how to fly the vehicle. And we are going to be doing that.
Yes, we are. You know, that's a great question, and actually, part of what we're going to go do. So the rocket is fairly automated, right? There's a countdown, and the whole system knows when it needs to ignite the engines. But we are going to do some manual piloting throughout this mission. Once they launch and they separate from the ICPS, they're actually going to do a rendezvous and proximity operations demonstration. So what does that mean? They're going to take that portion of the rocket and they're going to try to fly closely to it. And so they will actually take manual control of the Orion spacecraft and try to get nice and close to the other portion of the rocket that had just separated. And so you can see actually a little bit in the view that you have right now. So for Reed, the left-hand person, his right hand, there's a kind of a joystick, if you will, on the right side. And then on the left side, there's something similar. And so they've got, you know, translational and rotational hand controllers in order to command the rocket in different axes.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, Victor said it himself, like one thing that he's really looking forward to is piloting Orion manually. So we'll get to see that during our continuous coverage. Again, we are covering this entire mission. We started with tanking and we will go all the way through splashdown. So you will see what Nicole was just talking about, that proximity ops demonstration where the crew will pilot Orion manually. And so speaking of their 10-day mission, why don't we take a closer look at the crew's home away from home for the next 10 days. Here's Megan Carter again from the KSC Visitor Complex.
All right, thanks, Megan. Yeah, it's getting real out there, so I'm going to bring you back to the moon board so I can show you just a few things about the Orion. Obviously, it is going to be very compact, sitting up there on top of the SLS rocket. Very compact, like I mentioned, over 355,000 pieces. So let me show you a couple key components, starting with these three fairing panels right there. When the rocket blasts off, obviously it is going to get very fast. It's going to get hot and windy. And so we have these three fairing panels in place to help protect our astronauts. I am also going to take you into a little bit closer look and talk about the LAS, or the Launch Abort System. This is the one piece that is going to be in place to protect the astronauts should something happen to go wrong in the first few minutes of launch. They can actually hit those abort motors, and these can activate within milliseconds, basically faster than you can even blink, and that is going to pull the crew and the crew capsule away from any danger. Now, obviously, we hope that those are not needed, and if that is the case, then about 3.5 minutes into flight, the LAS and those fairing panels will actually activate and jettison away. They'll fall away from the rocket, because at that point, the crew can actually abort the spacecraft safely by themselves. Now, we've talked a lot about the crew capsule right here. This is where they are going to spend the duration of their flight. We're going to talk a lot more about that one in just a little bit. But for now, let me jump down here to the service module. This is the one, we're going to think of this as the powerhouse for the spacecraft. It's pretty much going to provide them with almost everything that they need for the entire mission. Temperature control, removing the carbon dioxide, providing them with oxygen, so much more. You can also do course corrections and things like that. So super quick breakdown, but as you can see, all of these components together are going to make the spacecraft one that is built not just to fly, but to protect, sustain, and bring those astronauts home. All right, lots more to come, but let's see where we are with the crew. Back over to you, Megan.
Hey, thanks so much, Megan. A lot of useful information there. And we did want to point out that you did hear over
and PLT, NTD on Ryan to Earth 1 for ComCheck.
NTD PLT, I have you loud and clear on OE1.
And I have you the same. Welcome aboard.
And so again, we are now hearing mission audio loops, specifically the Orion to Earth 1 loop, the communication channel for the crew. Successful comm checks by both Victor and Christina.
CDR, OTC Orion to Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Configure ARS to suit mode per EPROC 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config, step 1.
10.1.1 crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config, step 1. Going in work now.
And so see, now we are privy to some of the countdown procedures that the team is asking for the crew to do.
Yeah, so they're going to work through some of these procedures and finish the ingress portion, as you heard in that procedure. So this is where the crew is going to start building their nest, if you will, running some procedures, getting the capsule ready for humans to be on board.
And now look at the clock, 3 hours, 30 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window. And we are pretty good on time. We are as we are expecting in terms of when ingress will be wrapping up soon. And so now let's bring Gary Jordan, again, our commentator inside of Mission Control at Houston. Gary, let's check in with you about mission preparations.
Hey, Megan, thank you. Yes, we're following along here in Mission Control Houston.
OTC copies.
And we'll stand by for those comm checks. And again, we're waiting for those comm checks. We did confirm from our IVA officer here in Mission Control Houston that all 4 suits have plugged in umbilicals.
And CDR, NTD.
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, Reed, we're ready to proceed with the voice checks if you and everyone else is.
NTD, integrity crew is ready for voice checks.
I copy that. And integrity for the entire crew, ComCheck on Orion to Earth 1.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MMS2.
Good ComCheck by all. NTD moving to Orion to Earth 2.
CDR. PLT.
MMS1.
MMS2.
Integrity Houston on Orion to Earth 1. Voice check for the entire crew.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Houston has all 4 crew loud and clear on OE1. Stand by for 2.
Your initial word was broken.
MS1.
MS2.
4 crew loud and clear on OE2. We'll use 1 for the default. Houston out.
And CDR, NTD?
CDR.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to clear a couple of those messages on your screen here. Just want to give you a heads up that you'll see that.
Copy all.
CDR, OTC, Orion to Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Perform crew suit leak checks per 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config steps 2 through 4. Annunciation of LCC O-ARS-001 will occur.
10.1.1 crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config steps 2 through 4 going in work now.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are following along as the 4 crew members of Artemis 2 work through their voice checks, then the umbilical connections and various pathways to get communications from all of the...
refresh on your screen.
CDR.
Yes, sir. We're going to look to do a quick refresh on your screen if you guys are okay with that.
Hey, firm, just let us know when we can continue in 10.1.1. We'll go hands off.
.1.1 referring to the procedures that they have through the various phases of ingress and some of the checkouts needed to prepare for today's launch. Here in Mission Control Houston, the IVA or Intravehicular Activity Officer will be confirming the leak check status and watching as the suits pressurize to once again confirm that the suits are in a good configuration ahead of launch. Of course, for the teams here in Houston, launch is just the beginning. The first flight day is jam-packed with activities. Shortly after main engine cutoff, Integrity will enter into a coast phase while still attached to the in-rim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, and prepare to deploy the solar arrays. With power being generated, Integrity prepares...
Go ahead, NTD.
With that refresh, and you got to go to proceed with your 10.1.1.
Picking up 10.1.1, step 2.3 through 4.
Picking up the procedures, the crew again working through the various steps to prepare for launch, standing by for suit. This is Mission Control Houston. With visors closed, the pressurization tests can commence. We'll stand by for word of a good leak check on all 4 of the crew member suits for the Artemis 2 mission. Again, this is the very beginning of a very busy flight day for our floor crew members. After launch, they have a series of burns to prepare for. The first major burn being the perigee raise maneuver that allows them to continue in low Earth orbit, and the next being the apogee raise burn that puts them in a high Earth orbit. This is an orbit that takes them around the Earth for nearly a day, 23.5 hours to be precise, and allows the teams, including the astronauts and the flight control teams, to check out critical systems ahead of committing to the next day's translunar injection. But before they even call it a day, Integrity will separate from the ICPS, and the crew will command. Command the Orion capsule to separate from the ICPS and turn around and approach the upper stage, but not dock. This is to test Orion's in-space maneuvering capabilities and provide further confidence in docking to another lunar space vehicle like the Human Landing System that will be part of the Artemis 3 mission ahead of future moon landings. These are just a few of the highlights of the very first of 10 flight days as we await for confirmation of good leak checks inside the capsule integrity. And there's a lot more to this mission. A reminder that this is, of course, a test flight. The purpose here is to demonstrate procedures, systems, and life inside Orion on a mission around the moon for the first time, and give further confidence in the capabilities that are charting a return to the lunar surface. You may be able to see from this view the suits themselves inflating. This is, again, a pressure check, verifying that the suits are leak-free ahead of the ascent portion of today's flight. How you see the crew now with visors down will be the configuration of their ascent all the way through core stage separation about a little more than 8 minutes after booster ignition. All right, here in Mission Control Houston, we are continuing to follow along, standing by for confirmation of good leak checks. In the meantime, there are no showstoppers here in Mission Control Houston. We continue to monitor the countdown to launch. Megan, we'll send it back to you over at the Space Coast.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. Yeah, as we wait for confirmation of a successful leak check for all 4 astronauts, why don't we go back to Daryl, again, who has been following along with the launch countdown as we inch closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window.
All right, thank you, Megan. And yes, getting some good communication. It's great to hear from the crew inside, even though it is as simple as a comm check. It's really good to hear their voices as they move through those various comm checks and then get ready for their suit leak checks. Fantastic views inside Orion that you're looking at now. Give you an update on the weather outside. We're still 80% go for our 2-hour launch window, which starts at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and closes at 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. That's the good news. The bad news is that we've got some rain showers that are starting to head in. Looks like it may miss the pad. Wouldn't matter if it rained on it or not, though. It's received some rain earlier today. Water isn't going to hurt anything out there at this point. But the rest of the area might be getting a little bit wet, which may include the hostess. So keep an eye out for that. as we're watching with the astronauts inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft, you'll be hearing more and more from them, especially Christina Cook, who is mission specialist number 1. She not only is going to be making history.
All crew, visors open, suit loop leak check complete.
OTC.
Okay, there you heard the suit leak check complete. They check those suits for leaks in astronaut crew quarters. They check them again inside the spacecraft. As you can see, the closeout crew, our astronaut support person moving around, turned off the camera. And so now we're looking from outside the Orion spacecraft, looking towards, oh no, let's see, get oriented here. Well, there we go. Back inside, we've got the view. But basically what I was saying about Christina Cook is that she will have the role of reading.
CM is ready for closeout, performing video sweep using drag on camera.
OTC.
She will have the role of reading out a pressure reading that tells the team that.
And CDR or NTD?
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, we're going to do another cleanup on those suit leak check messages that we got from since we're done with that now.
Integrity copies.
Yeah.
And that's communication going between Orion Commander Reed Wiseman and NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. As I was saying, Christina Cook will be reading measurements from the counterbalance assist arm. So you're going to hear her be asked by the NASA Test Director to read that. That CBA, counterbalance assist arm, it's mechanically latched by the closeout crew using tools, but there's a hydraulic assist. It's pneumatically opened and closed rather with a pressure assist that helps open it up. Not only that hatch, but also the last hatch. There's 2 hatches there that we'll see that will be closed, but this is in case of an emergency out there at the pad. If the crew, for some reason, needed to exit quickly, then they would exit the spacecraft by pulling that lever, which would open both hatches. Those hatches are heavy. The Orion hatch is hundreds of pounds.
HHC cameras 1 and 2 both set to record.
OTC copies.
And just an update on the launch countdown, continuing to monitor the team's communications here in firing room 1. Everything going really smoothly so far. We don't have any significant open constraints to launch at this time, so we continue counting down. And for now, we'll send it back to the host desk with Megan and Nicole.
Thank you so much, Daryl. And so we heard some of the communications over Orion to Earth 1, and it sounds like we are now moving into the hatch prep and closure phase. We will now start to see the closeout crew getting out of Orion soon so that they can start getting ready to, again, close up Orion, close the 2 hatches, and then get out of the pad.
Yeah, the closeout team will take the hatch seals off and they'll inspect the seals, make sure everything's ready to go, and then do a few last minute configurations before they close that hatch. And then, like Daryl talked about, then Christina will have a role in looking at the CBA there. So
yeah, you might have heard them say over the loops again that drag on camera. So basically, it's a camera that they can move around, and you might have seen it in a couple of our shots already. But they will take that camera and literally go and inspect the seal that there's two seals that go around the entire area of the hatch just to make sure that everything looks good and that camera feed is being directly shown to NASA teams who need to monitor that.
Yeah, they want to make sure there's not a single hair or piece of dust on those, make sure that there's no damage and everything's ready to go so that they will do a leak check on this hatch seal as well. Make sure it passes.
Yeah, and we'll know they're doing that because we will actually see one of the closeout crew members with a hand pump, and they will pressurize, again, just the seals, and they have to see if it will hold pressure for just a minute. And if it does, then they will go ahead to pressurize the entire Orion spacecraft. And then that again is to make sure that the spacecraft is holding the right amount of pressure. And that one's a lot longer. It'll take them like 8 minutes. Like it takes time to pressurize it, then they have to hold pressure, and then it takes time to depressurize it.
Right, and they want to measure the difference in pressures at the beginning and end of that and make sure that it holds the right amount of pressure so that when they get to the vacuum of space, obviously the capsule holds its pressure.
Yep. Okay. Well, again, as we continue to watch operations that are happening at the pad inside of Orion, why don't we go over to Banana Creek? It's one of our viewing locations here at Kennedy Space Center. They will have a spectacular view, and we actually have NASA's Leah Martin there chatting with a big group of people surrounded by a lot of folks on bleachers there.
Hey, Megan, yeah, tons of people out here today, thousands of people gathering at Banana Creek to enjoy NASA's next big mission and humanity's next great leap today. It's a gorgeous day, and I'm joined here actually by some people who are probably the only people on center who are a little bit more excited than me to see this rocket lift off. Where are you from and why are you here?
So we're from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. We're a group of 7 aerospace senior engineering students traveling here with Josh Dobbs, former quarterback of the University of Tennessee, with his extraordinary Dobbs Foundation.
Now, you were actually telling me a little bit earlier, you're here local, you're from Orlando. What's it like being an aerospace engineer and then having the opportunity to come back here to the Space Coast and see this mission lift off today?
It is absolutely amazing. I feel like the little 9-year-old girl inside me is so excited. Like, I'm from around here. I grew up watching launches in my backyard. And so this seems like such a full circle happy moment for me.
Now, you are an aerospace engineer looking hopefully to join the workforce in the future. How does it feel to be here and see firsthand what that work does?
It's just so cool to see what I've been working for the last 4 years and then 12 years before that just actually be physically happening in front of me. It's something I never dreamed of as a kid.
And I'm actually joined here by the pastronaut himself, Mr. Josh Dobbs. Now, you have a history with NASA as well. You did an externship here. And how did that kind of play into your passion for aerospace and then the foundation that actually provided this opportunity for these students today?
100%. So I spent a month here around the Artemis 1 mission, which was a tremendous opportunity to learn about the space program and also what's next. And so to be back here for Artemis 2 and unfortunately, Artemis 1 went in the middle of the season, so it's surreal to be here for Artemis 2. And with my foundation, like the goal is to be able to take advantage of the opportunities that I've had and pass them along to the future of the industry and give them the opportunity to see what all their hard work can accumulate into. So it's an honor to be here. We're really appreciative of all the engineers and all the hard work that's gone into this moment, and we're excited to watch history happen today.
Absolutely. And as a group, I think if you guys had one well wish for the team today, what would you say? I think we can all join together and maybe say, go Artemis. Go Artemis.
That was a fun interview. And again, just so neat to see all the people who are here. I mean, still hours before liftoff, not even hours before liftoff, but hours before a 2-hour launch window. So people just really committed to being here and seeing it in person.
Yeah, you can see the Banana Creek is already buzzing.
Yeah.
There behind Leah. You could hear the chatter in the background. It's an exciting time.
Yeah, you could tell that it's a lot louder than we noticed because we just have very good mics. But, you know, she's obviously yelling over a huge crowd there. So super fun, super exciting. And yes, I hope that we all get to see liftoff here shortly. Okay, so as we know, Victor, Reed, Christina, and Jeremy will have their hands full during their mission. So for some of their test flight objectives, let's go back to Megan Carter at the moon board.
All right, as we have seen from those camera views, their capsule is very compact, obviously. So let me show you a few cool things about this piece. The Orion capsule is going to only be about 16.8 feet in diameter and a whopping 10.5 in height. Think of it about the same cubic feet as 2 minivans. So obviously every piece of that capsule has been planned with purpose. And a really great example of that is going to be these seats that we have seen that live view of. Now these seats are going to be out for launch, re-entry, and splashdown, but in between they are stored in between to give them more room for daily activities and things like that. While they are on board, obviously they are going to have a lot of things to do. One of those is going to be to manually fly Orion, as we've discussed, but they also have several other objectives as well. And they are going to be doing lots of system checkouts, checking out the service module, making sure everything is working correctly. They're also, like I said, going to have a chance to manually fly. Now, this was taken during one of their training simulations, but as you can see here, they will have advanced flight displays, hand controllers, touchscreen interfaces, so much to work with and practice with as well. Now, while on board, they will also have the ability to eat those shelf-stable meals that are designed specifically for microgravity. I think I saw somewhere that one of their meals is going to be mac and cheese and brisket, so that makes the Southern in me very happy. All right, but they are going to have also some time to look at some things like power and propulsion. They will have 3 key propulsion systems that are going to help power Orion as well. And speaking of power, I want to bring you back to the service module real quick because I wanted to point out these 4 solar panels. These are going to take about 18 minutes to unfold like giant wings, and they're going to stretch 62 feet from end to end, and these are going to help power the service module and in turn provide what the crew needs for their journey. So as you can see, spacecraft is built specifically for what we need and to guide them and get them home safely. All right, back over to you, Megan.
Thank you so much, Megan. You know, it's taken thousands of people many years to get to us to where we are today. Let's meet some of the people of Artemis who've made this flight test possible.
I am the Artemis Launch Director.
I'm the Orion Crew Survival System Manager.
I'm the Artemis II Chief Training Officer.
I'm the SLS Launch Integration and Mission Operations Lead.
I am the Recovery Director.
And I'm Boeing's Core Stage IPT Leader at Kennedy Space Center.
And I am the Artemis II Entry Flight Director.
And I'm the Closeout Crew Lead for Artemis II.
Our job is to design the spacesuits that the crew will wear for the Artemis II mission. The team here at Johnson Space Center in the Orion Crew Survival Systems Lab does pretty much everything involved with processing the suits, designing the suits, qualifying the suits, testing them for the Orion mission.
The role of the Chief Training Officer is to manage both the planning and the development of how we are going to train our astronauts and run our simulations for our flight control team for the mission, and then go implement that plan.
Recovery team is responsible for 3 things. So recovery is what we call our nominal recovery situation, where we go recover the crew and the capsule at their designated landing site. Rescue is in case we do need to rescue the crew and they landed somewhere else that we did not plan. And then the retrieval is us getting the capsule if they did land somewhere where we did not expect them to.
My job on SLS is to manage the operations architecture on the SLS program. One of the specific things that we do is support launch operations. It means a lot to be a part of this Artemis team, to show the next generation in seeing what may come.
I am responsible for our core stage processing at Kennedy Space Center. My team is responsible for that core stage, and it's our responsibility to make sure that core stage is safe, built correctly, and there's going to be 4 of our astronauts, and it's going to get them to their ride around the moon.
I've been a flight director for over 10 years now. I worked on the Artemis I mission, and after that mission completed, I was assigned as the entry flight director for Artemis II. I can't wait to see the hatch open after splashdown. That's when we know that our mission will be complete and the crew will have safely returned to the moon and back to Earth.
Closeout Crew is responsible for getting the astronauts up to the white room, getting their helmets and gloves on, getting them into the vehicle safely, connecting all their umbilicals, making sure they're ready to go for launch, and then closing the crew module hatch. The reason we do this is to expand mankind's knowledge. If I can be a part of that, doing anything, I want to do that.
The launch director role really is to step back and kind of take that big picture view of launch. How are we doing on any NCs? How are we doing our timelines, our procedures? Artemis II is a beginning. It's going to inspire a new generation. It's going to uncover science. It's going to serve as a pathway to places that we have never been before.
And to meet more people of Artemis, you can head to the link we're going to put up on your screen there. Just, again, really nice to see all the faces that have put in the work, the time, the hours, the dedication to get us to today.
Yeah, so many professionals that worked so hard on this mission.
And what was really fun to see is, we interviewed Taylor Hose, closeout crew lead, as he said, and that's who we are now seeing inside of the White Room as they are getting ready to close out Orion and close one of two hatches. We have the side hatch of the crew module as well as the launch abort system hatch, correct?
Yeah, the astronauts are in the capsule. They're ready to go. And now the White Room is very busy as they're getting ready to close both of those hatches. That's a great shot right there where you can see them. Almost looks like they're doing that hatch seal inspection that we talked about.
And so, Nicole, as we continue to see them get ready to close that smaller hatch, again, the crew module side hatch, let's take some questions now.
Sounds good.
A lot has changed since Apollo, and I have a few questions about what's next. What part of the moon are we exploring through Artemis, and what are some of the key points that NASA needs to consider when planning missions like this?
Were you expecting to see Scarlett Johansson? I think that took you.
Yeah, I mean,
took you aback.
We've talked about this, but everybody has an interest in this mission. It's humanity trying to explore and go back to the moon. And I love this question. What part of the moon are we going to? Eventually we want to get to the polar regions, the South Pole specifically. We think that there are volatiles there, so water ice, something that can be harnessed as a resource as we create the permanent base on the moon and then try to get onto Mars. But getting to the moon is a tricky mission. We're going further than we have in a long time. And, on the International Space Station, we're 250 miles from the Earth. And so we're pretty close. We resupply that spacecraft pretty often with cargo missions. But the further and further you get away from Earth, the more you have to think about the lack of cargo, the comm delay. There's a communication delay the further away you get. And so there are different and unique problems as we continue to explore further and further out into the solar system.
And there is so much to learn about the moon. So it's no surprise that, yes, even though our goal is to have a moon base at the lunar South Pole, the lunar South Pole is not the main focus of this lunar flyby. So instead, the crew is going to be focused on observing the far side of the moon. So this is actually an animation of what teams expect the moon to look like if the crew launches today. So this is, of course, the side that faces the moon, and this is the far side of the moon, which when, again, the crew does their lunar flyby on flight day 6, we are expecting this will be their view. What an amazing view and an opportunity.
Yeah, there's so much to learn from this particular mission, because obviously we're not landing with this mission. And so they actually potentially could see the South Pole and kind of scope out what our landing regions look like in the context of the entire moon. But also they're going to see parts of the lunar surface that have never been seen before.
2 hours until takeoff, everyone. 2 hours until takeoff. More like 3 hours, but still. Thank you, everyone, for joining. And I can't wait for Artemis 2 to take off.
Interesting and look different, the impact craters that we talked about earlier. So really trying to take all the pictures, take all the observations, write down, talk about their observations, and record as much data as we possibly can for the researchers back here on Earth.
Yeah, it's so important to, yes, we're all talking about what they hope to do during this 10-day mission, but you really do have to think about all the training that goes into this. I mean, you have 4 crew members who won't, have the support the way that they've been having this. I mean, they'll be talking through communications, but you know what I mean? It's just them and the moon, right? So they need to be fully aware and equipped with everything that they'll need to do to be able to accomplish the objectives that we hope to accomplish during this mission.
Right, and their specific flyby around the moon, the lighting will be different and the path will be different depending on when we launch. If we launch today, it would be different from tomorrow. And so, they actually had to learn the geography of the moon moon so that they can orient themselves when they're on the backside of the moon, because they're not going to have communication. You know, they're just going to have a, I think, 45+ minute blackout while they're while they're on the far side of the moon. And so they themselves have to know what things look like on the moon, how to orient themselves, and how to get the data that we're looking for.
Yeah, really ambitious mission. Excited to be here at the start of it. All right, so another check of the clock, 2 hours, 57 minutes and counting to the opening of our 2-hour launch window for Artemis 2. This pivotal test flight comes 250 years after America began its journey as a nation. As we celebrate that milestone, a special live performance now of our national anthem by singer Ann Wilson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
A beautiful rendition. Honestly, I'm a little emotional, a little speechless.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
Yeah. I mean, again, we are a nation of explorers, a nation of curious minds, and to see us again 250 years after our Declaration of Independence was signed to when we are trying to return to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years, really powerful.
Yeah, leading the way back to the moon. It's exciting.
Mm-hmm. And that's so important to us. You know, we do want to be the leaders in exploration, but we definitely know we can't do that alone. You know, we often hear NASA leadership say that, you know, this is not something one nation can do. This is something that is a collaboration of nations. And that's why we have European countries. We also have Canada, again, joining us on this ambitious test flight.
Yeah, of course, you know, it goes back to the old proverb, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And we want to go far. We want to get onto Mars eventually. And so we're going to get to the moon first. And you can't do that alone.
So thank you again, singer Ann Wilson, for that beautiful rendition. Again, reminding us of what it is we are trying to accomplish for all, by all. We are now back inside the White Room with the closeout crew. Again, backup astronaut Andre Douglas, number 2 there, just outside in the White Room, which is right outside Orion there, with the crew seated comfortably inside. As you can see, they've dimmed the lights a little bit. The crew has the opportunity to set the ambiance, if you will. They were given the opportunity to adjust the lighting as they see fit, again, just so that they can get comfortable. It's kind of like when we are on a plane and you get the opportunity to
Sure. Yeah, you don't want the bright lights in your eyes. Also, you want to be able to see the screens well, or see the tablet on Jeremy's knee well. So they're going to adjust the lighting to what makes sense for the mission.
And we saw in that very quick shot there, our best camera view of the two hatches is actually that drag-on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around. So sometimes it's hard to show that. So there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch. And so, Nicole, can you just quickly, again, talk to people about the two hatches, again, crew module first, and then the launch abort system hatch?
Yeah, so the crew module hatch is the one they're working on right now. They just got closed. You can see he's torquing those bolts down. And that is the hatch that completes the Orion capsule. And then you have the launch abort system, which actually is kind of almost a shell that goes around the capsule and holds onto the capsule during launch. And it has its own separate engines that can pull the capsule away from the rocket safely in the case of an off-nominal data point. So it's actually looking at roll rates and attitude and thrust and all sorts of different data in order to make sure the launch is safe. And if it's not, then the launch abort system will pull the crew module away and get them into a splashdown zone safely.
And as we wait for the crew to complete closing that side hatch of the crew module, let's head over back to Banana Creek, where we have Leah Martin standing by with the person who designed this mission's zero gravity indicator, named RISE. It was second grader Lucas Yee from California. Hey, Leah.
Hey, Megan. Yes, of the many special guests we have with us today, I think one of our most exciting guests is Lucas, who's joining us, like you said, all the way from California. He and his family actually worked this as a group project to design the zero gravity indicator. Lucas, can you tell us a little bit about your design?
Yeah.
So you named him RISE. Can you tell me why you picked that name?
It was very remote, representing the Artemis 2 launch and Earthrise. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
So were you really excited to find out that you won the competition and that your zero gravity indicator would be going to space?
Yeah.
So how does it feel? We're actually just across the river right now from Artemis. We can see it from where we're standing. How does it feel to know that design you created is actually currently on that rocket, just a couple hours away from going to space?
Really, 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 really surprised and very happy.
And very happy. Now, Mom, you were telling me on the way over here that it was kind of hitting you what was happening. Tell me a little bit about that.
It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. That Commander Weissman said that it's for all and by all, that we couldn't have said it better. We're just very grateful to be here. Super, super excited.
And we're so excited to have you here too. Now, Oliver, this is your first launch too, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And how does it feel to be here just a little bit away from watching the first group of astronauts in your lifetime on their way to the moon?
It feels like very, very happy and surprised.
So if you had one word of encouragement or something to say to the crew who's sitting on that rocket right now, what would you say?
What? Go Artemis.
Go Artemis. Thanks so much, Megan.
I would say have a nice trip.
Yeah. You would say have a
I did hear that answer. I would say have a nice trip. You know, Leah, that was a hard question. You know, it's really hard to come up with the spot what to say to the crew who's about to make history today.
Yeah.
And so the Artemis 2 crew, again, ZGI, zero gravity indicator. It's a plushie, a soft toy that is brought in to the spacecraft with astronauts so that it can be a visual indicator for when we have reached the weightlessness of space, right?
Yeah, you saw a little replica there that Lucas had, and then in some of the views in the cabin view, you could see it swinging and hanging earlier. So I think actually Jenny was the one who installed it into the capsule.
Oh, really?
Yesterday, yeah. So.
Oh, we have to unpack a lot here. We got to talk about Jenny, who we will get to here in a second. But then, yes, we will also go back into the capsule so that we can show you where the ZGI is now. But the ZGI was chosen by the crew after a contest where the crew asked for submissions. They got submissions from around the world to, again, design their ZGI that is going with them to the moon.
It's kind of like any other road trip. You need clothes, food, a map, your favorite toy. Really. Except this toy has a job to do up there because this is a zero gravity indicator. While not a scientific instrument, this safe and soft object tells the strapped-in astronauts that they've reached weightlessness. For Artemis 2, the crew wanted a one-of-a-kind ZGI, so we asked you to come up with it.
Thanks everyone for sending in your entries from around the world. Over 2,600 of you submitted.
And we loved seeing all of your contributions. It was a really difficult decision because each design had a unique quality that stood out to our crew.
In the end, we were able to narrow it down to a top 5 from Finland, Canada, Peru, and 2 from the United States, Kansas and California.
In the end, we went with one called Rise. It was a design inspired by the Earthrise photo taken on Apollo 8, which is very special to our crew.
With the winner chosen, next came the task of bringing it to life here in the Thermal Blanket Lab at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. This lab specializes in custom materials to protect sensitive spacecraft equipment and is perfect for creating a ZGI that meets the rigorous safety standards of NASA.
Because you have to be concerned with whether the thread's going to outgas or if it will hold up, if it's flame retardant.
This is the Rise ZGI doll. All I have left to do is to close the opening here and hand sew.
2 hours and 40 minutes, everyone. 2 hours and 40 minutes till takeoff. This is, now like we said before, this is a monumental mission. This is the first manned mission to the moon since the Apollo program. It's the first manned mission with a person of color, a woman, and a Canadian. I can't wait for takeoff. I am very excited for this mission. And yeah, I'm going to go back down to my little realm of whatever. Enjoy.
Yeah, and again, Earthrise, very important to this crew. It harkens back to the picture that was where they saw Earthrise, and so very appropriate since, again, now here we are going to see Earthrise again with this mission.
Yeah.
So yeah, so this is little Rise here. And then you heard in that video that there is an SD card that is zipped inside with the real ZGI with the crew. So get this, more than 5 million people submitted their names as part of NASA's Send Your Name to Space campaign. And actually, Christina said that her niece and nephew's names are inside that SD card.
How cool is that? Her nieces and nephews are going to go with her.
Yeah. Love this. Love that people are engaging in such a cool way. And actually, if we take a look back inside of Orion, we can actually see the actual ZGI inside with the crew. As we said, the purpose of a zero gravity indicator is to show when we've reached the weightlessness of space. Now, I know that it's probably dark in there because, as we said, the crew decided to just dim it a little bit for them. But here again, as we see, Reed on your left, Victor on your right. Below Victor, or next to Victor, again, because they're on their back, it's a little weird. It's a little hard to explain the orientation, but between basically Victor and Christina is where Jenny Gibbons has placed the zero gravity indicator. And Jenny, who again, Nicole just brought up, Jenny is one of the backup crew members. So we mentioned how Andre is the backup crew member for the NASA astronauts. Jenny is the backup crew member for Jeremy.
Yeah, Jenny's one of our Canadian astronauts. And yeah, so she's been also helping with preparations for today and helping get the white room ready, get the capsule ready. And she's actually going to be a Capcom for Artemis 2 as well.
Yeah, she's from Calgary, Alberta, completed astronaut training in 2020, mechanical engineer, combustion scientist, and actually before becoming an astronaut, she was an assistant professor. So again, another very well-accomplished person on the team. And I know the Artemis 2 crew has really enjoyed working alongside both Andre and Jenny.
Yeah, actually, Jenny was our EBQ mentor when I went through our AskCanner initial training. So she helped us with all of our spacewalk training, which was kind of cool as well.
Okay, and there we have Andre again, number 2, with the rest of the closeout crew team there. Why don't we get another check with Daryl and see how the launch countdown is going?
Still going quite smoothly here from firing room 1 here at the Kennedy Space Center. Launch team working no major constraints to launch, which is great news. We did get an update on a weather balloon that the launch weather officer and his team released. This is an important weather balloon released right around the 3-hour mark. And what it told us is that winds are around 10 to 11 knots in the upper parts of the atmosphere. That's important information for the launch abort system. Should the astronauts need the LAS, this would, of course, pull the Orion spacecraft off the top of the rocket in case there were an emergency, and then take them offshore to a water landing in the Atlantic Ocean. And so the winds are pushing onshore. And because they're pushing onshore, the launch weather officer is keeping a close eye on the strength of those winds, because if the Orion were to come off the top, and it's powered by 3 rocket motors, which can propel it or pull it especially fast off the top of the rocket, it would go up into the air thousands of feet and then splash down in the water. And if you've got wind pushing against it, you don't want that spacecraft to come back and land on land. So they're watching that very closely because of the onshore flow. That onshore flow is also what's giving us a little weather action down to the south of us along what's called the beach line, 528. We got a whole lot of people out there. We're getting ready to watch the Artemis 2 historic launch. Well, they just got a good soaking. Line of rain showers, I should say, passed through that area and soaked the place. Certainly rain is a possibility, spotty showers from time to time, but overall, the launch weather officer tells us that we are trending towards getting that stuff to all push to the west the closer we get to our launch window. A reminder, that window is from 6:24 p.m. to 8:24 p.m. Eastern time. We don't have a specific T0 at this moment. There's a lot that needs to be calculated before we get there. We also need to get through the rest of the countdown on time. As of right now, we are right on time. The launch countdown is going exactly as planned. That's not something that we saw certainly in Artemis 1. There was a lot of flexing in the timeline during those 3 launch attempts back in 2022. But so far today, on our first launch attempt, we're really enjoying some really solid countdown work, some solid operations by the launch team so far. And to quote our friend Lucas, who created Earthrise, we all really like that. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thanks so much, Daryl. Yes, we really like that. And we really like Rise and Lucas. So thank you for that. That was really cute. Okay, so again, here we are in the big box here. We have our full view of the rocket, looking glorious on there with, again, some clouds, but still weather is good for launch today. And then we have the closeout team continuing to do work in the white room. We got confirmation that they have successfully completed pressurizing the counterbalance pressurization. Basically, as Daryl explained it before, the side hatch for the crew module is very heavy. So in order to open it, there needs to be pressure applied to it, and that's what we just completed, right?
Right, that's exactly it. So the CBA, that counterbalance assembly that we're talking about, has to be pressurized. It's a pneumatic system to help. So in the case of an egress, Christina's the one that has to open that hatch. So once she gets it unlatched and unlocked, then that pneumatic system will help move the hatch. It weighs a lot, and so the average human cannot open that hatch by themselves. And so that's why we want to make sure that the system is pressurized, that it's not going to leak, and that it is ready to go in case they need to open the hatch.
So that is complete, and now what is happening are the seal leak checks. So that is in progress. Again, 2 seals go through the entirety of the hatch, and we will take the seals to pressure, hold it for about a minute, and just make sure that it is holding pressure. Again, we want to make sure that the crew has a safe, pressurized environment in any sort of situation while they're in Orion.
Yep, that's right. So we're going to take a look at it. We're going to take a look at the starting pressure, and then after a certain amount of time, we'll take a look at the ending pressure, and then there are certain tolerances that we will accept for flight.
2 hours, 37 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window today at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. After liftoff, it takes less than 10 minutes to reach Earth's orbit. Let's learn more about today's ascent profile with Gary in Mission Control.
Hey, Megan, we are monitoring here in Mission Control Houston. Flight controllers are looking at data from integrity in the Space Launch System during the countdown. We're looking at some of the events happening in the White Room now and just making sure that all criteria is met to commit to launch and ascent today. It's the team you see in this room that would be looking after ascent, which is a very dynamic phase of flight. And after solid rocket booster ignition of the Space Launch System, it's this team that takes over control of the mission. There are voices you'll hear upon ascent, calls being relayed between Stan Love, the Capcom you see here in this shot in Mission Control Houston, that's the voice from this room, and the Artemis II crew on a communications channel aptly named Orion to Earth. Here are the calls you may hear during this part of the mission. Capcom Stan Love, his first call after responding to the crew's successful roll pitch maneuver at 30 seconds is AMT high. This notes that should we lose just one of the main engines, an alternate mission in low Earth orbit can still be achieved. At 1 minute 25 seconds, you'll hear max Q on PDL. This notes that reaching the moment of maximum dynamic pressure on the spacecraft. This event happens to be in line with a communication switch to another ground station, the Ponce de Leon Inlet Tracking Annex, located about 35 miles north of Kennedy. At 2 minutes 45 seconds, you'll hear SM primed upper stage RCS ready. This means that the European Service Module propulsion system that's prepared for the next phase of aborts after the launch abort system jettisons, and the reaction control thrusters on the inner rim cryogenic propulsion stage that enable pointing and maneuvering are ready. At 3 minutes 50 seconds, you'll hear voice check on TDRS at the Kármán line. At this point, the launch abort system has jettisoned and revealed the Orion capsule underneath. This check verifies that the now exposed Orion antennas have a good signal over the tracking and data relay tracking and data relay satellites, which is part of a geosynchronous satellite network and the same assets that are used aboard the International Space Station. This communication switch happens to be at the Kármán line, a widely recognized boundary about 62 miles, statute miles, or 100 kilometers above the Earth's surface, where the air is too thin for conventional aircraft to fly and marks the point where our astronauts leave Earth and enter space. At 5 minutes 16 seconds, you'll hear the call 3 engine press. This notes that if one of the 4 main engines on the SLS core stage were to fail, 3 engines can carry the crew to a nominal main engine cutoff and proceed with the expected mission timeline. This is an important call that gives more assurance of continuing today's moon mission. At 7 minutes, you'll hear expect nominal shutdown. You'll hear this call should the main engine performance be as expected up to this point. Shutdown plans can vary and may impact G-forces experienced by the crew or future burn plans, but a nominal shutdown is more indicative of continuing the mission on the expected timeline. At 7 minutes 30 seconds, you'll hear AOA open. This notes crossing into a new abort profile. At this point, an abort would use Orion engines to escape the core stage, and the altitude and velocity are enough to make it 1 lap around the Earth and aim for a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean instead of the Atlantic. And then, of course, shortly after 8 minutes, you'll hear nominal MECO. You won't hear MECO right away. Teams here wait until the core stage has separated and the trajectory is confirmed as expected before that call to the crew. Now, this ascent profile is approximate, as there may be calls that move a few seconds depending on the trajectory. And of course, these are the calls and times for a nominal trajectory. Teams in this room have been training extensively to prepare for any and all scenarios, and they are confident and ready to take this crew into space today. In today's pre-brief, the flight director, Judd Freeling, expressed his confidence to the team, citing the hundreds of simulations to prepare for this very moment. These are the calls you'll hear during ascent less than 3 hours from now. But now we'll turn our attention to the countdown to launch and send it back to you, Megan, at the Space Coast.
Thanks so much, Gary. Now, one of today's 4 astronauts, of course, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Let's go now to Jasmine with her next guest.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, we're joining you live now from the Operations Support Building here at Kennedy, where crowds are starting to gather, and we're honored to have Lisa Campbell of the Canadian Space Agency joining us. Lisa, Jeremy Hansen is about to make history as the first Canadian to venture to the moon. What does that milestone mean for your agency?
Thanks so much, Jasmine. It's wonderful to be here. It's such a special moment, both for our astronaut colleague, Jeremy Hansen, but also for Canada. We're here because of decades of public investment in space robotics, in space collaboration. And so for our country, we're very proud. He's so ready. He's been waiting for this his whole life, preparing, training, and he's a wonderful example of Canada.
Yeah, and that's a perfect way to capture Jeremy. He really has been prepping for this his whole life. This will be his first space flight. So what has it been like watching him become part of this Artemis 2 crew?
Well, as I mentioned to you, I've known Jeremy since 2020, and he's a colonel, a fighter pilot, a father, and he really is a very dedicated, passionate human being. So both for him to realize this goal of being an astronaut and flying, he also is hopeful that witnessing that will raise awareness about the value of a space program, of the benefits here on Earth, of exploring the universe and our place in it.
Wow, that's beautifully said. And really, this international collaboration has been going on for quite some time now. We've worked together in low Earth orbit and now going into deep space together. So why is it so important that we have these international partnerships?
It makes us stronger. We can go faster and further together. Canada is one of the original signatories of the Artemis Accords, and Canada and the United States have been partnered for more than 60 years in space.
Wow, that is phenomenal, Lisa. And this really is a team effort in many ways. We also have Jenny Gibbons. She'll be listening in on Capcom. What is her role going to be like?
So Dr. Jenny Gibbons has been training all along as the Canadian backup with the Prime crew. Last night, she was in the Orion capsule checking out all of the communications, making sure all of the systems test out and work perfectly. And then she will be among the first lunar Capcom, helping the astronauts navigate during their mission.
Wow, Lisa, that is so exciting. Any final words for the nation of Canada before today's mission?
Just, we are so proud, so excited, and we can't wait to welcome Jeremy home.
Fantastic. Lisa Campbell, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course. And with that, let's get back to NASA's Megan Cruz.
And right now,
go ahead. Ma'am, CBA press has been completed. Did you see any drop in pressure?
And MS1, we saw just a little bit. It is just over 2,600 now.
Copy. Thank you, ma'am.
again, a call out to mission specialist Christina Cook. Again, it was her responsibility to monitor the pressure on the counterbalance system that will help open the side hatch. And she did report a drop in pressure, but it seems like it's within nominal limits.
Right. They might have had a small drop, but you know, we have a starting pressure and an ending pressure, and as long as the difference isn't too high, then we will take that, and the engineers know exactly what they're looking at for in terms of that delta pressure.
And so again, that milestone on the checklist of things that have to happen before they launch today, that is complete. The crew, again, still inside comfortably as the closeout crew team work to close the side hatch. Again, a separate seal leak check, followed by a full cabin leak check, and then they will close the last abort system hatch.
lots to do still in the White Room and marching down the countdown timeline well.
And so Bill, again, number 3 there, he is holding a silver flex hose. That hose is what will be connected to Orion in order to do that cabin leak check. So again, it does seem like we continue to march down through the milestones in this countdown. Hopefully lifting off today within our 2-hour launch window that opens at 6:24 p.m. Now, right now, people inside the Kennedy Space Center Visitors Complex are learning about this mission. There are great exhibits there about the rocket and Orion, and of course, our Megan Carter with the Moonboard.
All right, Megan and Nicole, yeah, you mentioned that checklist before launch. That checklist is going to continue during the mission, as well as there are several vital objectives that we are hoping to accomplish with this mission. So we've talked about the rocket. We've talked a little bit about Orion. Obviously, during Artemis 1, we had that test flight, and there were no humans on board. That is our one big difference for this one, and we are going to have that crew this time. So what are they going to be up to during this mission? Let me tell you just a little bit. Now, for Artemis 1, like I mentioned, we were really focused on the SLS, making sure it had the power and capabilities that we needed. We were also checking out the Orion spacecraft in deep space environments, making sure that it was good to go. Now, for Artemis 2, we are going to be taking the testing for Orion to the next level by adding that human component. So those test objectives are going to start even before launch. Like you mentioned, they are out there making their way through that checklist. But these objectives are going to start now, and that includes safety. So one really great example of safety is going to be something called the egress baskets. They're out there in the spacecraft, obviously, and should a situation happen to come up, they are going to have something called the egress baskets they can get in, and those are going to zip line them essentially down to the ground within seconds to safety. Another great example of those safety procedures are going to be the LAS, or the Launch Abort System that I mentioned earlier. Just a reminder, that's the one that can pull the crew and capsule away from any danger within a few minutes of into the launch. Now, those are just a couple quick examples, but our recovery teams have been training extensively, quite a lot, to make sure that they are ready and prepared for any challenging situation that could possibly arise. All right. Several other objectives that we are going to be looking at are also going to be communication checkouts. That is going to be vital. I know we talked a little bit earlier about all the maneuvering that they're going to be able to do, but we want to make sure that they have full communication ability from space to ground so that we can fully support them here. We are also going to be checking out those life support systems. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the service module and what it is going to do for the crew, but we want to make sure that those life support systems are fully functioning, obviously, before we send them farther into deep space. That's going to be critical for them. So on top of being able to maneuver the spacecraft and check everything out, we are also going to be making sure that everything is fully functioning. So as you can see, big part of this mission is to make sure that the spacecraft, the hardware, and all the operations are working, and that the data is going to make sense. And speaking of recovery, we are also going to have the opportunity at splashdown to recover that launch or that flight data, and we're going to be able to take that back, analyze it, and make sure there are if there are any enhancements we need or changes we need to make before our next missions, we'll be able to do so. So they're going to stay lots to do. They're going to stay very busy, obviously. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Megan.
2 hours, 25 minutes and counting, and the crowd, check it out, continues to grow at our Banana Creek viewing location. They will have a great view of launch, and we will go back now to Leah Martin, who's standing with her next guests.
Hey, Megan, yeah, we're surrounded by thousands of people, some here local from the Space Coast, but we actually have quite a few people who have traveled a pretty far distance to be with us today. I'm actually joined here by a group from the International Space Station Ambassadors Program who have come from all over the globe. Saku, you're here from Japan. You've come, Val, from Mexico, and then we have brother and sister Cosma and Jesco here who are visiting from Germany. You actually told me that you participated in an in the NASA Rover Challenge in Huntsville. How was that experience, and how is it kind of participating there in Alabama and then being here today?
So it is an amazing experience because you meet so many young people with visions, with dreams, with ideas, which inspire you and motivate you. And it's even better to be here now to see the SLS launch because we are going back to the moon, and that's what we're working for.
Absolutely. And, you know, the Artemis missions, we talked a lot about the Artemis Accords and this being an international effort. You were actually telling me, Sakura, that you're interested in becoming an astronaut with JAXA, pursuing your PhD to be able to do that. Tell me a little bit about that.
It's, actually, I applied for Japanese Aerospace Agency, the astronaut selection like 2 years ago, and then I didn't make it all the way, but I'm still working on it, and hopefully I can be at the launch pad sometime, and then I hope to go back to the moon and Mars, and yeah, I'm working on it.
Absolutely incredible. And Val, you're from Mexico. We were talking a little bit about women in space. This is a team who, you know, is predominantly made up of women. What is it like knowing that Christina is on that rocket right now, about to be the first woman to travel around the moon?
I think that's such an amazing news. It's just so inspiring that we are taking the first Black person and also the first woman to the moon. It's just the first step in humanity and a big step in equality as well.
Megan, a lot of excitement here, not just in Florida, but from around the globe. And we're keeping our eye on that rocket, and we're ready to see it lift off.
Thanks, Leah. Yeah, a lot of excitement, but also a lot of inspiration. Again, this is part of, or a big part of the reason why.
130.6.
Good readback. Aux 1 voltage 131.3.
I copy 131.3.
Again, those numbers you hear, they're referring to specific steps in the launch countdown that the crew have to step through in order to get us to launch today. And so we were saying, yes, inspiration, a big part of why NASA does what it does. We want to go together and we want to explore together to learn more about ourselves and here on Earth.
Yeah, humans, I think, naturally want to explore. And so going together, like Lisa said earlier, we're going to go farther and faster than we possibly can alone. And, you know, what a way to celebrate that today.
Yeah.
Going back to the moon in the first time in over half a century.
And we have that great shot there in our small box of the rocket on the pad. And at the very top there, our Artemis 2 crew. Right now, we know that the crew has begun, the closeout crew has begun doing that cabin leak check. So they are currently pressurizing the cabin, and it sounded like it would take about 6 to 8 minutes for them to get to pressure, and then they have to hold that pressure for 5 minutes, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of volume. You know, we talked about it being a 6-person tent. I think it's 330 cubic feet. Don't quote me on that number, but you know, they have to, like we talked about, take that initial pressure, wait 5 minutes, and take the second pressure.
Yeah, and then it takes about 6 to 8 minutes again to depressurize the cabin. So this process will take a few minutes.
Ascent switch configuration complete.
OTC copies. Thank you.
And then after the cabin leak checks, then they will finally close the last abort system hatch. So again, chugging along in the countdown, really excited to, again, continue to hear the crew's voice inside Orion, stepping through all the procedures.
Yes, it's exciting to hear them making progress, right? It's all good news hearing the crew talk to the ground and working together to get to the launch.
And what I think is really cool is that this is the first time NASA is going to have astronauts in low Earth orbit, but also in deep space at the moon. So here's a message from some of the crew aboard the International Space Station right now.
Hello, Megan, and a big hello to everyone around the world counting down together to the launch of this historic flight test. If we weren't in microgravity, we would also be on the edge of our seats.
Here on the International Space Station, all of us are honored to have the chance to wish our fellow explorers Godspeed. Throughout human history, the moon has sparked our imagination, curiosity, and wonder. With our return to the moon, we're not only going to be learning about its history, the history of our solar system and of our planet, but also about our place in the cosmos.
We are so proud of the Artemis team and so excited for what you will see and learn on behalf of all of humanity during your trip around the moon. As we push the boundaries of exploration and expand our knowledge with scientific discovery, we advance our collective civilization together as one.
Test flights are crucial to the mission of exploration. We all learn in test flight schools that the more challenging the missions are, the more incremental the tests should be. This Artemis 2 mission is one more increment on the way to further exploration.
Thank you to the crew, our friends, for your dedication. And from the entire Expedition 74 crew, thank you to all of the teams that had a hand in getting the Artemis 2 mission to where it is today.
Back to you, Megan, as the countdown continues.
Oh, I love that so much. I just love seeing them there. And again, you have to remember the International Space Station is an orbiting lab. We learn so much there, and we're going to learn so much more from Artemis 2, because this isn't just a test flight. It's an opportunity to learn more about the moon, deep space, and how humans can live and work so far from home. So here are some of the science objectives that NASA hopes to accomplish with Artemis 2.
Artemis 2 is our return of humans to the moon, flying around the moon on board Orion. But along with that, we're doing a lot of great science.
One of the exciting things about the Artemis missions to the moon is that science is actually a fundamental pillar of why we explore, why we're going, what we're doing in Artemis.
I think it's incredibly exciting that not only are we testing the vehicle, but we're testing science on board. Science where the astronauts are conducting experiments, science riding along with the astronauts. We have astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
It will help us understand the deep space environment. It will help us understand how that environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and life in general.
So deep space is a challenge for us because you have to leave Earth's protective magnetic field. Here in low Earth orbit, the crew members are protected from some of the harmful radiation. Going to the moon, they'll no longer be protected, so they'll have a higher radiation exposure.
Much like Artemis 1, we have so many radiation sensors and detectors that are inside the capsule so that we can fully understand and appreciate the radiation environment for protecting our astronauts. In my hand here, I'm holding a tissue chip model. This is the exact design that's going to be flying alongside the astronauts. We'll be collecting samples from each of the crew members, and we can make these organ chips out of the astronauts themselves. So every crew member will have their own avatar on board, and then upon return, we can evaluate that deep space radiation environment and what that compares to the astronaut themselves. Not only are they going to help change the course of medicine for the astronauts, but revolutionizing that on Earth as well.
We're looking at sleep, we're looking at team dynamics, we're looking at how you interact with the environment. We're also looking at the immune system. So what are the biomarkers? We're using saliva as a method to study hormones and different things in your body that may change during a mission like this. And then finally, how do we function after microgravity, being close to the moon, then returning to Earth?
Which will ultimately help us achieve our goal of getting humans to Mars.
And then on top of that, we have an opportunity to look at the moon from deep space on the far side for the first time in over 50 years.
Having human eyeballs and brains back around the moon is going to unlock a new generation of lunar science discovery. The human eyeball is capable of taking in so much data in just a split second. They'll be able to tackle impact history, volcanic history. They'll be able to look at how the albedo, or kind of the shade and hue of the moon and the color of the moon, can tell us something about how that terrain evolved over time. We're integrating science in ways that have never been integrated into human exploration before. We have a front room mission control flight controller position called the science officer. We have a brand new science back room where it's basically our brain trust of lunar scientists and geologists supporting the crews of the future. And Artemis 2 will allow us to really test how this works so that future missions are really set up for success.
We'll also be deploying some CubeSats. They're small shoebox-sized spacecraft of their own. They're each provided by another country, one of our partners. As they conduct their research, they'll complement what we are doing at the moon with Orion.
It is so incredibly exciting to be a part of this mission.
It has been, really one of the privileges of a lifetime.
I can see the work I'm doing benefit crew members right now and benefit the crew members in the future. So it's incredibly exciting and it's very rewarding.
As this rocket launches humanity off of the Earth, we'll be setting the stage through our science to prepare humanity to leave Earth and explore the solar system.
And what we learned during this and future Artemis missions to the moon will eventually get us to Mars. Here's Jasmine Hopkins again, now with Nikki Fox, Associate Administrator of NASA's Science Mission Directorate.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yes, we're back on the balcony now, joined by Dr. Nikki Fox. Nikki, in this nearly 10-day mission, we are covering a lot of science from CubeSats to tissue chips. What are you most looking forward to learning?
Oh my goodness. I think for me, the most exciting thing is actually being able to interact with the crew while they are flying, doing this historic journey on the far side of the moon. They are going to be seeing pieces of the moon that no human eyes have seen before, which is really spectacular. It's going to be an interesting trajectory. Some of it is in darkness. Then at the terminator, so in darkness, they'll be able to look for like impact flashes and things when micrometeorites pummel that poor moon. And then at the terminator, they can see shadows and interesting things, which kind of gives you depth perception. And then, of course, in the sunlit, picking out everyone's favorite craters. Also, if we launch today or tomorrow, they will see a total solar eclipse from the Orion capsule. How cool is that?
That is very cool. We are thrilled for this Artemis 2 crew to be able to see the moon in a way that we've never seen before. What is so unique about that far side? Why are we going there?
I mean, honestly, it's just, it is unique. It's very different to the near side of the moon. The actual sort of terrain, the morphology, it's very, very different. And so it will be very exciting to see that as we're going past that.
Absolutely. And Nikki, you know, we are performing a lot of science at the moon this year, actually, not just Artemis 2. Can you speak to the commercial lunar landers we're planning to send?
Yes, we are very, very proud of our commercial partners as they take our payloads for us to the lunar surface. And very excited. Next one up is Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark 1 going. It's got some science on it. It's got the scalps that went on the Blue Ghost. So we'll be able to sort of look at that plume as it's coming down onto the lunar surface. And then also the laser retroreflector that will be the array that's up there too. So even on that first test flight, packing it with science as much as we can.
Wow, Nikki, so much science. It's hard to keep track of everything. But the unique thing about Artemis 2 is we're sending crew. Can you speak to the importance of the human element of science?
Absolutely. I mean, we can program, like we do with our beautiful rovers on Mars, we can program them to do certain things, and it's what we think we need them to do. When you have an astronaut up there, they can make that sort of like really unique split-second decision. The thing I'm most looking forward to is when they think they're going to be looking here, is hearing one of them say, "Oh my goodness, look over there." And I think that's just incredible about how we do that. Also flying our tissue chips with the astronauts, our Avatar experiment. Here we go, Avatar.
Wow, look at that.
And that's got the tissue chips samples that matched to the crew. So we'll be able to monitor the effects of microgravity and radiation on that human tissue as we prepare for more and more missions to the moon for longer and longer durations, and then off to Mars.
Wow, Nikki, so much science ahead of us. But first, we have to launch. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much. Go Artemis.
Of course, go Artemis. And with that, let's turn it back over to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Nikki is so fun. She has so much energy and so much passion about the science. And again, yeah, it's just so important to remember that so much science is happening with this mission. It's not just to test out the hardware and the life support systems.
Yeah, you saw the science video, and then we talked to Nikki. Man, there's so much going on, right? We talked a little bit about the lunar observations that we're going to do. And then, she talked about, made a really great point about, the human eye can pick things out that a camera or a robot can't necessarily pick out. And so that's why we're sending humans, but also we're not just doing the lunar observations. The Avatar, that's a really cool experiment. They took blood samples from the crew, and then they used those stem cells to make bone marrow and create those little Avatar chips, which is so feels like scientific, sci-fi movie stuff. But, we're going to look at radiation. We're going to look at all sorts of different scientific experiments. We got the little CubeSats. We're going to go look at space weather. Lots going on.
Yeah, even collecting some of the astronauts' saliva. You can learn a lot about the body through the saliva. So just really a lot in a small amount of time in a small capsule.
Yeah, scientific discovery. That's why we go back to the moon.
Yeah. And so again, her energy just so oh my God, I can't find the words. So
Wonderful.
Awesome. I don't know why I couldn't find the word. So anyway, yeah, just really, again, thank you, Dr. Nikki Fox and Jasmine. And so, Nicole, what about answering more questions?
Let's do it.
Okay, great. First one, what was the word I was trying to get at? No, I'm kidding. Let's have the first question up on the screen now. I know we got them. I see them being asked.
And CDR OTC Orion Earth 1.
Go.
For your awareness, scrubber cycling is about to be restarted.
Integrity copies.
All right, let's try that again. Can we get the next social question, please? What are the G-forces experienced by the Artemis astronauts during launch and reentry?
Ooh, these are actually pretty similar to, a Dragon launch or a shuttle launch. We have to accelerate to get out of the Earth's atmosphere. And then, we talked about the secondary burns that they will do to get away from Earth. But, for me personally, it kind of felt like we got slingshotted off the Earth is how I like to describe it. So, you get set back in your seat and the G forces are into your chest.
CDR OTC Orion Earth 1.
Go ahead.
When leak check complete, the cabin is going to be vented to flight pressure momentarily.
Integrity copies.
That's fantastic news.
Yeah.
Again, so the spacecraft is holding pressure as expected, and so now they will depressurize it, which will take about 6 to 8 minutes. Exciting.
Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Like we
sorry.
talked about, continuing to march towards the launch. So the G-forces are into your chest, and it's kind of a slow build, and you can get all the way up to 4.5 Gs into the chest during the launch. And often they have to back off on the thrust a little bit so that you don't get too high in the G-forces. And especially as we go through kind of max Q or that max aerodynamic force. So as they get through the thicker parts of the atmosphere. And then very similar G-forces on the way home. So slow, steady build up to about 4.5 Gs as the rocket actually decelerates. You heard in one of the packages, when they come back, they're going to be going 7 miles a second.
Gosh, that's
And
incredible.
so you have to slow down somehow. And to do that, you have to actually, when you brake in a car, you feel those G-forces. And so for the astronauts, it'll just be, again, into the chest based on the orientation.
Great. Thank you so much for that answer, Nicole, and for that question. We're going to continue to try to take as many as possible. Again, you know how to send them to us at NASA Artemis. But now we again have another question for you, for our audience. We want to know, what part of Artemis 2 are you most excited for? Liftoff, Earth views from Orion, lunar flyby, or splashdown? Tell us again on NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts, and we'll share your answers a little later in the broadcast.
That's a tough one. I don't know what my answer would be.
I know. I don't know either. I'm excited for it all, but that's a cop-out. All right. Now let's head back over to Banana Creek. Again, the crowds there, really excited. People coming from all over the country, from around the world. Why don't we get another check with Leah Martin to see who she's caught up with now?
Well, Megan, we were a little while ago talking to some students from around the globe. Today, we're actually talking to some local students who are from right here, locally, Merritt Island in Titusville. We talk a lot about the Artemis generation and about the students who are going to become the next generation of dreamers, of engineers, of scientists and technologists. And I'm actually standing with a group of those students here today. Our local high school has actually implemented a really neat new program in the spirit of being able to create these pipelines for employment and engagement. Can you tell me a little bit about what Merritt Island High School is doing?
Sure. Well, this is a new program, first of its kind here at Florida. And basically what we're studying is astronautics and aviation, kind of blended the two together. We have flight simulators in our lab, but students are also learning about engineering, aerospace engineering, and we're trying to make all kinds of pathways available for them, trying to give them opportunities to see which pathway they might want to be interested in. So yeah, it's just a great opportunity for them to learn about space. We just finished doing a whole model rocket build where the students took CAD software, developed their own rockets, put them together and launched them right from our school. So it's very exciting.
Incredible. And then another local high school, Titusville, you guys also have a similar but slightly different program.
Yes, we do space mechatronics with advanced manufacturing, preparing students to build and manufacture things to do automation to build things on Mars and things like that, or locally too.
Now, you told me that you're actually trying to figure out a little bit what you want to do when you're done. You're a freshman in high school. What things are you learning in your class here that are really kind of tweaking your interest in the aeronautics field?
So we're building a lot of things with like metal and how we're supposed to do it on the rockets. We're also doing computer programming, which would help with NASA and like programming and coding.
Absolutely. And you were actually telling me that I think were telling me that you're interested in becoming a pilot. We talked a little bit about the pilot who is on board the rocket right now. How is this program preparing you for your future?
I mean, it's teaching me everything that I know about aviation, and it's really inspiring that I get to learn it in a classroom, like locally as well. It's amazing. I love it.
And then you were also telling me you're taking this class. What's the most interesting thing you've learned?
I really like the whole design part of it, like actually like engineering, like because I want to be an engineer. Engineering the products we use when we build stuff. That's definitely my favorite part, learning how to use those kind of softwares.
Absolutely. Well, Megan, when they're seasoned NASA employees, you'll be able to say that you saw them here first when they were still in high school. Back to you at the desk.
I can also say that they have fans. Nicole Ayers here. As soon as that girl said that she wants to be a pilot, Nicole went, yeah, why is that something that's so thrilling for you to hear?
I mean, I love when kids in high school have goals and they set their goals high and they want to go do something. You know, the kid who wanted to be an engineer or a pilot, like I love that. You know, find something that you're passionate about, go work hard at it, and go get good at it.
Yeah, and speaking of passion, I mean, we definitely have a whole bunch of people here passionate about what NASA is doing here. Again, the lawn behind us just filled with media from around the world, making sure that they can help tell our story to everyone who is interested in hearing it. So back here in Florida, of course, we have NASA leadership also keeping a close eye on launch operations. Let's go now to Jasmine Hopkins, who is standing by with Lori Glaze, Acting Associate Administrator of NASA's Exploration Systems Development.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, we're honored to welcome Dr. Lori Glaze to the balcony now. Lori, this is our very first time having crew on an Artemis mission. How does that feel, and how does that change our overall approach to the mission?
It's a really good question. And it really came home today when we were watching the crew walk out, and then we saw them get into their van and go out to the pad. And we've been watching them getting into the crew module. And so we've really put an enormous amount of rigor into assuring the safety of our crew. One of the most important things on this mission, different from Artemis 1, is we now have environmental controls and life support systems. One of the most important things we're going to do on this mission is test those out and make sure that we can keep our crew healthy and safe throughout their mission. We also on this mission have an activated launch abort system, which we had the system for Artemis 1, but it wasn't active. But we definitely had that active on this mission. We want the ability, again, if something goes wrong, to be able to have that ability to abort and get them back to the ground again, safe.
Absolutely, Lori. I mean, as you're driving home, safety is paramount here at NASA, and your program is responsible for all of these Artemis elements. We have the Space Launch System, Orion, ground system. So how do you get everybody cohesively on the same page for a day like launch?
And that's a great question, and it's really been wonderful to watch our teams working together. We have the ground systems, which are kind of the bookends of our mission. The ground systems help prepare us to get the rocket ready to take off. They're doing all of the loading of the tanks right now and getting the crew into Orion. And then at the back end, they'll be there to recover the crew when they land in the ocean. But they know that their job is to make sure that that rocket is ready to go and that the crew module is ready to go. And then the rocket itself, the space launch systems, they know that their job is to deliver the crew module to the right point in space so that they can conduct their mission. And then again, they have to make sure that everything is ready, that they set them on the trajectory that is going to bring them around the moon and set them up to land in the right place in the Pacific Ocean. And that's their job. And they know how important that is. And they have to work closely with Orion, which again, they also have to work with all the other teams to make sure that everything's working together. And then on top of that, our flight operations teams, all the people on the ground, they're all working together. They know this mission doesn't work unless every single part of the mission works.
Right. Lori, there are so many things that have to work together today. We can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Of course. And with that, let's take it back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Yeah, and speaking of the countdown, 1 hour, 59 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. This is a shot of Jetty Park. It's a nearby popular viewing location of rocket launches, and it is so great to see how many people are here. I mean, this is a Wednesday. Like, people had to take time off of school and off of work, but it's something that they felt like they wanted to do, to be here.
Yeah, I think just based on the chatter on the airplane ride yesterday, half of my airplane ride
oh no
here
way
was,
really
they were coming to see the launch. Everybody's excited and traveling from all over the world to come see this launch.
And it really is a great day. We had some sprinkles here in the crowd, but for the most part, I mean, it's just a beautiful day to witness history.
It is, yeah, a little bit of sprinkles, but for the most part, the clouds are staying away, and you can see the blue sky behind us. So hoping for good weather in a couple hours.
Absolutely. And so Dr. Lori Glaze mentions what we learned from the Artemis 2 mission helps pave the way to sustained human presence on the lunar surface. So what are the objectives of this mission to eventually accomplish that? Let's check in with Gary in Mission Control for more.
Thank you, Megan. Yes, the Ascent teams are here in Mission Control Houston, working through their steps to prepare for a go for launch. Right up here on the front board, we're watching the teams in the White Room work through their checklist and closing the hatch as we verify ours, working as one NASA team. What Dr. Glaze said about working across the teams throughout the nation is true. It takes one NASA team to bring everything together and accomplish the mission objectives. The Artemis 2 is designed as the first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis campaign, sending astronauts into lunar space to validate systems, operations, and human performance ahead of a more complex lunar landing missions. NASA has identified an extensive list of mission and flight test objectives that serve as a checklist to verify the capabilities needed to land humans on the moon. For the Artemis 2 mission, there are 5 overarching priorities that cover the mission and flight test objectives. First is, of course, the crew. As the first crewed mission inside the Orion spacecraft, this mission serves to demonstrate the capability of safely sustain the flight crew throughout the mission, including launch, the deep space component, and return. Number 2 is systems. This mission brings it all together to validate the performance of all ground and flight systems needed for a long-term lunar campaign, from launch infrastructure to spacecraft operations in deep space. Third is hardware and data. We'll be gathering performance data as much as possible over the deep space network, but we also aim to retrieve onboard data and hardware after splashdown to gather additional insight and improve future Artemis missions. Fourth is emergency operations. The crew and flight control team will be testing emergency systems such as abort procedures, rescue operations, and contingency responses. During the flight, astronauts will rehearse a number of these procedures to ensure that in the event of a real emergency, the planned procedures and operations are sound. And finally, there's subsystem validation. Engineers will be verifying subsystems across the board to ensure reliability across life support, propulsion, avionics, and navigation systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. Human spaceflight is a complicated endeavor that requires precision and confidence across all disciplines. You may hear the phrase, human spaceflight is the greatest team sport, a few times in today's coverage, and it's absolutely true. Not only does it need mastery of specific components, but the integration extends across thousands of people and facilities around the world to come together and make it all work. A lot of the work from many people has led to this moment, a rocket at the pad with humans on board, ready to put everything we worked for to the test. I'm certainly excited about it. The teams here in this room are looking forward to supporting the mission, and I hope those watching are as excited as we are. We are following the countdown here in Mission Control Houston. Everything continues to look good. Now inside 2 hours from the beginning of the launch window. With that, I will send it back over to you, Megan and Nicole.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. We are getting word that the launch team is working something that we would like to give you an update on. So let's get on over to Daryl.
All right, thank you, Megan. And we are live in Firing Room 1 here at the Launch Control Complex. Yes, we are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. And currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component in terms of how the range keeps the public safe here. We understand that the flight termination system, they're working an issue. And so as they continue to work that issue, they've asked for some assistance from the launch team to help verify some of the work that they're doing on their FTS system. And this is where it gets a pretty unique situation here. The assistance they've asked for is to verify what's going on with their system. They want to check it to see that the work they're doing is okay. And in order to do that, the FTS console operator inside the firing room has been asked to help them verify it. And the way that they're going to do that, and the solution that he proposed to check and verify the system with the launch director, and she gave the approval, is to go get a piece of heritage equipment from inside the VAB that was used during the space shuttle program. And this equipment is able to receive commands by the range through the flight termination system. And so with this piece of equipment, this console operator who works FTS was granted permission to go go over to the VAB next door and get this equipment that he's very much aware of and used during the space shuttle era. And so that is in work right now. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no go, but that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. But we'll keep you updated on what happens in regards to, as far as my understanding goes, a pretty unique situation here with trying to bring resolution and kind of help out the situation that we're seeing.
All right, everyone, we have about 2 hours till launch.
Roll out the host desk.
Welcome our guest, Mr. Smiles, up here while we wait for the launch time for Artemis 2. Mr. Smiles, hello, and welcome to the stream.
At the VAB, why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue?
Hello?
Yeah, what a great example of human creativity, right?
You can unmute. You're a little muted, Smiles.
Like Dale said, we're going to continue to march down the countdown. So we'll continue to get the rocket and the crew.
Broski?
We still have that 2-hour window. So
Smiles.
Let's try to figure out what's happening with the range. And
Smiles.
The range. What is the range?
Smiles.
People who might not watch rocket launches with us.
Sure, yes.
It seems we're having a bit of technical difficulties with our pal here.
In the launch corridor, so where the rocket's flight path is going to go, you have to make sure that that whole airspace is clear.
I'm going to turn the broadcast back up, and I'm going to take us backstage.
There aren't other, maritime assets in the way or things like that. So that there's a whole group of people. We talked about, actually, Gary said it great, right? It's a huge team sport. And so there's a whole group here on the ground that is monitoring that launch corridor to make sure it's clear.
Smiles, you there?
And so if they're having issues, then we definitely can't launch this rocket. We don't want to launch blind into a corridor that we can't see.
Yeah, because as Daryl said, I mean, it is very important, the flight termination system, needing to activate it in case of an emergency. So yes.
Yeah, 1 hour and 13 minutes till takeoff.
Throughout the countdown, and hopefully again won't be an issue that they can fix.
I'm back. Okay, there you are. I've been calling for you. Hello, Smiles. Welcome.
Assembly building.
Right. What a great idea.
Under 2
What's going
hours
on?
from the opening
Artemis
of
2
our launch
launch.
window, 6:24
What is that?
Eastern Time.
You don't know what the... Okay, it's the first manned mission to the moon in over 50 years.
Oh, sounds fun.
They're not landing on the moon, but they will be orbiting it. It's a test. It's basically a test flight for Artemis 3, which will be landing on the moon. But it is the first lunar mission with a person of color, a woman, and a Canadian.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they're going to be orbiting the moon. It's a 10-day mission, and they're launching in about 1 hour and 49 minutes and 21 seconds exactly.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so we've just been broadcasting for about the past 3 hours. I've been off screen, and I've just been letting this play. And now we're just going to, I guess, talk about the mission all the way, then play the NASA broadcast. This is broadcasting from the official NASA YouTube channel. Yeah. So, I want to ask some lunar-related questions for you.
Yes.
All right. What does the moon mean to you? Does it have any symbolic meaning?
A big rock.
That's it? Big rock?
Yes, a big rock.
I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there.
When you were younger, did you have any fascination with space?
Absolutely not.
Not?
Nope.
Bro, you're such a fucking basic bitch. What does lunar exploration mean to you?
Death.
What?
Death.
Death. Okay.
We have no idea what's out there.
I mean, it's the moon. It's just a giant rock.
Exactly, right?
The moon is literally just a cold rock.
But yes, they don't say anything about what happens up there.
Yeah, because nothing happens on there.
There might be aliens, but they won't tell us.
Why would they not tell us if there was aliens?
Because it's the government, bro. They don't tell us anything.
Bro, NASA is literally like, guys, please help us find aliens on Mars. Like, almost every mission related to Mars is about finding water and aliens that might have lived there.
Oh, well.
Like, NASA's entire job is, like, get paid and do fucking alien shit. Like, you know how much, if there was aliens discovered, you know how much NASA's budget would go up?
How much?
Probably, like, a lot. Like, I'm gonna...
Also, question.
Yeah?
When's the next Minecraft stream?
Next Minecraft stream? I don't know. Okay, the Apollo program, a defining chapter in human space. $225 billion was the budget for NASA during the space race.
Good God.
And their budget went down significantly. Like, they used to get like up to like 5% of the entire federal spending budget. But now, like, here's a chart of it. Like, they went from like NASA budget over time. Like in 1965, they had about budget. No, that doesn't look right. Oh, NASA budget 1965.
1974.
In 1965, NASA had $2.6 billion in their budget. I'm going to do 1969, actually, since that was the year the fucking Apollo 11 landed on the moon. 4% of the U.S. federal budget with approximately $3.2 billion. And now NASA's current budget, 2026. NASA's fiscal year 2026, $24 billion. but it is like adjusted for inflation. It is a giant decrease from the fucking budget they used to have. 18% decrease. FY 2026 budget.
Are we doing one of those streams like what Rocco does? Like just random streams?
What do you mean?
Like he does a stream on random stuff and reveals stuff.
We're just kind of watching the launcher because this is like a giant mission. It's the first manned mission to the moon, and also like their planned trajectory. It will also have them give them the record of the farthest humans have ever traveled away from Earth.
Ooh.
So yeah, this is a pretty big mission. The crew is in the spacecraft right now, waiting for takeoff. NASA Artemis crew. So, the NASA Artemis crew, the Artemis 2 crew, consists of Reed Wiseman, he's the commander, Victor Glover, he's the pilot, Christina Koch, mission specialist, and Jeremy Henson is another mission specialist. And that's the crew.
Is something that we can all learn from.
And
the idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it.
Yeah, and we are an hour and 43 minutes till takeoff.
My name is Christina Cook, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis.
I want to get like a good idea on the fucking budget of NASA for time.
It's possibly a lot.
Huh?
I think it's a lot. Like a lot of money.
They might get a lot of money, but compared to literally everything else in the fucking United States of America, it's barely a fraction. And also, do you know how much it fucking costs to go to space?
A lot.
Yeah, it costs way more than they're fucking getting.
Wow.
Like,
I just love the vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about.
1959 is when it was first founded. 1969, 1970s.
And I'd much rather be solving problems.
It just goes from 70 to 80. Whatever, 1979.
That's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid.
Okay, so in 2026 they have 1.3
just so many. I mean, basically, it's
percentage of U.S. spending. So in 1979, 1980. The fuck is the 60s? Oh, there's the 60s. 1969, they had 2% of the United States spending budget, which would be about $41 million in 1969.
Good God.
And currently they have 0.3% of the spending budget, which is $24 million.
Good God.
Yeah, so a significant budget decrease.
Is this where my taxes are going?
Your taxes are going to the fucking Department of Defense.
I don't care about defense. I can defend my own self.
Like the fucking United States, I swear, all they spend their money on is fucking Israel and the fucking armed forces.
Give me my money back. I don't want to spend my money on those people.
Exactly. We want to be spending our money on NASA.
I don't care about NASA.
Why? What do you care about?
My money.
Makes sense. But, space exploration, like, I'm gonna look up, I'm gonna quickly just say, how much does it cost? JWST. So one of the best space telescopes NASA has, so their current budget is $24 million, right?
Yes.
It costs $100 million per year to operate the James Webb Telescope alone.
Oh
alone, one telescope alone.
That's a lot.
I know. This is how severely underfunded fucking NASA is.
Man, if we want to learn about aliens, start giving the money to them.
I know, like, if there were aliens, NASA would be like yelling so many red flags, because that would increase their budget, you know?
Exactly.
But no, they continue their work and they push through and they don't complain. So, like, NASA is like, NASA loves to look for aliens. That's what we're doing on Mars, you know, looking for water samples of rocks. If we increase their budget, we could send back Martian samples which could contain specimens of alien life forms, like little microbes. But we can't, because they're fucking broke.
Sad.
You know, we had about an hour and 39 minutes to launch. But yeah.
Hey!
What?
Should I reveal some concept art for the new Mr. Smiles plushie?
Do a little concept. I don't know. Maybe. We'd have to take down the NASA live stream.
Oh. Yeah, no, it's fine. We can wait.
Yeah. Maybe after launch.
Oh, that head shape looks terrible.
Huh?
I'm deciding something for somebody.
Yeah. So now that you know all this stuff about NASA and their funding, what is your opinion on them and their space exploration?
I could care less.
See, I've always been fond of space and always fascinated by it. I'm like enraged that they don't get that much spending. Like, space is so important.
Space may be cool. Ooh.
There's Artemis 2, or Integrity as they named the craft. Or unless it's Integrity is the little mini spacecraft variant. I don't remember.
Launchpad 39B here at Kennedy Space Center. What a great view.
Launchpad 39B. I'm gonna go back in the stream because they did walk out of the doors, and I kind of want to go back to that clip of them doing that.
Which is good news. These doors have walked out of.
Okay, in about 7 seconds here, they're gonna walk out the doors, and this is just gonna be like a bit of a crew.
On that archway as well. So I'm sure they did that over the
yeah.
They did. It's actually it's so hard to see because there's so many of them, which is also great. But it's on the door frame on the right-hand side, the very, very bottom. Walk out of. Yeah.
Oh my God.
What?
Is this real?
What is?
Whole last time to.
Is what real?
For these very specific milestones.
I was lied to.
You've got a whole group back there that's telling jokes and.
I was lied to.
Thumbs up.
Oh, here's the crew. So this is. I'm pretty sure this is the commander. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, the pilot. Mission specialist, and here's the Canadian mission specialist. So yeah, let's head all the way back to where we currently are.
With their own parts of the country, we have this shot here from the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh man, look
Just
at that.
kidding. Museum of Flight, Seattle, Washington. So sorry. Hello to you over there. Sorry, I thought that you were in Alabama, but here you are from Seattle, Washington. Again, the Museum of Flight. They must have had a special event to bring people there to watch, as well as a special event.
What is your opinion on like
the U.S. Space
space?
Huntsville, Alabama. Of course,
Cool.
they would have a lot of people here, and
Cool.
I'm sure this crowd would.
Do you believe in any space-related conspiracy theories?
Aliens.
Aliens? Well, aliens isn't really conspiracy theory. It's more just hope that they exist. Because I am 100% certain that some life form out there exists, especially like some ancient life form on Mars, or whether it be like little microbes or anything. But yeah,
We
NASA.
can't be the only ones.
I know that's kind of NASA's job, you know, to look for that, and I think they're doing a really good job at it because you know we're already like on a lot of Jupiter's moons and Saturn's moons. We're already like hoping there might be something there, and they're already like digging deep into Mars, where it's like basically just have to actually find life itself or fossils or anything like that on Mars itself. And then they confirmed. So NASA, I think NASA's doing a really good job with aliens. How about with like aliens and discovery? How about you?
I think so too.
Yeah. Because like they have like $24 million and it costs $100 million just to operate JWST alone.
All right. Thank you, Megan. Yeah, so we are right
Which is giving us like some great fucking images.
very exciting. So they are going to
Give me your hand, Chuck E. Cheese. I need you.
on to the moon. So yes, let's talk what will be happening.
Oh yeah, so actually, hold on. I'm gonna pause the stream right here.
Going to have a few days to be around the low Earth orbit, and then they'll be heading on to the moon. So yes, let's talk.
So this is their flight path. So they're gonna be taking off. They're gonna be orbiting Earth a bit. And they're gonna be going all the way around to the moon right here. Orbit the moon once, and then come back to Earth. Because this is mostly like a test flight for like the capsule and shit. Like how it actually works.
Yeah.
And then the next Artemis mission will be landing on the moon.
What if they get lost?
They can't really get lost because Earth and the moon's gravity would pull it back in, most likely. And also they have stuff for that. But if there was an emergency on like the Integrity craft, you know that little pod that comes off the rocket to go into the ocean?
Yeah.
That they're in, that actually detaches from the rocket in case of an emergency.
Oh.
So they can detach that in case of an emergency.
Cool.
Yes. So in about an hour and 30 minutes, they will be launching.
And as you can see here, a lot of that area
Oh yeah.
is deep and dark, and that is where we are going to be looking for that water.
Godspeed, Artemis 2.
That is obviously going to give us not just water to drink, but as
What?
we know, that can actually
Designing this dude's character.
propellant potentially, that hydrogen and oxygen. So that is going to make
I'm gonna announce we have an hour and 30 minutes till Artemis launches, and I'm gonna try and get people in the stream.
Okay.
camping stove and all your gear.
Because this is exciting, you know?
For the first day and then
Yeah.
try everything out. You try to test things out a little bit closer to go out on that adventure.
My spring break starts today.
Peak. It's great you're able to fucking watch Artemis. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna see if my family will watch the live stream.
Okay.
I'll be back.
It's going to set us up for that deep space exploration, and we can't wait to see what they see once they get to that flyby.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Mr. Miles live stream.
So I'm going to turn it back over to you, Megan.
Exciting stuff. Again, the idea of accomplishing a moon base, like as we've been saying, sometimes things just stay science fiction. It's amazing that we're making it science fact.
Yes, yeah, we're going back.
Alright, I'm back. I'm just checking in if I pressed it. Yes, I did.
Put boots back on the moon for the first time in over half a century, but we're going to stay and we're going to learn from the moon, and we're going to, as Megan talked about, the water ice and harness that resource, and not only learn from the moon about Earth and about the solar system, but also figure out how we get to Mars from the moon.
And so what we're seeing now back inside the White Room with the closeout team, they are removing basically...
But yeah, the Artemis missions aren't even just to get to the moon. It's also, hoping to... Like Artemis 3, it's to land on the moon. And then I'm pretty sure Artemis 4 is to land on the moon and attempt to set up a permanent moon base. So it's not even landing on the moon now. It is attempting to set a moon base on the moon. Wow. Which I think is really sick. What do you think?
Yeah.
These guys in white suits, they are suit technicians and technicians with the astronauts. So they are basically assisting them. They have their own personalized technicians. They know how they like to get into their suits and stuff. And they talked about that earlier on into the stream. I've kind of just been letting the broadcaster speak, but now I have a second host. So, we have exactly 1 hour and 30 minutes to launch. I'm excited. Hope you guys are excited. Grab, drink some popcorn. Can we see this lift off from Kennedy Space Center?
My God, Chica's so white I can't steal her fingers.
Yeah, I hope everyone's having a good spring break. Happy Easter, everyone. If you celebrate.
Hey, you know what we should do? We should do an Easter stream.
And it looks like they're
Yeah.
putting all these parts that they're removing from around the crew module hatch into a bag.
Yes. Yeah, Artemis launches to the moon.
Yes, yeah, we don't want anything left up there in the white room, and especially because
Yeah, Reed Wiseman is the commander. Victor Glover, I was right, he was the pilot. Christina Conch, mission specialist. Yeah, I was right about everyone. I'm smart. Into the day, NASA astronauts are going to share this photo of an Artemis program patch floating in the ISS of space stations, Cthulhu, on X. Okay, so one of the astronauts on the ISS posted an image of the Artemis patch floating in this space station, ISS. So yeah, that's cool. Godspeed Artemis. Too. Godspeed Artemis too. A little illustration of them. I'm just looking at the NASA website with some. I had some images of the crew on the bottom.
The launch abort system hatch. Why don't we take a look at the crew's mission patch? Now, crews have designed their official mission patches since the Gemini 5 launch in
Oh, the mission patches.
Ooh. Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they really wanted to play on the abbreviation of
That's a really nice mission patch.
signifying not only the
A
second
diamond.
flight of the Artemis program, but also a mission to
Oh yeah, it's like a play on the Artemis logo almost. Yeah, that's a really nice. Hey, oh, it has their names too. Wiseman, Glover, Koch, Hansen.
That's cool.
fly around the moon.
Yeah, the first crew to fly around the moon, as I just said. We're looking at about an hour and 28 minutes to launch. We've been streaming for 3 hours and 22 minutes.
Oh wait, they never see the dark side of the moon.
Huh?
They never been behind the black side of the moon.
Yeah, they haven't been around that part of the moon yet. And here is actually the crew in the shuttlecraft. Let's see if we can identify who's who. I don't see a Canadian patch down here, so I don't think Hansen's down here. I don't know though. See 2 of the crew members up here, 2 of them down here. I can't tell who's who. I don't know if the commander and the pilot would be up or down or both. He's putting on his visor.
But I think it's right behind Reed's.
Oh, they're waving.
And so to orient people again, so basically we have Christina in your upper right hand. Nope, sorry, Christina in your upper left hand corner.
Christina's upper left hand. Okay, so I think that's Chris. It's either Christina or that.
And then next to him, the upper right hand corner, that is Victor, who's unfortunately hidden by Reed's feet. But
Okay, so that's Victor. Reed. I think that might be our Canadian boy then, Hanson, and Christina maybe. I don't know.
this week, the crew got to stick their patch on a wall just outside the suit-up room. You can play that video there now. You can see that crews have been doing this as part of a pre-flight tradition again. Wow, Reed just.
All right, looks nice. A pre-flight tradition there. We're gonna.
And so now Victor is signing there.
Hey, London.
We're signing.
Followed by Christina.
An hour and 26 minutes, everyone. Oh, here's our boy Hansen, our favorite Canadian.
It is. Yeah, ours is on the left-hand side there. Yeah, it's a fun tradition. This is a really fun day too. You know, they did this a couple days ago, but it's just another step that makes it a little bit more real that you're going to be launching.
Now, every clip of the crew you see, besides in this, like in the shuttle itself or in the pod, this is live footage. But every thing you see of them outside their orange suits and this little pod is pre-recorded. So.
Basically, like a computer there on.
So yeah, here they are in their launch.
A way for him to just check out the data, see some of the data that also Reed and Victor are getting to see, but in those much bigger displays for Orion.
Right. Yeah. It's basically a tablet on his leg.
I hate spring.
Into a cord nearby that allows him to have a
I'm
screen.
gonna ask Charcoal if I can announce.
It looks like he's taking notes. Can you talk a little bit about what that is? It's part of all of them have like a little procedural book, right?
Right. Yeah. So they have.
I don't know if everyone will be able to make it to this time, but You know, we're looking at an hour 25 minutes until takeoff.
Or they can be kind of custom.
Everyone seems cozy in their suits.
This mission, of course, built by people and companies in all 50 states, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, and with our international partners as well. Let's take a look at some
No,
of
we're
the
just waiting now.
playing such a big role in today's
Smiles. When you look up at the moon, do you think of anything?
Is a collaborative effort.
No.
No.
This is about the parts.
I don't go
the
outside.
The software, the services.
Yeah. Couch potato.
Actually, I do stuff inside the house.
My dream for this space
Yeah, and
is that we will.
when you see these majestic images taken by space telescopes like JWST, what do you think of?
Interesting.
Interesting. Same.
It takes a team to do great things. And Artemis has an incredible team.
We have international partners. We have commercial partners and industry partners.
It takes unity to accomplish great things. And that's what this mission is all about.
Sending our money to the moon and lighting it on fire. We're putting that money right back into the economy in ways that benefit everybody. So every dollar that comes out of the Treasury that goes to support this mission goes back into the Treasury 3 times. What is very important to me is that we do it the right way and that we do it with our values, that our industries grow, that our communities grow, that our families are healthy and safe and have amazing things to work on. Then we're going to build machines to go.
Do you have any questions for me about space?
That is our
How do you feel about it?
How do I feel about space? I feel like it's not magical, but like I just feel in awe and inspired by space. It's like so massive, and we're like little tiny.
Do you want to go to space?
There's so much out there that we know of and can see, but we'll never be able to go there.
Why is that?
Because it's so fucking far away.
Across the country.
Across the country and across the world.
Even if it is.
Like you know that light has a speed, right? Light has a speed.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the speed of light again?
And the money too, you know, when we have more disposable income because we have good paying jobs.
The speed of light in a vacuum is exactly 299,792,458 meters per second, approximately 186,282 miles per second. A universal constant. It is the fastest thing in the universe. And a light year is how long it takes light to get somewhere.
So they pull a Buzz Lightyear.
So a light year is how long it takes for light to get to somewhere in a year. So, like, if you wanted to get, if you were traveling, like, if something was a light year away and you were traveling 200,999,792,458 meters per second, you would not get to your destination for a year.
Nicole is a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Air Force.
That's insane.
Advanced aircraft. She was born in San
It
Diego,
is.
California.
And nothing can reach the speed of light or surpass it. It's physically impossible. So it's insane.
Just see how far you've come again. I think
What if we pull a Buzz Lightyear?
Shut up.
Something, go for it and
That's science fiction. That's science fiction.
I think that's a great example. You know, I was a serious little kid with really high goals.
Do you want to go to space?
Kept working hard and never got bumped up.
Do I want to go to space? I'd kill someone to go to space.
You know, I think it's a testament to the human, like we talked
I
about. You know,
love space. Like,
What if
like,
I told you my uncle's the CEO of NASA?
But like, if I could work on any space projects at all, work at NASA at all, I would kill someone to be able to do that.
until launch today.
Like,
So today's Artemis 2
I'm extremely passionate about space, and I hate when people dump on organizations like NASA or the Canadian Space Agency and say it's fake.
My bad.
Houston. Our Gary Jordan is inside with flight
You
control.
didn't do that, though.
Hey, Megan, you are right. This is
What do you mean? You're like, my bad, to something you didn't even do. That's like me seeing the Challenger disaster and saying, my bad. Actually, maybe not the best time to mention the Challenger accident since the spaceship will be launching in an hour and 20 minutes, but...
Exactly.
And the teams here in the room are prepared
Anyway,
for a variety of scenarios.
when I did say questions, I didn't mean the more like scientific questions about space. Hi, Master Chef.
Into two categories: alternate main engine cutoff or MECO targets.
So yeah, do you have any questions, or chat? Do you guys have any questions about space you'd like me to answer?
These note milestones to give flight control teams and astronauts an idea of what would happen after
What do you think would least happen, or least expect to happen in space?
First is AMT low.
Like the least likely thing to happen?
Yes.
If the core stage engine,
Our sun turning into a black hole. That is I think that's the least likely thing to happen.
Why do you think that?
In our vicinity, because our sun is too small to become a dwarf star or to become a supernova. It's way too tiny.
That's what she said.
But what will happen is our sun will like grow as it lives, and eventually it'll become a red dwarf star. It'll consume Venus, Mercury, and possibly Earth, or just get really close and cook us all. And then it'll shrink, and it'll be so tiny, like the tiniest it's ever been. And it'll become a white dwarf star once it dies. It'll not go supernova.
That's good to know.
But we will still die. We'll be fucking barbecued or eaten. Yeah.
What do you think the most likely a black hole would come for?
The most likely black hole to harm us?
Yes.
The most likely thing to become a black hole. I don't really know. The most likely
capability can be used from here at the
I actually don't know the answer to that question. The most likely black hole to harm our solar system, I think, though, would... Betelgeuse is a star, you dumbass. But the most likely thing to damage... Like, did you mean what's the most likely thing to become a black hole, like, in the Milky Way? Or, like,
in general?
In general?
Around 7 minutes 30 seconds.
Betelgeuse, actually, right? You are right, Master Chef. Betelgeuse. I'm pretty sure Betelgeuse is big enough to go supernova and turn into a black hole. Some stars don't turn into black holes; they just go supernova and fucking die. So I don't know about Betelgeuse. But like pretty much every star that's big.
All right. What time of date do you think the apocalypse will be?
The apocalypse? Like, what kind of apocalypse?
The end apocalypse.
Like, caused by the sun?
In general.
In general? I'd say climate change. So, I don't know. Climate change is so fucking unpredictable, and we're so deep in shit that it could be anywhere from like 5 years to 4 billion.
Those hands are too small.
At this time, we're not tracking any significant issues here in mission control. In
But yeah,
Texas,
it's climate change has fucked us over so much.
Of course, monitor the countdown along
yeah, we're most likely dead soon. So
for when we reach T0. With that, I'll send it back to you, Megan, at the Kennedy Space Center.
I accidentally turned off my mic.
Oops.
Yeah, you guys should share the stream because this is a really interesting stream to watch. I mean, we're launching fucking Artemis 2, the first manned mission to the moon in over 50 years. And we're looking about 15 minutes from now.
Oh.
1 hour and 15 minutes till launch.
You heard it there from NASA test director Jeff Spaulding. The more that they keep on asking her how the pressure is holding in the counterbalance assembly mechanism is a good thing, because it means we are getting
done.
Don't look
Yay,
at chat.
finally.
Don't look at
so that's amazing news over the loops that
Don't
we
look
just
at
saw
chat.
on Orion's
Just don't look at chat.
communication channel with the
Why?
crew. But now I want to get back
Don't.
over
Just
to Daryl
don't.
with the launch team. He has an update now on the flight termination system
You're
that
fired.
the team was tracking.
All right. Thank you very much, Megan. And we're getting an update now from the team as we speak.
Well,
Matter of fact, you're banned. You're banned and fired.
I override your ban.
I stand by 1 second.
Sad. Why?
Because why not? And we got exactly an hour and 15 minutes to launch, which is I'm really excited.
Oh, dude, Chad is back from Hell of a Boss.
Sorry about that. We're just getting an update,
Huh?
in fact, about what I was about to.
You're the shark dude from Hell of a Boss?
Good news is
Yeah.
the ranges go.
He's back.
We reported
Damn.
that they were
He didn't die.
high their equipment.
That's sad.
Regarding the FTS system.
Surprising.
And, they asked for a little of that verification work to be done by the FTS engineers here in the firing room. He went out
Okay, so,
to
yeah.
get some legacy hardware to help
Do you have
out
any more like scientific questions about planets, galaxies?
fix that the
How long do you think we'll be able to
get clearance?
wait?
To clear the range, rather.
Do you think we'll be able to land on
the FTS
Saturn?
system, and so now
Saturn?
they are
Yes.
again. The range is go. That is no longer a constraint.
I have a question for you that will answer this for you, okay?
Okay.
Your answer here will be my answer. Can you stand on hold on. Can you stand on oxygen? Can you stand on a fart?
Yeah, we always do.
No, what I mean is like, can you physically grab and stand on a fart like it's a solid object?
Yes.
I think you're talking about a shark, but no, Saturn is a gas giant. It's made of gas. It's gas.
Oh.
It's the equivalent to a giant space fart. And also its pressure is so like the pressure on Saturn is so fucking large that you would be flattened before you even get to the center. Same with the gravity. You would be squished and squished before you even got to the center.
Oh.
Same with Jupiter, Neptune, Uranus.
I think it's pronounced Uranus.
No, it's Uranus. It's based off the Greek god, the Greek and Roman god, Uranus. The one that Kronos castrated.
Oh yeah, maybe the part is dense enough. Yeah, most likely.
No, density isn't really a problem. It's also because it's so fucking large. The gravity is so fucking huge.
No, but like actually, right now my nose is stuffed up. So yeah.
Oh.
Shut up, Master Chef. Don't ask you.
I don't know. I kind of want to join that free roll play.
They're starting to work on that. That's the launch abort system hatch.
Oh, I'm out of man.
The crew hatch and the launch abort system hatch and the closeout crew that you see.
Anymore?
Right on time with their work.
No.
No.
You can see it in motion right now. That launch.
Do you I'll ask you some questions then.
That's the latest from the fire room.
I don't know.
So great news all around.
What's your opinion on this mission?
Worth it.
Was it? You know, what's your opinion on the funding of NASA? Do you think you should get more or less funding?
More.
More?
Because the more they get, the more they can find out aliens.
You only care as aliens. You don't care about moon missions. Just care about aliens.
That don't matter.
Yes, it's got to
Planets
be
are planet.
And as Daryl said, you can start to see the sun poking
If
out
there's
here,
other
and we can
life
see
out
the
there, that means we
clouds
get
moving
more
north
and
moving
more
away from us,
stuff.
so it's all good news.
Yo, we need those alien baddies.
Oh,
Yes, more funding for Super Earth.
She's standing by with some other guests.
Hey, Megan.
Super Earth.
I don't know if you heard that huge cheer just
Earth
now.
is gonna blow up.
No, it's not. It's gonna get eaten, maybe cooked, but
to do some final countdowns.
I don't know what you're doing. Huh?
For how hot it is outside, it's gonna blow up.
I asked you a little bit earlier, how excited
I don't think that's how it works.
What did you say?
I'm very excited.
You might get incinerated,
Our mom's birthday.
but we won't go kaboom.
Hey, new game teaser trailer. Huh? A new FNAF game teaser trailer.
Oh shit!
Freddy or not?
Freddy or not? Oh, what the fuck? Right, well, Freddy, did Freddy join this fucking SWAT team or something?
I don't know.
Is that a ready or not reference? Like, bro,
Well, I'd take my dad.
I didn't know Freddy joined the LAPD.
I don't know. Probably my best friend.
I think it's like a Guess Who game.
You know?
Wow.
So brother got left out. Who would you take?
That was just what I was thinking. My dad and my mom and my best friend.
That's a pretty good answer. Your brother can get his own trip to space, right? So I'm actually joined here also by Dad. Now, you were sharing with me that a lot of the work that you've been doing over the last several months has been prepping the launch teams, our engineering teams, our ground systems.
Also, soon I will be playing Bendy fan games soon.
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
You should play the new Bendy Nightmare Syndicate.
I will not be playing Out of the Machine though,
Oh, why is that?
because it's ass.
Not the new one.
Okay, I'm saving Out of the Machine for last because Ollie and his fandom are basically just stolen. Like, remember in the Bendy roleplay group, we have a no Ollie rule.
Oh yeah.
Even the fucking creator of Out of the Machine is in the anti-Ollie group.
Really?
He's in the anti-Olliers group.
That's funny.
I know. Imagine being such a fucking asshole, or just so annoying that you're the fucking creator of your own fandom joins your hate group.
God, that sucks.
It's like there's such an eyesore and so annoying in our instances.
I hope Laughing Gas don't become like Out of the Machine.
Laughing Gas isn't a fan game though. It's its own game.
I hope it don't become terrible.
Laughing Gas won't be terrible.
Most likely it's gonna be ruined by brain rot.
The only reason people hate on Out of the Machine is because it basically stole a lot of the Bendy fandom.
It did.
But you're a completely new thing. You would have a completely new fandom, so don't worry. You don't need to worry about that.
Oh, this person wants me to pay $45 for an actual Mr. Smiles plush to be made.
Huh?
This dude wants $45, and they'll make a Mr. Smiles plush.
Damn. Wait, you're paying him $45 to make his Smiles plush?
Yeah.
Damn.
I think I might go through.
Also, I haven't figured out how to make a Patreon. I haven't figured out how to set up a Patreon, so
that's fine.
I'm gonna need help with that.
I gotta set up a GoFundMe to help donate to the game because we're broke.
Oh yeah, you should. I will promote it. Also, I forgot to mention during our live streams we do. During our live streams and videos, we do thank our Discord members. So I want to give a huge thank you to Master Chef Carl Grimes, Black Cat, Bowsette, Charcoal, Over and Die, Man, Retro _ 336861, Subi, and Mr. Smiles. Thank you guys for all joining the Discord.
Yeah.
Live look.
I'm looking at some designs I've yet to reveal to anybody.
Mm.
They're horrible.
I have to finish the video with your thing. Actually, I haven't done much work on it at all.
That's fine.
I've just been lazy. I gotta get to it.
Get to work. So maybe get the whip out.
Covering the ends of those hoses. That's to protect those hoses.
Where will Laughing Gas be released?
So we decided Game Jolt because we don't got to pay $100 to post it there.
Okay.
They
Game
only
Jolt.
they only take 20% of the money.
Damn. And will on also, how much will the game be?
Well, chapter 1's going to be free.
Okay. What about the other chapters?
Around $20.
That's reasonable. Reasonable.
His suit there. That's again just to make sure that we don't lose anything. If a gust of wind or you get knocked or something, you don't want to lose a single thing in the way.
Budget cuts. We gotta get rid of popcorn.
Yo, you remember Gammy?
Yes.
He might be joining. They're live.
Oh, cool.
In chat though, in chat.
Why not this?
I don't know. I could invite him.
Oh man, just over an hour to launch.
I don't do much in the server.
Probably a little bit of a lull right now.
That's okay.
Monitoring some systems, but you can see Reed's got his feet crossed. So I think just trying to relax and pass the time by maybe thinking through.
You've seen the 3D model of the Mr. Smiles plush, right?
Yep, I think.
The different.
Okay, he's coming up as a host. I'm gonna quickly invite him.
Okay.
His first day on orbit is actually really busy for them. They've got 2 burns that they have to monitor. They've got the system set up, and they've got to get the cabin set up. So there's a lot.
I can hear you breathing.
For this crew, I think they've got a couple sections.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't think they get a full night's rest for quite some time. So
Okay, so Gammy will be here soon. I don't know if he'll show up on here. I might have to edit this.
Imagine what it would be like to live in a spacecraft for 10 days.
Live in a spacecraft for 10 days? I could not, bro.
How are they gonna poop?
Exactly.
They just hold it in.
Well, I'm pretty sure they wear diapers.
Oh.
Yeah.
What if it goes back in?
Then good for them, I guess.
My name is Susan Baggerman, and I'm the Chief Health and
That's
Performance
nasty.
Officer for the Orion program and the Artemis 2 mission. And this is 10 Days in Orion.
Fuck, I do not want to buy premium. Get me out of here.
Orion spacecraft on top of the Space Launch System.
Why don't you want to buy premium?
Because I don't want to.
Why not?
Because
Is it worth it?
I don't know.
Making sure that we understand how the crew would do that successfully within the volume of Orion. We also have, of course, systems to feed the crew.
Yeah, we are not going to be pulling a puppy playtime with the small smiley critters because I hate them very much.
Can use to heat their food. They're also going to check out the flywheel system. We'll have initial exercises. Part of that is to ensure that the flywheel is actually working, but part of it is actually to be sure that our environmental control systems are actually working. The crew will sleep in sleeping bags.
I'm hungry and sleepy.
Very, tightly bound.
Damn.
Very free. So use the toilet for the first time and be sure that it's able to flow. While they're on their journey, they'll do testing with a survey just to be sure that we're ready in the future for
Dude.
They'll also check
What?
out our radiation.
What are you doing?
If we were to have
Getting chocolate eggs.
we would be asking
Chocolate eggs?
Yep. Yo, what is up, Gammy?
locations on the vehicle, basically for it to serve as shielding.
Welcome to the live stream of the launch of the Artemis 2. We have an hour left till launch. What's up, Gammy?
I'm interested in the space food.
Hello.
So Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy have.
What's
That's really cool. We're actually going to.
How are we doing this fine evening?
Some of the food that they're going to have with them on their 10-day journey around the moon. We know of more than 10 types of beverages. There's coffee, a mango peach,
You're gonna speak.
apple cider, lemonade. So
You be
those all
quiet.
sound delicious. And now
The lag is out for me.
Oh, what's up, Gammy?
Actually, not too bad. I actually have a mango peach smoothie with me today.
No way.
Yeah. So you can see they come in.
Oh, wait, we've got a menu.
Like food menu?
Yeah, they got food. So there's gonna be.
Food!
There's going to be coffee, cocoa, apple cider, mango peach smoothie, vanilla breakfast drink, pineapple drink, green tea, chocolate breakfast drink, lemonade, strawberry breakfast drink. Most common food items, there's going to be tortillas, mango salad, broccoli, white flatbread, granola with blueberries, spicy green beans, vegetable quay, I can't fucking pronounce that, macaroni and cheese, almonds, breakfast sausage, tropical fruit salad, cashews, barbecued beef brisket, nuts, butternut, squash, cauliflower. And there's going to be 5 different hot sauces.
Hot sauce.
Showed quite a bit of the standard menu that they're going to take.
I think Gammy's lagging.
It'll be bad.
Gammy, try disconnecting. Try it.
The food that we have been using, our food lab at Johnson Space Center actually creates that food, and then they stabilize it and they package it for us and everything. So
He's going to try and leave and
they
right
do
now.
a really wonderful job out there. We've got different types of food. You can see I've got
We got about 1 hour. Exactly 1 hour and 15 seconds till takeoff.
and then you can eat it. But then we
How
also
excited is everybody?
cocktail here that's irradiated, so it's in a package that protects it.
Godspeed, Artemis.
We might, if you're.
Yes. Look, see, they want us to eat. I don't know what we were
We got 59 minutes till launch, everyone.
It's in this inner package, and so this cosmic brownie, actually the trick.
Yes, I can hear you, Gammy. What's up?
Crewmate taught me. The trick is you got to put this in the food warmer and get it nice and warm, and then you can get it. But so what we do is we just take scissors and you open it up, and then it comes right out. So these brownies are nice because they don't have a ton of crumbs, and so you can actually just eat it pretty easily in space. If you imagine, that would not happen in space. It would not fall. But yeah, so we've got all sorts of things that you can actually eat. The menu is pretty good.
Yeah, we're very close to launch. 59 minutes.
Nice. Yeah, that's amazing. And again, here's
Does anyone still have any questions about the launch? Chef, you, Smiles, Gammy.
We are now under an hour from the
Gammy, do you have any questions about space or the Artemis program?
And so let's take some questions from social media. We haven't taken some of those for a while. You put that brownie away, Nicole, or I'm going to steal it. Nicole, we have another celebrity who submitted a question. Let's take a look.
Guys.
For the Artemis
Can you hear me?
crew, what
Yep.
food
Loud and clear.
will you bring with you into space?
Smiles, where'd you go?
So, guy.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be AFK for a good little bit.
Hopefully not 58 minutes, because that's when the
trust
takeoff
me, it's
is.
gonna be way more than 15 minutes. Tell me how it goes.
58.
Favorite food of all.
Oh. Okay. Tell me how it goes.
Not a bad option.
Alright, I'll inform you if you're not back in time. Gammy, do you have any questions about space?
Yeah, I remember Christina saying that her favorite food on the menu, and actually, she was saying that she was getting in trouble because people kept on saying, "You can't eat mac and cheese every day, Christina."
Gammy.
We mentioned the mac and cheese and brisket earlier. Man, I would put those two on a tortilla. That would be great.
That sounds delicious. Well, thank you so much,
You sent me a video here.
for sending in those
What
questions.
video did you send me?
Everyone from a 5-year-old that we got a question from to all the way to Roy Woods Jr. there, a comedian. So thank you so much. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the Space Coast of Florida, where we are counting down to liftoff of Artemis 2. You see a beautiful aerial shot there of our rocket on the pad. For the first time in more than 50 years, we are sending humans to fly around the moon and back, and we're taking you all of you with us on this next chapter of human spaceflight. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers. Great to have you here, Nicole.
Yes, this has been a beautiful day.
All
We're
right.
excited. We're continuing to march towards this launch.
Yeah, and if all goes as planned, this crew could travel farther from Earth than any other humans before them and see parts of the moon no one has ever.
Guess we're just gonna wait.
Exciting.
Yes.
I think the reason I'm lagging is because I have a terrible laptop.
Do you have any questions about space?
Builds behind us more activity that you're seeing here at the Kennedy Space Center press site. We also have a ton of people gathering around the world to watch this history.
It's lagging so hard. It's fine though. I can still see it. It's good.
That crowd has grown. We checked them probably like 30 minutes ago, and it was half that. But again, as
Also,
we
there's
get
been a
closer
weird
and
thing
closer
with
to
my
launch, we
Wi-Fi.
are seeing more
Like
and more
during
people
the
gather
night,
together, wanting
it
to
just
share
does not
experiences
work.
together, and not just in a vacuum at home.
Damn.
You know.
Yes, this is so exciting. Look at all of those people.
Like the router I have has a little blue light. I don't know if any other router in the world has that, but there's a blue light which indicates, it works, but when it's orange, it does not. 98% of the night, it is orange.
His first
Damn.
launch to the moon. How exciting!
That is exciting.
Hello, everyone.
So,
Oh, that's so great.
I also have a harmonica with me.
Speed on what's happened so
Huh.
far. Again, we are now within an hour of
A golden harmonica at that.
So what has been happening so far today? Well, a lot. People waking up and grabbing a bite to eat.
I was playing harmonica.
Two crews suited up.
Do you have any questions about space or the Artemis missions?
Them into their custom Orion crew survival suits, and just like other crews,
Do you have any questions about space?
gathered around the table for a card game to pass the time, but to also burn off any lingering bad luck before they walked in the
You there?
footsteps of every NASA astronaut launching from Kennedy Space Center since Apollo 7 in 1968. They walked outside the Neil Armstrong.
I feel like this is gonna end up like Challenger for some reason.
Let's not say that. 58
Yeah,
minutes before.
that's a good idea.
Maybe let's not talk like that. Because I mean, well, there was the unmanned mission first, and the unmanned mission went well. Artemis 2 is just going to be orbiting the moon, but also in case anything does happen, their like little pod they're in can disconnect from the rocket, so they can eject from the rocket if needed.
Because they are about to.
You wanna know a fun fact?
That connect
What?
the Orion spacecraft to the White Room, correct?
I have a Skylander figure with me that is older than me.
There, so
Damn.
it is actually connected, so that way the gap between the Caraxis arm and
Do you have any questions about space?
is covered, but they're about to remove that.
Any questions about space or this mission?
No, not really.
All right.
Here in the next few minutes.
We have about 53 minutes to take off. We had seen the meals they'll be eating. We see the crew is all nice and buckled up. We've been streaming for about 4 hours now. Yeah, everything seems to be good. Weather seems to be good. They played some cards before to burn off some bad luck. Yeah, Artemis 2 seems like it's going to be a major success.
Is in charge of the launch abort system. It's on console here. Reported that
Hopefully.
Isn't it kind of crazy how, like, in everyone's lifetime, you will never see outside of the universe?
Well, the universe is literally everything, so no shit.
Temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6
Yeah.
minutes, which is
That's like me saying, guys, I'm going to see outside of my eyeballs.
Going to follow, of course, along closely what they learn. But again, a battery temp.
It's like saying, yeah, I'm just gonna take my brain out for a walk or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just going to take my brain out for a walk, y'all.
Understand first of all whether or not this may be a sensor issue.
My new pet dog, Brain. He doesn't bite, don't worry.
So again, looking into it, troubleshooting and researching as we speak. With regards
I have
to
like,
weather, we did get some good news there. Launch weather.
they have a tiger pillow that is like 30 years old. It's like an animal, basically.
Damn.
Like, they used to have stripes. They used to. But now it doesn't, because it's been washed too many times.
First weather forecast come out officially.
We have about 50 minutes to launch.
For anybody who's here in the launch area knows
Nice.
that is certainly
Yeah,
viewable.
let's hope, they have a safe flight.
I have the goddamn Slenderman was pretty fast that JT music rap stuck in my head.
Reminder for those people who
I
are
know.
watching the launch from the nearby area that if you're
It's
watching
the Slenderman vs. Freddy Fazbear rap battle by JT Music that is just stuck in my head for no reason.
since it's on an
Yeah.
internet device,
Speaking of like indie horror
I only
games,
listened to it once as well.
behind what you're actually
Yeah.
speaking of indie horror games, Mr. Smiles over here will be making his own horror game. What was it? Laughing Gas Two Face. Yes, Laughing Gas Two Face will be chapter 1 of his indie horror game he's making, and the first chapter will be free. Every other chapter will be around $20. Don't know the release order, but I do know that I will actually be voice acting a little part. You guys should go check it out when it is up. When it's up to be wish listed, I will post where you guys can find it, and you guys should give it a download to support him. You know, he works very hard with his art, and I've seen behind the scenes, and it's really amazing to see this big team of people all come together to work on a project they're passionate about. So yeah, go check that out when it's up for wish listing, and yeah, give it a play when it's ready.
That's nice.
We're looking at about 15 minutes to launch.
Speaking of indie horror games,
just finishing up those last couple of things they have to do before leaving the White Room and then leaving the pad.
I don't even know how to weave this into the indie horror game thing. Gammy has a punished arc. Or something, I don't know.
They don't know about Gammy, bro. No one here knows about Gammy yet. I actually want to do a live stream with my Bendy thing.
I use canonically.
And so if we can take a shot of the crew.
Also, that was funny how you got fucking thrown off the balcony.
Why don't we talk a little bit more about each of them?
I feel like Ink Bendy should just be the hell guy. I don't think he should be played by anyone. This is just an idea for the group.
He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. During the 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed more than 300.
Why does the guy look, not to be racist or anything, but why does he look like a Nazi Germany commander?
Alright, well, let's mute ourselves real quick and let them talk about the crew.
He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to December 2022. His two daughters were out to wave goodbye to him as he made his way to the launch pad. And again, there's Reed's feet. Reed is the one sitting in the seat to the right, closest to our camera there. So looks like he's relaxed by the body language of his feet.
Yeah, I think they're kind of in a holding pattern, if you will, or a waiting period. So it makes sense that he's a little bit relaxed. He's also kind of just a relaxed person in general. He's wicked smart, but has a demeanor that keeps everybody calm. And so I think we're seeing that here today.
And so in this shot, Reed is the one sitting on the left, and to his right, Artemis 2 pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013, and at the time he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space, November 2020, pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station since the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. So again, he probably feels pretty at home in the pilot seat of Artemis 2.
Yeah, I think he does.
He got to say goodbye to his wife and 4 kids. Again, those were the family that he had here at Kennedy Space Center before the 4 of them drove out to the pad.
Yeah, and you can see there, we talked about Victor's energy earlier, and you can see him working through, pushing some buttons on the displays. Looked like he was pulling up a procedure, so he's following along and ready to go, looks like.
And then mission specialist Christina Cook, sitting on the upper left-hand corner of the screen there, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan, was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013, same class as Victor, served as flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. During that time, she set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. How cool. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped to build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing,
And
community
CDR, NTD.
service, yoga, and photography.
Go ahead, NTD. There's a couple of suppressed overvolt messages. We're going to go ahead and clear those off your screen.
We see them and we copy.
All right.
NASA test director.
We're still working here, trying to get through everything. So we're getting close, and then trying to talk that other issue that we just picked up a little bit ago. But I think work-wise, we're doing really well.
Sounds good, NTD. We're doing great on board.
Glad to hear it.
NASA test director giving an update to the crew. Some messages flashed on their displays. Just wanted to say that they didn't have to worry about that. We're going to clear that. And that also just reassuring the crew, again, that they are tracking and working the issue with the launch abort system battery.
Yeah.
All right. And then first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis 2 mission. The London, Ontario native selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator and is the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts while in space. Jeremy also participated in training exercises, really cool ones like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for a week. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. He has a wife and 3 children. And he's the one that you see bottom left-hand corner of your screen. I know, I'm trying to see what he's doing there. Christina's looking too. And so there is your Artemis 2 crew inside the Orion spacecraft. And this is actually the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And if you're wondering about the first 6 crewed test flights, here they are.
All right. That was the crew. I'm gonna let Gammy unmute himself if he wants.
Gus Grissom, John Young, March 23, 1965.
We got about 40. We have 43 minutes to launch.
October 11th.
Yes. You guys can unmute yourselves. I know Smiles is AFK. Don't know when he'll be back. Don't know if he'll even be back for lunch, but hopefully he will. Crew seems nice and cozy in there. And yeah, we have. Yeah, we have 43 minutes to launch.
Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, June 5th, 2024. And now.
Yeah, they're still on the ground. How the hell are they flying?
Christina and Jeremy.
Oh, those were clips from past astronauts on the ISS.
Through all these decades, through all these launches we've had.
So those were ISS clips.
Vehicle that we're testing for crew.
Artemis, because the crew is the people in orange sitting up there in Artemis. Yeah, there are 4 people in orange.
They never use the white suits anymore. That's like the icon.
Because the white suits were made to go outside on the moon. But the orange suits, those are more just for takeoff. Artemis, they still do use the white suits when going out into space, specifically for repairs on the ISS. But the orange suits are lighter, less heavy. You know, you can move better in them more freely. And they're just better for the task at hand. You don't need giant tanky suits to wear for stuff like this, right?
It's exciting stuff.
But they are developing new moon suits, which they're black right now. but they will
I
be
thought you
white.
said they were developing new moons. I was just gonna say.
No, they're developing new spacesuits for the moon. So yeah, they are still going to be like bulky and white, but they're going to be better. They're going to be less bulky and stuff.
Future lunar and Mars missions.
Yeah, they're not using them right now in Artemis 2 because Artemis 2 is mostly like a flyby.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey.
They're not landing.
We need to go explore.
There's already like 41 minutes left. How's that possible?
This is a test mission.
Because there's something called time.
We might spend 3 or 4 days around Earth. We might go to the moon. That's where we want to go.
We've been streaming for about 4 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh.
And we've been here since hour 5 about that, and we're now at 40 minutes till takeoff.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery. And when we succeed and when we accomplish the things that we set out to accomplish, that inspiration not
If you think about it, 1 minute isn't that long, and so is 1 hour if we're going by those standards.
Yeah, one hour isn't that long, so we're very close to our launch.
Yeah.
Missions like this, but it has benefits. That's actually why we're racing towards it. Those benefits are really wide.
Yo, no way. There's people who can just run that fast. No way. They're totally using my time lapse. Totally not. That guy's just.
I think that's actually a prototype of the moon suit.
Oh.
This might be showing. Yeah, this is like a prototype of a moon suit. You can see it's still really bulky and stuff. Like it's like a bit of like it's a bit of a skeleton of it, but.
Taking images and video and sending them back to you. The feeling that I have inside is
I'm gonna close my window. It's getting chilly.
It's not the solution for humanity on planet Earth, but it is a contribution in the positive column. We hope that just for a moment that people will pause and say, wow, it's extraordinary when you look back upon the Earth with over 8 billion people. And you see
Mr. Smiles is gay? Wow, Master Chef, we definitely did not know that.
What?
Well, it's just someone in chat.
Okay.
And so
I'll be right back.
Control the flight of Orion after a liftoff here at Kennedy Space Center. Here's Gary Jordan, who's embedded with that team. Gary, you might have to pause because we did just hear a call out to the commander in Orion.
Will do, Megan. I think that was Commander Reed Wiseman responding to prepare for some of the next steps. We are now holding at the T-minus 10-minute hold. Expected a 30-minute hold. So we are well on the countdown. We are well on the timeline to meet this L-minus time and launch towards the beginning of the window, but continuing to track progress along the way. Again, I'm here with the Artemis 2 flight control teams in Mission Control Houston.
Hold on, I'm gonna get a drink. 1 second.
Has been monitoring the countdown and verifying their own mission-specific launch criteria of the Space Launch System, the Orion spacecraft integrity, and its crew. During the final poll before launch, if all looks good,
It was literally right next to me.
All right, I'm back. Looks like about 38 minutes to launch.
go for launch from Houston flight. Upon liftoff, teams here take control of the mission and communicate with the crew while they fly on the
You wanna know why I don't really drink water in my house?
And each
Why?
has a dedicated
Because the only water I have is tap water.
Damn.
You'll hear calls from
And I live in Britain, so that says enough.
the Artemis 2 crew as milestones are reached during the more than 8 minutes of powered flight on the core stage. Liftoff and ascent are just the beginning. This room will be staffed around the clock over the next 10 days to oversee every moment.
Did you know in the rocket scene from Despicable Me 1, they hide minions kissing?
The mission live 24/7, so anyone can follow the crew's journey.
Just like in the room where the rocket launch thing is, they just hide minions kissing.
Down at the moon's surface. Teams here have been rehearsing tirelessly.
They hide it in every movie.
Conceivable and inconceivable
Damn.
scenario their way. We are ready and eager to begin the Artemis 2 mission. Still milestones to come as we continue the countdown. We'll be right back with you during the ascent phase of today's flight. With that, Megan, I will send it back over to you at the Space Coast.
so much, Gary. Under 37 minutes until the
Oh,
opening of our
36
2-hour launch
minutes.
window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern. I've never been more excited for a time. But why don't we send it back over to Megan Carter with the moon board to learn more about what happens after ascent.
Absolutely. I am definitely also getting excited. Things feel like they're starting to pick
I
up a
thought
little
the
pace.
camera thing was a
lot
crystal.
happen within the first 10 minutes of launch, but what happens after the first 10 minutes? Let me take you over here to my mission map so we can
Oh, yeah, here's the mission map.
So our main engine cutoff is going to stand for MECO, and that is essentially where the rocket's job is done, and it is then going to turn the propulsion duties over to our ICPS. That stands for Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage. Don't try and say that too many times fast, but the ICPS is going to be right here, and that's our in-space propulsion. About 50 minutes into, after about 50 minutes into launch, it is going to conduct that energy raise maneuver.
Is that a new Halo game?
Halo?
Raise the space
It's the new Halo game, dude. Look at it.
point of Earth just
Damn.
a little bit higher into space. And then they're going to conduct that nice path. It's going to set them on that nice circular path around the Earth. That's when they're going to start to be able to really check out this.
Have you thought of any questions, any curiosities about the mission, the crew, space in general?
They're going to check out those life support systems, and communication checkout is going to be vital at that point as well, obviously. Then they will be conducting that another burn, and that's going to raise them just a little bit higher again. And then they will, it'll be.
Have you ever watched the Paramount Plus show about Knuckles the Echidna?
No.
Apparently it's the greatest show on Earth, but only one person has said that in the... Yeah.
Got 34 minutes to launch.
Ooh.
I'm gonna check when this is not in here.
And the crew is going to have the opportunity to manually maneuver these spacecraft, like we've mentioned, and practice those docking maneuvers. Now, obviously,
Don't know if Smile will be here for launch, which is sad. But you got the rocket in the lower corner.
Yeah.
After that, ICPS has separated. They're going to conduct 2 more burns.
Do you believe in any space-related conspiracy theories, Gabby?
I don't know. Tell me some. I'll list. Tell me
Flat
some.
Earth, do you believe in flat Earth?
Hell no.
Do you believe in the moon landing was fake?
I feel like it was real, but some aspects were fake.
Do you believe the Martian rover and pictures from Mars are real?
Not really. I feel like Milan just got a bunch of pictures of New Mexico and just ordered them.
Elon doesn't have rovers on Mars.
He says a bunch of stuff on Mars. It's easy to forget.
NASA is the only organization on Mars.
Ah.
Now that you know it's actually NASA, do you believe in them more?
Still not really. I still feel like this New Mexico oranged.
Why?
I don't know.
But you know, it's important, right? Because we want to get back to the moon. We want
I
to.
think it's just in my genes to believe that some things about the moon were faked.
Like what things about the moon?
How the hell did they get the camera up there?
It's called the rover.
No, the camera when they did the moon landing.
Well, there was a little camera that ejected from the lander. So yeah, they had a camera ready to eject from the lander. They also had rovers recording the landing.
Who wanted to wish our Artemis 2 crew a safe journey.
Speaking of American holidays, do you think 9/11 was faked?
The true heroes.
Well, given the fact that Twin Towers aren't there anymore.
Talking about the plane thing.
Given the fact people literally saw 2 giant planes crash into the Twin Towers. Not really.
They hit a field and the Pentagon. Not that important though.
There was two planes that hit the towers, one plane that hit the Pentagon, and a third plane was supposed to go either to the Capitol building or the White House, but the passengers stopped the terrorists but ended up crashing the plane into a field.
Why is Ryan Gosling here? What? I looked away from
what the fuck did Ryan Gosling get here?
What is he doing? What is he doing here?
How is he here?
Who's that?
Why are you doing a small player here? What the fuck?
Is this just the Avengers Endgame? He's just assembling all random people just for NASA or something. Who's this? Why is so many random people appearing? Why was Ryan Gosling here?
You gotta look for a parking space. This is to go around the moon, make sure somewhere to park, and then you park. Journey. Good luck.
Oh my god, that's my favorite celebrity.
How this mission builds
Random guy.
No, Artemis 2.
In maybe 2 years.
Oh, we still here?
Yeah, 30 minutes till takeoff.
Oh, cool.
Thank you, Roywood Jr. Okay, and as we look at this live view of the rocket on the pad, there is a spectacular place here at Kennedy Space Center to watch launch from, and that's the Banana
Yo, what's up, Charcoal?
viewing area. Why don't we go back there where the crowd is excited and Leah.
Yeah, those are my favorite celebrities, that guy right there.
Super excited about being here.
Yeah, that guy right there. Ryan Gosling was actually on the fucking stream.
You missed
I'm not
it.
even kidding. Ryan Gosling.
What?
Ryan Gosling appeared. I'm not even kidding.
Astronauts are going to space.
Oh, Ryan Gosling.
Oh.
No idea why he was here. We kind of were talking and zoned out. Oh, 29 minutes. Drive fish sticks. Never tried them. How have you never tried fish sticks?
Gotta be ashamed for ruined it in this if I actually press ship or start to go.
Godspeed, Artemis. French toast sticks. I would kill MasterChef for some.
Oh my gosh, that made me so emotional. That was so inspiring.
Also, apparently there seems to be a problem with the detachability of the pod from the rocket, but I'm pretty sure they've sorted that out. We're currently sorting it out. So that seems to be fixed. Yep.
To do the work and then to be here for launch. So why don't we actually go over to him now with our Jasmine Hopkins at one of our other views.
All right, Megan, thank you so much. The energy here on the balcony is honestly becoming electric as we get so close to launch, and now we are thrilled.
Yeah, we are very close to launch. I'm going to probably get like some popcorn or chips or something.
How will Artemis 2 set the pace for the coming years?
I'll probably eat the Legos next to me.
Right, this is the test mission. This is getting very comfortable with the SLS rocket, the Orion spacecraft. No humans have ever flown on this before, right? And we're going to put it through its paces, in Earth orbit for a little bit, make sure Orion's doing okay, and then we are sending it, right? We're going to send it farther into space than any humans might.
Okay, I'm going to pour myself a bit of soda. I'll be right back.
Okay. Subsequent missions. That's why we're going into the golden age of science.
God, dude, Artemis 2.
Rocket launch in 2027 when we do our testing with the lander. We're going to go for the landing on Artemis 4 in 2028, and in parallel, we're going to build the moon base, right? And that is going to be filled with science discovery and tech demonstrations. That's going to support the enduring presence we're trying to create on the surface.
Absolutely. So honestly, history-making years ahead of us, you know, with Artemis 3 and 4. But first is Artemis 2. What will be our single greatest takeaway from this mission?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, after ignition, to me, the moment that I'm going to be most excited for is splashdown. There's no question about that. Good shoots coming down off the West Coast. But look, I think the takeaway from this is gaining extreme comfort in the Orion spacecraft, right? I mean, this is very different than what we've done for more than a half century, right? I mean, the velocities that spacecraft is going to re-enter at, it's going to be new territory for us. We want to get our arms around that completely. So I would say the performance of SLS plus Orion is everything on this one. We want to make sure we do it in as a safe way as we possibly can, understanding what we are undertaking right here. Bring our crew back, learn as much as we can
Choco, same.
for Artemis 3 in 2027.
Right. And it looks like we've actually got a pretty young audience today here, some kids running around the balcony. How do you hope Artemis 2 inspires that next generation?
You know, I talk about this all the time. Like, you know, one of our, I think our overarching KPIs that we should always be tracking is the number of people living and working in space. Well, you know what's another strong number 2 on that one? It's the number of kids that are dressing up as astronauts for Halloween, so that they grow up, that they're inspired to want to join.
Oh, and I'll turn it up in a sec.
Work with us here at NASA, or they join in industry, but they're helping humankind venture out farther, pursue all the secrets of the
I got some soda chips and some cupcakes. Let me see if I can turn it off.
That's it. Mission to get to know the people behind the work at NASA. Do you have
I turned
any
it up.
final thoughts, any final
Dude,
words before
I gotta restart Minecraft.
Well, one, I want to
What
express
happened?
my appreciation. I'll tell you what, the 4 astronauts on top of
What did you
Artemis
say?
know this. It takes an army to
It
pull a
better
mission
not got
together
rid of
like
my
this,
stuff.
right across all 10 of our centers, all of
What are
our
you talking about?
all of our commercial partners, the
My
international
Minecraft.
partners that come together to
What
make
happened?
this possible. My
It
sincere appreciation
it didn't
for
like
everyone who is currently working the mission right
deleted
now, so
itself.
getting them ready for launch,
What the
really,
fuck?
watching over them in mission control, recovering this crew when they splash down off the West Coast. I have complete trust and confidence in your abilities, and everybody else directly working on Artemis 2. Artemis 3 is coming up next year. When this
I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
go watch Super Mario.
We will be also live streaming.
Thanks for being here.
We will be live streaming Artemis 3 next year.
NASA's Megan Cruz.
Under 25 minutes and counting from
25 minutes to launch.
2-hour launch window, and take a look at all these
Isn't
people
it kind of crazy how
around, and I see the clock.
the first gen alpha is already a teenager?
There are more people and less time.
Yes, exactly, which is a great problem to have. Now, this first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis program coincides with the 250th anniversary of our country's founders signing the Declaration of Independence. Exploration is
A bottle was gonna fall off my bed and I caught it with my foot.
with our return to the moon.
250 years ago,
The founding fathers.
What are these guys doing here?
What are these guys? I'm not paying attention at all. Why the fuck are the founding fathers on TV?
It was the Revolutionary War. What?
So like I go to the store. Fill me
Yes.
in. What happens?
but by how far we were willing to go.
Are you gonna miss the launch?
We conquered vast frontiers.
Bro, Smiles is missing the launch.
Why is it just playing history?
Fill me in. What happened?
Huh?
Higher, farther.
I was not paying attention to what he said.
The sky and into the unknown.
Why is it just playing history now? I thought this was the moon thing. That's the moon thing. What
Yeah,
why,
here's the moon landing.
Superiority in space.
why is the moon landing here?
Well, I'm pretty sure it was showing the evolution of America and their technological advancements.
Huh. What's that? She's 17 scale. God. I barely knew who Scott Pilgrim was until the drama happened.
Our greatness
Oh.
comes not only from what we've done,
Well, I might have heard about him, I just don't recognize his name.
because in every era, across every horizon, America is at its best. And it's reaching for something greater. America celebrates 250 years, and we are leading the world.
Isn't it crazy how the place I live is older than America? Like, just the little town I live in is older than America itself.
Artemis 2, NASA's boldest test flight in a generation.
Currently 5:02 p.m. CST. We are 4 hours and 29 minutes into our live stream, and we have 22 minutes till takeoff.
Prize of a lifetime while watching that rocket roll to the launch pad.
I cannot wait for this. Orange.
Did you see it?
Okay, so everybody's looking at the rocket because it is kind of cool and impressive. One of the coolest things happening over there right now, though, is it's on top of a giant tractor.
Doesn't all food come in like tubes? It's in these like little plastic bags. You have to like
There's the crew.
There's not how do you eat sushi on that? It's probably hard to keep that back. Eat sushi mashed together.
My favorite part was this one little girl. She had a question. She patiently held her hand for a
We were so close to launch.
Okay, what's your question? She just goes, I forgot.
Just like 20 minutes, Jesus.
Little kid moment.
Wait, are you my mother's cats too, astronauts?
What? Say that again?
Never mind.
Does that mean when I was like 10?
It's just so fun to see the enthusiasm, the energy.
No, finally it's full screened.
Isn't that so cute?
I love kids and their excitement.
You know, you can just I know he goes, but I'm glad you're here. Now here we are, Space Center Houston. The crowd has exponentially grown throughout the day. We started showing you live shots from in there, probably an hour.
Exactly 20 minutes till takeoff.
Exactly, it's 20 and 5 seconds. 4, 3.
Yeah, you know,
Okay, now it's
exactly 20 minutes.
And officials and kids, and you know, it's amazing. People from all around the world came here today to watch. So it's something. It's hard to believe. Just this mission we're seeing today.
That's not even a news lady. Like they're broadcasting for NASA. I'm pretty sure that's a fucking NASA employee or it's a news lady. I don't know. NASA probably hired.
They appear to have
Should probably never say that on Twitter as well. Well, actually, they'd probably accept you if you said that on Twitter.
Yeah, that you would probably be one of them.
U.S. Space and Rocket Center here, Huntsville, Alabama, waving.
Here's the crew.
To the Artemis 2 crew inside Orion.
We got our lovable Canadian with his iPad. We got our lovable iPad Canadian.
The top of that
we got the iPad babies in the seats, so yeah.
we got the commander's feet right in our faces.
On the iPad, no way.
We got the commander's feet right here.
The problem with the batteries, and everything has gone really smoothly today. It's been great. The weather cleared up.
Why do we why is 90% of the screen just hit the sole of his shoe?
Because that's where the camera is.
What are your final thoughts?
18 minutes to launch, everyone. 18 minutes to launch. We are now in like the tens of digits. We're in the 10th place, everyone. 18 minutes to launch.
All of the teams here on the ground that made this happen.
We are exponentially close.
The Apollo era into the Artemis era. And you know, it's the crew likes to say they want to be the shoulder.
Get your friends, get your families, get a drink, get a snack, because Artemis 2 is taking off soon.
Like, how's this a drink?
Like, in about 18 minutes, this entire thing will be in flames and smoke, and that rocket will be heading towards our moon.
Speaking of flames and smoke, Challenger.
You know, I think it's
shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry.
Let's not think of the Challenger, okay? We should pray for this crew. Whatever God or religion you are, pray to your God or whatever you worship for the crew of this flight. People have worked so hard to get to this point. And NASA is extremely underfunded for how much it costs to do this. NASA gets $24 million a year in 2026, and it costs $100 million a year to operate JWST. Their one space telescope costs $100 million.
We asked you earlier on today, what are you most excited for? And we asked you to go vote on Instagram and Twitch. Instagram, you guys said launch. Twitch, you guys said lunar flyby. So I think you guys will all be very excited since we are now.
Yeah, I think in about 5 or 6 days, I will be streaming again, and we will be documenting the lunar flyby of Artemis. We'll be showing the lunar flyby. And then we will also be live streaming Splashdown eventually. And then next year we will be live streaming. Next year we will be live streaming Artemis 3, which is landing on the moon.
There are 2 batteries on the LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket.
Is that a Lego set?
Use this, so it's okay.
It's a model
The
rocket.
is right here. It's the tower above
It would have been
Orion.
better if it was Lego.
Orion capsule's inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case the rocket is.
It does really look like Lego. You can see like the separate pieces and stuff.
But yeah, like I said, like he is saying right now, Orion or Integrity, the little craft, they are actually can separate from the rocket if anything goes wrong.
Into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them.
So hopefully they got fixed the issue with the separator there.
Have you guys ever watched Men in Black 3?
We have 15 minutes. We have 15 minutes to launch. So get your friends, get your families, get your friends, family snack, everything.
I got my laptop and my drink.
Minutes before liftoff. There's a 2-hour window. We haven't quite set the T0 yet, but this is a list of the cutouts. There are 100.
Have you guys ever watched Men in Black 3?
Included for this 2-hour launch window, and that's important. They're in very small print. That's important because there's basically 16 minutes.
This camera angle reminds me of Men in Black 3 for no reason.
Because small things flying in orbit. There's a lot more things in orbit than there were.
Spoiler for Men in Black 3.
Exactly 15 minutes, everyone.
For that reason, because of these 156 cutouts, they're going to be managing the launch window as we go forward. So they may have to wait out one of these cutouts. They range in time.
We still see his shoe.
2 seconds to 23 seconds. Here, the NASA test director talked through that. We're getting ready to merge that loop from NASA test director Jeff Spaulding.
Isn't it kind of weird how Elon just stole a guy's last name and then profited?
And so now I'm listening to the launch team get ready to merge their operational channel. We're now entering one of the most consequential phases of launch day, and that's tournament count. The final.
There's someone who lives nearby me, and this morning he fixed a fence.
I hear the same. STC.
It's peak.
For no reason, he just fixed a fence in someone else's garden.
NASA test director Jeff Spaulding confirming
for America backyard. We just call our backyards gardens in the UK.
There will be 2 polls that we'll hear. One from Spaulding, the NASA test director, confirming the ground systems and the launch team are ready to proceed. At this point, we have a clear board. No constraints.
I still somehow have some of my drink.
From each individual on the.
I usually drink it in 2 seconds.
On the NASA test director team. So we'll hear him poll his team. The other poll that we're waiting for is the poll from launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson, who will take that final status from NASA management before giving the go to come out of the hold. Now you're seeing the clock count down at L-12
Have you ever heard of the Houston?
What?
Have you ever heard of the Houston?
I don't think I have.
He did a lot of nerdcore stuff with fan songs. He has a really good song that isn't a nerdcore song called Against the Grain. It's really good.
Yes, I had a discussion with CI soon with.
Looks like we got a little bit of a view of the rockets and boosters here.
They were able to confirm BCI photos.
Why are we in a hole now?
We were just looking at the rocket boosters. Here's the little connector. It looks like the camera to the crew got corrupted a little bit or wasn't working there for a sec. Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Let's hope it's just the camera and nothing bad. So nothing bad.
No. This is the same angle of the chat.
Copy.
Silence. This is literally a camera angle of a rocket in the distance. It's literally the angle of every rocket. It looks like the camera with the crew is back online. That's good.
Cancel pending, please.
Hell yeah.
And that's complete. All right, and for all personnel,
Potato.
we got a little bit more work to do before we pick up the clock, and we're about a little over a minute from getting to T-minus 10 minutes, but we've canceled.
Why does it sound like there's a cat on my floorboards?
After we get through all of our work,
I don't know.
I heard scratching and then meowing.
So we'll continue to get to our T0 today.
Oh, no mind, it was dull.
We have L minus 10 minutes. L minus 10 minutes, I repeat. L minus 10 minutes. 10 minutes till takeoff. Everyone get ready. Have your eyes glued to your screen because takeoff is like
I can't blink anymore.
so close.
Yep, give me about 2 more minutes. I'm going to start CMA2 streaming. Copy.
NTD COSE hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O.
Yes, Shark.
CT-004 S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm. When it should have been between 10 and 13, it is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock. Which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this is transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
All right, let's see, LPE NTD.
Yeah, we're not seeing that hit. So I guess the question for COSE, was that less than 3 samples? Is that below our persistence?
Looks like the countdown was paused. It seems like they're having a bit of trouble with some stuff.
It did persist for several seconds on mine, but let me take a look at the number of samples. Could I get a repeat on the affected LCC?
I'm just going to take over as primary host, so I'm going to keep these guys muted for a sec.
004.
We might be having some trouble on the Challenger.
Thank you.
Fuck! Artemis? We might be having trouble on Artemis. Looks like they paused the countdown. I guess we're waiting for updates. I think I heard them say it's still planned to go, but we might be having some trouble here in Artemis.
Taking a look at the data right here, looks like that was a single sample.
Nicole, are you just saying Devil Switch?
Keep muted. I'm taking over for a bit here.
They also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So I would love to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
Looks like we're just checking on some issues.
These are 1/10 hertz measurements, correct? So we would have had to lose it for over 10 seconds to get a second sample.
Yes, sir, that's correct. It is 1/10 hertz.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir. I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
Sounds like they may be going back.
On 232, I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but
Might be a problem here.
It sounds like they have a loss of lock as well.
Loss of that doesn't sound
2
good.
seconds.
Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
And this is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
I don't know if they're going to be continuing the mission or not.
Is reported to they have good lock now.
Oh.
So with all of that,
Stay muted, I swear to God. Stay muted until I say.
Yes,
sir.
the recommendation would be go.
Right, LP, you concur with that?
Yes, sir. LP concurs go.
And launch director?
Yes, sir. Launch director concurs go.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and just verify everybody has everything else complete, launch director, and if we do, we'll be ready to pick up the poll at that time, unless there's something else that you're aware of.
No, sir. Let's verify all our work is complete, and I would like one last check of our constraints list.
All right, let's see. OTC, are you still waiting for ComConfig, or are you?
That is affirmed, sir.
Okay, so that your only open item?
Yeah, OTC, this is CVSC. That 400 step 290 is complete. Copy.
Okay, so OTC, you're complete with all of your work?
That's affirmed.
All right, copy that. STC?
STC is complete.
And GTC?
GTC is complete.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here. And launch director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll with your go.
All right, sir. I am go for the poll.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis 2 launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
GTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO's go.
Safety console.
The safety console is go.
LPE.
LPE's go.
RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston flight.
Houston flight is go.
ROC.
ROC is go.
And CDR.
Crew is go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And launch director, NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the launch director performing the final poll for launch, verifying no constraints, and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is.
Alright, it looks like they added in a few minor issues here, but it looks like they're fixed, and we're going to be
Artemis, MMT chair.
going back in the countdown soon.
Please go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Let's quickly just be a bit quiet here, so I can listen.
Good air your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
All right, Charlie, your Artemis 2 crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go. And NTD Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah.
You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Your risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSC NTD, start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy.
Okay. Well, there you heard it.
RSR NTD.
RSR.
They're getting ready to start terminal count.
Okay, so looks like countdown's coming back up.
Minus 10 minutes.
Looks like the issues were dealt with. I'm gonna let my hosts come back up.
This last bit of work.
Arm rotation enable complete.
We're going to start that clock.
Copy that, thank you.
And we're gonna go back to being muted when it's launch. We'll do a countdown though. We're always gonna do a countdown. We might be at 10 seconds instead of minutes. I can't tell though, but I'm pretty sure we're at minutes.
In real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory. It was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock.
Yeah, it was just a temporary issue they fixed, but we should be good to go for Artemis 2.
Work through that issue. looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching. Impressive work by the launch team.
Yeah, I guess we can just go back to docking.
Which starts in just a few minutes.
Okay.
At 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and goes until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
And ECL NTD will be waiting for your verification on the short purge. ECL copies. And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count.
Looks like Charcoal's telling us how to make an ice cream sandwich in chat.
What? What the hell?
ECL time estimate?
About a minute.
Copy.
They still haven't started a countdown yet. Still haven't put it back up, but looks like they are almost done. So
we're going into the launch window. Not by much, it looks like. Just wrapping up some final work. And once that's completed, you'll hear NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding ask for the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start the clock.
Oh
The
my
ground
gosh,
launch
still
sequencer
going.
is an application software. It runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room. Acts like a conductor of an orchestra, executing hundreds of commands in precise order and timing. It's all autonomous.
NTD CCL 212, short purge initiations verified.
All right, copy that, and we're verifying our constraints.
Are they gonna start the thing?
or they're just waiting for some people.
All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has.
Okay, yes, we restarted. We did the clock. We went back up to 26 minutes.
And that begins terminal count. Our
No, 9 minutes. What?
is 6:35 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay, looks like we're back at 10 minutes. Looks like there's just a little issue with the on-screen timer. You still can see the little timer down there with the big giant one, the flag. 9 minutes and 33 seconds.
You're going to hear two voices on the loops. If everything goes nominally, NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding, who's directly managing the launch team, and Alex Bendelos, the GLS operator who closely monitors the software. He has the ability to stop and restart the countdown.
Now looks like we're back in the countdown. Oh, I was stressing.
Hey, this angle reminds me.
Copies. 22:35:12.
No, Artemis 2 is.
Hey, this reminds me of Artemis 2.
The crew is all ready. Do you have any questions about Artemis 2? Gammy?
This angle reminds me of something.
Eastern time.
Huh?
But as I was saying,
this angle reminds me of Artemis 2.
There is a button that keeps you from launching.
Wow, I wonder why.
That button allows the GLS operator.
Did you think I was going to say the Challenger?
No.
And submit a hold to the next holding.
Oh, that was really stressing me out.
If there's an issue, we'll go to the next stable holding.
That's bad.
This is how GLS configures the rocket.
But we got this. We got this.
It's too bad.
I don't see a countdown anywhere on the screen.
Right now, we are counting down. Our next big milestone
5,
is to retract
4,
the crew access arm.
3.
Oh, 8 minutes. There we go. 8 minutes. 7 minutes to launch. 7 minutes to launch. 7 minutes.
55 seconds.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away.
Oh, yep. The access arms are moving away. T-minus 7 minutes. Everyone tighten up. There's no going back now, okay? Stay to the screen. You might miss the launch. We do not want anyone missing launch. This is the first man-to-moon mission in over 50 years. And it is set up for Artemis 3, which will be having people land on the moon in just a year. This is a monumental mission. It's also the first lunar mission with a person of... I'll put the thing back up. It's also the first lunar mission with a person of color, a woman, and a Canadian. So, pretty monumental.
Great shot there. Retracting away.
Yeah.
The launch abort system is the tower at the top.
I don't know if Smiles will be here, but I'll let him know. We have 7 minutes. No, we have 7 minutes.
Ground or in flight. This is critical safety hardware that protects the lives of the astronauts.
You can.
Starting at T-minus 6 minutes, the GLS will
T-minus
bring
6.
that and other high energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization.
Okay, I just sent him that we launches like now. So yeah, we will be seeing Artemis 2 take off for the moon soon. Yeah.
Weather is 90% go.
Godspeed Artemis 2. Weather
control key is like very smooth.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
That means the replenish valve for the
That's my favorite celebrity, right there in the middle.
And that tank is beginning to pressurize to flight levels.
God, why was Ryan Gosling?
I still don't know why Ryan Gosling was here. Oh, I'm so nervous. I am so glad I took my anxiety medication today. We have 5 minutes and 30 seconds till takeoff, so everyone strap in. There's no missing this. There's no coming back. Because they're not going to be doing a second launch. I recommend staying and watching. And yeah, it seems there was some problems earlier, but it was fixed, and there's no concerns with the rocket. We have about 5 minutes and 9 seconds left to launch.
You've been live for 5 hours.
Yeah, we've been live for 4 hours and 57 minutes, with 4 more minutes to launch, and it is currently 5:30 p.m. CST Central Standard Time.
So the range safety can send a flight termination command.
It's actually like 1 a.m. for me.
There's a brief built-in delay.
At least I'm pretty sure I might need to check the time.
Time to pull the astronauts to safety first.
Okay, it's 23:31.
23:31. Fuck, I should know military time, but I really can't remember. 12:30. Okay.
25 engines, all 4 of them are in the proper temperature range for launch.
I only know military time. Like that is how I tell the time.
And I'll be right back.
No, you're gonna miss it.
I will.
God, it's just me.
Core stage APU start.
Core stage APUs start. Those are auxiliary power units. High-speed turbines, which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25.
Oh, we got 3 minutes and 46 seconds to launch. I'm nervous.
So am I.
Yeah, but don't worry. I have faith in the crew of Artemis 2. I have faith in the NASA engineers. I have faith in ground control.
I'm grasping my 2017 Good Stuff Five Nights at Freddy's Freddy plush.
Yeah, I have faith in everyone involved. We have 3 minutes to launch. I recommend staying here because, launch is like now. Everyone's moving away from the rocket, which is like
good,
because we don't want anyone getting fucking cooked.
It's just
boys. Coming up in just a few seconds, we're going to get that thrust vector control actuator test. This is a gimbaling of the engines.
Charcoal still throwing up ice cream sandwiches. We have some stuff coming out of the rocket right here. Looks like they're heating up. Looks like the boosters and rockets are heating up.
Hopefully the cameras don't heat up.
2 minutes to 2 minutes and 25 seconds to launch.
We've been live for 5 hours now.
Yep, 5 hours and 3 seconds we've been live. It's 5:33 p.m. CST, Central Standard Time, and we have 2 minutes and 12 seconds to launch. After launch, like after we count down, I will ask everyone. I will ask you, McGammy, to mute your mic, so we can so we can quietly watch take off and then fly. We got 1 minute. We're in the single digits now, everyone. We will start a count. Okay, so again, we're gonna start counting at 20. Okay, 20 seconds. 0, 0, 0, 20.
Oh, this is weird. I've never seen a rocket launch in my life.
This is my first. I don't know. Oh, we have 1 minute and 30 seconds till takeoff, everyone. 1 minute and 30 seconds. There's no going back now. You don't want to miss this launch. This is the first launch with a person of color, a Canadian, and a woman on it. And it's also the first lunar mission to the moon. It's also the first mission to the moon in over 15 years.
This. Ah, geez, reminds me of the time.
We are now in the seconds mark. There's no turning back from this. Launch is imminent. We are in the seconds mark.
I feel like I'm gonna pass out from exhaustion. Jesus Christ, I'm so excited.
45 seconds.
But honor any holds that could come from the ground.
At 20, right?
Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
I'm sweating, dude.
We have 30 seconds. We're going to start counting down at 20.
Okay. I can't see it anymore.
There we go.
19, 18, 17, 16.
Sound water is flowing.
That's kind of bad. Let's get on now.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're at takeoff. Artemis 2 is officially taken off. We have takeoff.
Ooh.
They are flying. They are in the sky. Artemis 2 is in the sky. We have eyes. They are accelerating at a really nice pace. It looks like everything's safe.
Oh my god, look at that.
Artemis 2 is taken off. We have takeoff. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Godspeed.
Oh my god.
This is the countdown we've been waiting up to for 5 hours now, and Artemis 2 has officially taken off. They are in the sky. I don't know when their booster rockets are going to fall or disassemble. I don't know if we'll be able to see that, but yep, there they are.
Smoke trail.
They're taking off from Texas, Kennedy Space Center. Fortnite Live Event Master Chef says. I don't know what we're looking at right now. Oh, here's the rocket again. Here's another angle. Woo! Godspeed, Artemis 2. Godspeed.
Yeah.
Passing 1 minute. Approaching max Q.
Let's go and Godspeed right now.
Good job to the crew. Good job to NASA ground control. Good job to the engineers. Good job to everyone involved. This is phenomenal. Yeah, your home state is where the Kennedy Space Center is, and where most space missions take off. Being here is where the fucking Artemis 2 is taking off now. I don't know when their booster rockets are going to come off. I'd say any minute now. I wonder if we're going to get an angle of the crew. Yeah, look at it go so small. This is what we have been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen.
For 5 hours and like 4 minutes. God damn it, I need the bathroom. I'm staying. I'm getting a goddamn cobblestone generator in my kidneys.
I think the booster rockets might be coming off any minute now.
Oh yeah.
Yes, yeah, there they are. There's the rocket. There's the boosters. Artemis 2 is officially, I think, almost in the atmosphere in space. Let's go.
I'm gonna watch
Yep, there it is. Here's the rocket.
Steam generators in my kidneys.
Here's everyone.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yes. We just witnessed Artemis 2 take off to the moon with the first man of color, woman, and Canadian on a lunar mission. I think that little glowing dot is them.
I'm gonna get a cobblestone generator in my kidneys. I have to watch this all.
Yeah. We'll take a quick drink for Artemis 2. It's soda. I'm not able to drink it, but yeah. I'll take a sip to Artemis 2.
Old water, so.
Yep, looks like they're officially in Earth's orbit or upper atmosphere, and they are disassembling the rocket. So the giant rocket isn't what goes there. It's actually a little pod, a little tiny chip. And right now that's all the pieces of the main rocket are falling off and disassembling as the little tiny little ship emerges with Artemis crew in it. Why am I talking like this right now? Because that's basically what I'm doing. I'm reporting on the Artemis 2 launch. This is a
right now.
great launch.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2. Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
I'm back. Ooh.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Not right now, Steam. I'm doing something.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful
Oh.
blue rise. We're headed right at it.
Oh, no. Good
Oh,
idea. Switching cameras, NASA. That's a good idea.
Flight Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and
Oh,
sends to
that's supposed to be a
navigation
ticker.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
There we go.
3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry integrity.
The guy's wiping his tears.
Off target.
So happy.
So at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity.
That person on the right there. See that person right there? Yeah, that's my favorite celebrity.
Oh, damn.
Artemis 2 is also my favorite celebrity. Great guy. I know him. I've known him since middle school.
Man, this is insane. Artemis T plus 6 minutes. So they've been in the sky for about 6 minutes now.
No, it's already been 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's been 6 minutes, and we've been talking. Yeah, here most of the rocket is already disassembled. You can see like the lunar module up there on top, with the rockets down below. And yeah, this is going to be a 10-day mission.
Nominal shutdown.
And yeah, they're probably going to be live streaming for the all 10 days. We won't be. NASA will be. You can go to their YouTube channel and check it out. Go to the NASA website and check that out.
I just looked at the comments thing. No Jacko, no more cobblestone generator.
No more cobblestone generator. It's T plus 6 minutes and 56 seconds, and it is currently 5:42 p.m. Central Standard Time. We have been live streaming for 5 hours and 9 minutes.
7 minutes of mission elapsed time.
Yeah, this was
This
a
reminds me of episode 2 rocket launch.
Throttling down.
Yeah.
Abort once around option. Milestone. at the 7-minute 30-second mark. Now 84 miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, 15,000 miles per hour.
Open.
Hell yeah.
Haley open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time.
Okay, so if something were to happen, abort is an option. They can abort now if something does happen.
About 10 seconds remaining until the main
And
engine
one of the
cutoff.
servers I'm in on Discord, they're literally talking about the rocket launch.
Confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Hmm?
And one of the servers I'm in in Discord, they're talking about the rocket launch.
Let's speak. You should put the link to the stream.
It's just
Yeah,
the YouTube link.
Okay, looks like they disassembled from the rocket. Looks like they disassembled from the main rocket, and they are on their way to the moon. Also, this footage is laggy for me. I think it's just NASA's website. It is not.
8 minutes 40 seconds.
It's probably NASA and their channel being laggy, not mine.
Trajectory on the way to
Yeah, because how many people are watching them?
has
Yeah.
separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the Inner Rim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft.
Yep, there's the Orion spacecraft, also known as Integrity, named by the crew.
9 minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed
What
Wiseman,
I love
Victor
it.
Miller, Christine Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the
Yep.
Earth. The beginning of their journey to the moon.
You missed it. No, Smiles missed it.
Shit.
Integrity Houston looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Yeah, Smiles missed it.
Copy that. Stand numbers for the pad.
I will be right back.
Okay.
Capcom Stan Loves now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected.
Boy, I sure do like Minecraft. I like caving in the mines in real life.
That time being 49 minutes 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
But it was actually every minute. I was actually every person that was mining in those Victorian pictures. Look it up.
Integrity, good. Neds deploy.
Copy that. Stand good, Neds.
But yeah, we are looking at an animation illustration or demonstration of the rocket and how it changes over the course of its trip.
We copy that. Stand halfway.
Now we're going to stay live for a bit longer. I don't know if I'm going to be continuing to commentate, but we will stay live for a bit longer. And Godspeed Artemis 2.
Overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman, already passing some milestones. We have a good nozzle extension deployment system. That is confirmed. Complete. We also have the visors.
Did you ever hear about tube heroes?
Phase of flight that is.
Oh yes, we were gonna look at where we're gonna show. Smiles was gonna showcase some stuff from his game, but he's not here right now. Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in to the launch of Artemis 2. We're still going to be broadcasting for a bit. I don't know how long.
Thank you for inviting me to this.
Yep, you can stay for however long you want, but Yeah, it was fun to watch Artemis 2 launch and take off.
Some of the systems aboard in the Integrity spacecraft.
Yeah, we're going to continue broadcast this national live stream for a bit.
Mission elapsed time. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that's targeted near 50 minutes of mission elapsed time, 49 minutes 50 seconds. That's what the crew is going to be working.
And yeah, I'd say this is I'd say Artemis 2 is successful.
We'll focus on preparing for that milestone.
Have you ever heard of Jack Sinclair?
Mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen.
I think I
start some of the activation of environmental
Jack Sinclair was that one guy from the Knuckles TV show, Paramount Plus show.
Communication network.
Famous line from
Houston C3 tower back in auto.
13 minutes since launch.
2 minutes to maneuver.
No, I'm probably just gonna wait for Mr. Smiles to get back.
13 minutes and 30 seconds of mission elapsed.
Until he gets back, I'm going to be playing probably on my Xbox.
They are beginning their journey.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
On Xbox too.
Take us to its surface.
I'm gonna mute up, and
Artemis 2 is underway.
you can go to bed, Danny. I'm gonna mute up.
Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get Integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to hear how the launch experience was over on the Space Coast.
Yeah, Gary, if people are just joining us, welcome back to the Space Coast, where we just saw Artemis 2 lift off 14 minutes ago. And wow, what an amazing launch, and an emotional one too. As soon as the rocket lifted off, Nicole, you had tears in your eyes, I had tears in my eyes, and we had all these people around us cheering. It was amazing.
Yeah, the energy was wonderful. I mean, it was a beautiful launch. You know, we've got 4 friends and family members headed to the moon. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, how does that make you
What a
feel?
girl
As
from
someone who,
Grizzly
you know, is an astronaut as well, but also, as you said, friends.
Yeah, so just so proud of them. You know, man, we don't have the words in the English language to describe this kind of an event, and pride, love, so many emotions. You know, they are truly breaking some barriers, and hopefully, you know, as Gary just said, they've got a long day ahead of them. So wishing them well on everything. But so far, what a beautiful launch to watch.
Yeah, to be returning to the lunar orbit in more than 50 years. Maybe they go farther from Earth than any other humans before them. Maybe they see parts of the moon that we've never seen before. I mean, what a great start to what could be all of these milestones that we break in just a 10-day mission.
Yes, what a way to welcome in the Artemis generation.
Yeah, how do you feel? I mean, we saw some beautiful shots we were covering of course, the rocket, of course, the Earth falling away as we continued up into our ascent, but also some of those crowd shots where we saw young and old, just emotional, overcome by this history-making moment.
Man, we are going back to the moon for all, and we saw that today. We saw that in all the crowds. And yeah, you guys just saw that view, the sunrise or sunset, I guess. They just made it over the crest of the Earth, and you could see the sun peeking over. One of my favorite views from space. And I can't imagine what they're looking at now, and I can't wait to see what they're looking at in about 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, and you know, I know a lot of people are like, you know what, I'm surprised this launched on the first try, because we know, like any little thing, we have to be keeping safety in mind, and we want to make sure we're ready to go. But we were ready to go, and I think it surprised a lot of people. What a wonderful surprise on this Wednesday evening.
It did, you know, and it kind of surprised me as well. But you know, it's just a testament to the team here that has been working so hard on Artemis. You know, Artemis 1, we learned a ton of lessons. We learned a ton from the wet dress for Artemis 2. We were able to go in, fix those things. We even had a couple mishaps today, not mishaps, but a couple, you know, anomalies today that the team creatively came up with solutions for. It's just a testament to the teamwork that gets us to the moon.
And so we can continue to watch Christina, Reed, Victor, and Jeremy on their way now to the moon in Earth's orbit and awaiting the next in-flight milestones, deploying Orion's solar arrays. So why don't we get back in with Mission Control and Gary.
Hey, thank you, Megan. Again, we're following along in the action. It is a long day. They have a number of procedures they need to get to immediately in their timeline.
And Integrity Houston, crosstie is on board per the FCDEM.
We copy Houston. Thank you.
Crosstie referring to flight controllers here initiating a connection between some of the batteries aboard the Orion spacecraft, allowing for an even distribution of power. This is the flight control teams that took us through ascent of the Artemis 2 mission today. Right now we're, as you see, passing 18 minutes of mission elapsed time. The Orion spacecraft integrity and the interim cryogenic propulsion system are maneuvering tail to sun. It is in this orientation, this attitude.
Integrity anywhere until that momentary prop caution.
And Reed, no action. We're looking at it.
Commander Reed Wiseman verifying what is being routed to his displays aboard integrity. Propulsion engineer confirming that no action is needed at this time. They're pressing through with their nominal procedures to prepare for the perigee raise maneuver. And of course, the solar array wing deploy ahead of that. The solar wing deploy is a critical milestone. We'll continue to have our coverage follow the mission until that deployment. Successful launch is just the beginning. The deployment of the solar arrays and successful confirmation that those solar array wings are drawing power is a significant milestone and says to the flight control teams that we will continue on today's mission. Power needs to be drawn to continue through some of the next milestones. Until then, the AOA open option that was called up upon ascent, the aboard once around, is the current option, and the board to orbit option ATO will be switched to a preferred mode at the time that the solar array wings are deployed and latched. It gives the flight control teams a little bit more flexibility.
Integrity Houston, update on TDRS handover for your pad.
Give us just 1 minute. And Stan, you can read it. Ike is ready to copy.
Roger. TDRS handover east to west expected 1 second earlier at 5:1 minutes 26 seconds.
All right, Stan, we copy 1 second earlier for 5126 TDRS east to west, and saws are starting to deploy. Thermal knives are firing.
We concur. Thanks for the report.
Read back of the reports that you just heard on the Orion to Earth network. Integrity has maneuvered tail to sun. The RL-10 nozzle on the end of the ICPS is pointed towards the sun, and the solar array deployment sequence has begun. With the deployment confirmed, it'll be several minutes until they are what is called in a latched position. Once they are latched and confirmed to be drawing power, they can switch the mode to ATO and continue along the mission. The teacher's handover at the pad, that message meant the crew was provided some preliminary numbers of when to expect handovers between the tracking and data relay satellites. Currently orbiting Earth at an altitude of 545 statute miles, above the Earth. They are in a near-Earth network communication system, the tracking and data relay satellites, geosynchronous satellites that are stationed about 23,000 miles above the Earth. After the apogee rays burn, that occurs later today, the burn itself will put them in an altitude that surpasses the range of the tracking and data relay satellites, and they will transition to the deep space network today.
And integrity for prop messages, we see 2 temperature measurements right near the line.
Did we make it?
Momentary message you saw earlier. We're going to suppress those. It's CM helium heater 2.
Bro, you missed it.
And heater 1.
Oh, okay.
T1.
Bye. Be right back.
What's up, Smiles? You missed the launch, but it was successful.
Thank you. We see the same.
Oh, okay. Bye. Be right back.
Okay, he'll be right back.
This is Mission Control Houston, passing 23 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. This is after a launch that began at 5:35 and 12 seconds Central Time, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Right now, the orientation you're seeing from our arrow visualization that translates some of the telemetry that we're getting from the spacecraft and puts it into a model so you can follow along on some of the milestones that we are following here. The RL-10 nozzle that you see at the left end of your screen, though it is currently not firing, that nozzle is pointed towards the sun, and the solar arrays are currently deploying. From this visualization, they look fully stowed in a position.
Integrity, we are happy to report that Jeremy has the O2 sensors on.
Copy O2 sensors.
Again, Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover overseeing the deployment of the solar arrays. And we'll follow the attitude maneuver changes ahead of the first burn of the ICPS engine, the perigee raise maneuver.
Integrity Houston, we see 4 saws deployed and latched, ready for ATO preferred.
Yeah, we're almost there in the procedure stand, and we see the same thing.
In Integrity Houston, we are seeing a 7-second miscompare between the MET on Orion and ICPS. We'd like you to read us the MET from your center status bar and for the ICPS on StackSum.
And Stan, we see a absolutely precise alignment. MET 25, 14, 15, 16, precisely aligned with ICPS MET.
Copy, thank you for that. We'll investigate a ground issue.
And Houston Integrity, ATO preferred set.
Copy, ATO preferred.
This is Mission Control Houston, 25 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2. We have confirmation that all 4 solar array wings are deployed and latched. This is the configuration needed to switch to ATO preferred, which you did hear confirmed from pilot Victor Glover. That mode has been switched.
Smiles, you there?
There's also a discussion with
Are you there, Smiles?
Love and Commander Reed Wiseman about the alignment of the MET clock
Mr. Smiles, are you there?
spacecraft and the ICPS. Commander Reed Wiseman confirmed the clocks are in sync, no issues. They're going to investigate it on the ground. We're proceeding with today's mission.
I'm gonna.
Mission elapsed time and counting.
Where? I'm gonna end the live stream here, guys. Thank you guys for watching. And Godspeed, Artemis 2.
Godspeed.